Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Safaricom Decode 2.0. We did it so well last year, we had to come and give you another one, another banger. My name is Mariam Bashar. I will be your virtual host today, taking you through what's happening inside and outside, speaking to amazing young people, heads of departments, sponsors, techies, cool folks all around, making sure that you know what to expect from the Safaricom Engineering Summit. If you are interested in science, math, engineering, technology, this is definitely for you. There's never a better time to start than now. I would not have expected that AI would be as big a deal as it is now. Last year, it was like, yeah, cool, artificial intelligence. Now, that's all the rage. We'll be talking about that. We have so many booths with cool things happening. There's people who look like they're gaming over there. I don't know. People are making so much money from gaming. I'm just like, where's my talent? Where's my talent? We've also got amazing merchandise to give to you. If you are keen and listen to what we have to say, we'll make sure that you have an amazing time. We've got expos, we've got demos, we've got questions and answer sessions, all with the people that are thought leaders in the field of either science, technology, engineering, or mathematics. So my aspiring tech like me, because that's what I am. Listen up, we've got an amazing 2 days in store for you. Use the hashtag SafaricomDecode to share with us and let us know that you are watching, you are listening, and you care. And we'll be sure to reward you with some airtime, some money, some goodies, and maybe opportunities as well. We have a great show for the next 2 days. All you have to do is, come hang with us. Come hang with us. I'll be getting into an interview in just a minute. But before that, let's see a recap of how things went down last year, because it was a good time. It was a good time. It was a good 2 days. Safaricom Decode, the first edition. Let's have a look.
The whole idea is about you, technology enthusiasts, coming together, engaging, connecting, sharing all the knowledge that you have. We've had over 300 mentors. These are people who are in engineering and would love to share with the community.
It doesn't matter what your degree was in. It doesn't matter what you studied. As long as you can build, congratulations. You're a developer. You're part of the community.
I've always said and been very passionate that the challenges that we face in Africa can only truly be solved by Africans. It will not happen without a strong software engineering community.
The reason we are doing this is that we believe at Safaricom, we want to be a technology company. And that's why we are bringing the community of like-minded technology thinkers to start driving that conversation.
I want to see more of you here setting up startups. I want to see more of you going head-to-head with Huawei.
Companies are desperately in need of technology skills.
There are lots of companies out there that are looking for developers who can create mini apps for them.
This summit in many ways is an invitation to you guys to join in that journey, essentially growing and lifting that ecosystem to where we need to be or where we can be.
Safaricom Decode.
Enjoyed that. This year is going to be 2.0, so a bigger, better version of the first Safaricom Decode. Like I said, my name is Mariam Vishar, and it's time for us to have amazing convos. As always, we make sure that you are caught up on what's happening in the world of tech and what's happening all around you. If you feel like, you know what, I'm not, so knowledgeable about what's going to happen in the next 2 days, we've got your back. I've got Ineth Kubai, who is the HOD of Enterprise and Architecture at Safaricom. She'll be telling us what she does, what that means, and what to expect over the next 2 days. Karibu sana, Ineth.
Good morning. I work as the HOD of Enterprise Architecture. So Enterprise Architecture is actually about figuring out how to drive IT, coupled with the strategy of Safaricom, not just looking at it project by project. That is what I do. And Decode is the right place to actually, for all techies to be, because you're actually showing you what you're doing at Safaricom, which is actually over and above what anyone else is doing here. Yeah. So rebirth of IT ways of working, design patterns. You'll see great things that our engineers have done. We are big on in-house development. That is.
I love that you spoke about how big you are on in-house development and the work that you've been doing actually as Safaricom PLC to make sure that young people have opportunities in the STEM and in the sciences is quite encouraging. For a young person who's watching Safaricom Decode for the first time, what should they expect to get out of this, and how do they make it work for them? How do they make sure that they're connecting, networking, and that they're winning at the end of the day, and they come out of Safaricom Decode better?
I would mention 3 things. First thing is here the inspiration of the engineers. The people who are going to present are going to be very young, so you're able actually to see yourself in them. That is the first thing. The next thing is the tech. You're going to see amazing tech from AI to self-driving cars. And then, of course, we have a program for the students that they can actually get in, and you can start training them as well. So much for you.
Okay. Last question. Does AI scare you in any way, shape, or form? Do you get a little bit like, is this going to take over my job? Or is there going to be a deep fake of me somewhere that I didn't see coming? Does that scare you a little?
No, on the contrary, no. And the reason for this is because I believe AI will help me to do my work better and will give me a chance to actually do even more than I can do right now. I do a lot of manual work every now and then, and I think AI will just spur me to the future. Yes, thank you.
I love that. You're looking as help. Like this scares me a little bit. Myself to think of AI as a helper and something to help. Ukondani. Thank you. Alrighty. Hi. Oh, Karibu sana. Please start by introducing yourself and what you do.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So my names are Duncan Kabira. I'm the head of department for the core and core application. Basically, that's looking at IT infrastructure that holds the customer services, the internal services in Safaricom.
On a day-to-day, what does...
So what it tells is basically it's looking at technology. So from planning how customers will come on board, how they'll serve our customers, our capacity, our integrations, and that goes to operations, how to take care of our customer on a daily basis, and as well as product development. We need to support all the products that we have. So basically, that's my docket. Thank you.
Are there ways in which you're integrating tech and AI to help you, with these daily operations and perhaps make them simpler, more efficient, and better for the consumer at the end of the day?
Definitely. I think that's one of the biggest areas that we want to leverage on, especially in the operation space. So data that we leverage on, and we are able to build models that look at the operations that we have, and able to automate that through AI and robotics.
I love that you mentioned data, because there's a lot of sensitivity around, privacy and data issues, especially in the last maybe year or so. How do people feel safe, knowing that they're billing data when you're telling Safaricom, you know where I live, you know how often I pay for this and that, what I spend on internet, what I spend on data, what I spend on voice, everything. How do we ensure people that everything is safe and sound?
Yeah, that's a good query, and it's something that comes in most of the people's mind. How safe am I? How safe is my data? I think one of the things that I would like to say is we do follow a lot of data governance policies. There's a lot of policies and processes that have been put in place to ensure that, first, the data is safe. Secondly, it's not easily accessible. It's only accessible where it's needed to be accessible. And also, we are governed by the Data Privacy Act, which we are there too.
That's good to know that you're meeting the legislation halfway. I'll ask you, what do you expect out of Safaricom Decode 2.0, and what's different between last year and this year, as a final question?
Awesome. So I think this is one of the biggest events that we'll have, especially around the engineering. I think my biggest theme, or what I'd expect to see, is how we can engage the youth. I think if you look at our demography, our youth are the biggest population, and this is a very good platform for them to come on board, learn the new technologies, advance, and be able to move or leapfrog our advancement in technology. Yep.
Thank you so much, and for the amazing work you're doing. We appreciate it. We'll perhaps get to see you inside as we do a walkthrough and figure out what's also going to be eye-catching, and especially for young people. Thank you so much. All right, guys, you heard it straight here. There's so much to look forward to for the next 2 days. If you are interested in the tech space, this is definitely the place for you. Again, use the hashtag SafaricomDecode. That's all you have to do. I'll have giveaways for you a little later. I'll have giveaways a little later. So all you have to do is make sure that you are keen, you're listening to what the people here are saying, what they're talking about, and you could be a lucky winner. Of course, if you want to network, perhaps find a job opportunity, an educational opportunity, this is definitely the place for you as well. We've got tons of demos being done on stage. Some of them very cool, some of them very mind-blowing. Actually, they range from very cool to extremely mind-blowing. And I think that's an amazing scale so far. So be sure to see what's happening inside as well, and we will keep in touch with you. Okay, we're getting back into the summit now, so be sure to use the hashtag SafaricomDecode. And I'm trying to see if there's already tweets out there, perhaps that we can read out a few, but not quite yet. We'll be sure to get back in touch with you guys. Hashtag SafaricomDecode. My name is Mariam Bishar on Twitter, at Mariam Bishar as well. Go on inside.
Uda form It's your boy Trio Mino.
Yo, this is the only Rosa.
Hey guys, name MRRIGHT from Brooklyn Boys.
And it's AJ from Brooklyn Boys.
Wagwan, it's your boy Dove Crew. Akiwala.
BaseRadio.co.ke.
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 Base Radio. Don't touch that dial. Akiwala.
This is Base Radio.
Okay.
But you're playing something else.
So, okay. I'll try. All right, guys, I promised you I'd tell you what's inside, give you a little walkthrough, a rundown so we can see different stands here and what's happening there. I'll start here at Hewlett-Packard Enterprises. You may know them as HP. Let me speak to one of our ladies here. Hi. My name is Mariam. I just want to know, first of all, how big is Hewlett-Packard's presence in Kenya? Who can I go through for that? Yeah?
Good morning. My name is Eva. Hewlett-Packard.
Minutes in a different time zone. And since I have it at the moment, you the one I wanna shine my light on. Get your life, little mama, won't you get your life on? Ain't nothing cooler than the wrong moves when you do them to the right.
Let's talk about how data is the new gold, which I think is very, very true. For young people who are looking to be part of the new gold and to make money from that, what should they be doing and focusing on?
In terms of coding?
In terms of coding, yes, and career choices.
I think engineering at this point is one of the best careers to be pursuing, simply because of the reach that they can have, right? Number one, security is one of the fundamental areas that every organization is keen on, right? So being able to leverage data, technology, and coding to be able to bring the solutions to add value to organizations would be critical.
Guys, data is the next gold. We're always hearing that. How do we leverage that? How do you make sure that you're in on the next gold rush and not left behind? Going over now to our next stand, which is Huawei or Huawei. I think Huawei is the correct way to pronounce it, but I don't want to preempt. Let me ask Wenyeji. Hello, please tell us your name and how do we pronounce Huawei?
My name is Catherine Maina. Yes, Huawei is Huawei.
Okay. Catherine, what should we expect to see when we come to this stand over the next 2 days?
I think we'll be talking more about what developers can do, including platforms that can enable them bring the applications to market really quickly. So we're going to focus on how to support that, make it pretty easy to go to market. If they want to do quick changes, they can do quick alterations, and that can be enabled on cloud.
Kipchoge is one of your, brand ambassadors, and we're like, he's always breaking records, always innovating, always pushing the boundaries. What similarities do you think exist between Kipchoge and Huawei?
We are so aligned in breaking boundaries. Yes, we were the first to pioneer with 5G. So just like Kipchoge, there are many more ideas that we have that are coming to market, including AI being something really big. So we have something in store for that.
Should we get a teaser? Because AI, you just say AI, I'll be like, okay, what do you mean? Do we have a teaser on what to expect with integrating AI?
I think AI is dreaming big. Everybody must be a dreamer. And then Africa, and particularly Kenya, must pioneer also in AI. So together with Huawei, we can do this. Yes.
I think we have a chance. We're at a level playing field with the rest of the world as far as internet access, almost level, I'll say, especially here. So we have no excuse as far as the advancements in AI taking place. We have to be at the lead, at the front of the pack, right? Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you so much for our sponsors, of course, to those who are joining us. This is Safaricom Decode 2.0. We're making sure that you know what's going to be happening over the next 2 days. You know what to expect when you walk in this room, and you know who to talk to. We're going on next to Dell Technologies, and we will see what they have on their stand as well. We've talked about data being the next gold, so there's a gold rush there. AI also being the next opportunity to be a helper and not competition. And of course, if you are able to take advantage of that, you will be at the front of the pack for the next 10, maybe 15 years, before the next hot thing comes about. Let's see what's happening at Dell. Hi, please tell us your name and what you do.
Good morning. My name is Victor Seme Momanyi. I'm a senior solutions architect working for Dell Technologies. Yes.
What should we expect when we come to the Dell stand?
You expect to see amazing stuff, how we use technology to power decisions. Across here you can see our Formula One racing car. Yes. I will be telling you how Dell Technologies is employing the power data analytics to make better decisions so they can be able to get a leap over our competitors.
Which team do you sponsor?
McLaren.
McLaren. All right. Can we take a dry run in the car? Or it's not ready? It's not ready yet? Okay. It's ready. All right. Down for a dry run? What skills do I need? Driving a manual car?
No. Even if you are maybe an automatic fan, you can manage it.
Let's give it a go. How do I sit? Ivo. Like that?
Legs will be up here.
Okay, so let me put my phone there. Do you mind? Sorry, let's get a brief from, what's your name?
Brandon. So the right foot is to accelerate, the middle one is to brake, because it's an F1 car, so you need to use a starting clutch. So the left one is to clutch. Okay. Then let's start. The clutch, you only use it once when it's starting. Yeah. Okay, then. Clutch. Press the clutch.
Oh my gosh. Wow. DNF in a matter of 10 seconds. I don't think I'm a McLaren driver, but I know there's people in this room who'll do a much better job. All right. Clearly, Formula One is not my backup career. However, I can still try this hosting thing. Please tell us how we are using tech, how Dell is using tech to make sure that, you know what, McLaren is getting to the top of the grid in Formula One.
Okay, you see, to be able to make what we call a difference in the field, you need to leverage data. So this car has a lot of sensors, and those sensors send data to Dell Technologies processing a unit which curates that data and be able to give the driver better insights, and also the car manufacturers better insights how they can improve the engines and the technology.
As we get closer and closer to a world that's all self-driving cars, what does Formula One look like when the cars are driving themselves?
Let me give this to my colleague here. They can also come in.
Good morning, everybody. Formula One with driverless cars will be very interesting because you will basically be driving data-driven decisions for the cars to navigate around the course. So it will give them a better idea of what bends are on the course and what to avoid in terms of accidents. And also in terms of transmitting that data to decision makers of the course, like the guys who actually do the translation of the speeds and the likes. It will give them better insights for that too.
Thank you so much. It's now time to get into the flow of things with Mbugwanji here and our AI helper, Zuri. It's good to know that AI is not coming to replace us. It's coming to help us. So I'll hand over now to, of course, Mbugwa. Have an amazing day. We'll be back with more content from our sponsor booths. My name is Mariam Bishar. Use the hashtag Safaricom Decode.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to bring the room to order. So requesting for your attention. Those who are standing, kindly please find your seats. Those on the outside, if you can hear my voice, kindly make your way in. So Zuri, utanisaidia hapo kidogo.
Asante Mbugwa. Thank you so much to our esteemed guests. Bwana Peter Ndegwa, how are you this morning? I saw you go through the booths and I would like to know what you think.
The mic is coming for Peter.
And Bwana Peter, let me say, today you kept it really plain and simple. I really love that chat.
Zuri, hi. Is the mic working? Good morning, everyone in the room. Zuri, I am feeling great. The room looks fantastic. You look fantastic yourself, and it's good you have acknowledged me today.
Thank you.
Looking at the people who are demonstrating and showcasing various elements, our partners, looks very good. And I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone takes away from today.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Mbugwa.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zuri. Thank you, Peter, for that quick recap. Just as a point of information, this event is being live streamed. So when you're checking in, if you had requested not to have your photo taken, you're given a green tag. If you have a green tag, I'd request that you sit to the extreme left of, to my right, your left, of this room, so that you can honor that request. And at any point, if you feel that you don't want to be on camera, you could move to that side. But if there's a seat in front of you, because we've got lots of people standing at the back, kindly, just scoot over to the front so that we have a nice packed room, and other people at the back who are coming in a bit late could be able to find a place to sit. So remember, green tag on that side, or anytime you don't feel like you need to have your photo taken, we're happy to oblige and honor that. As we wait for our chief guests, today we have two amazing DJs. We've got DJ Redbone and DJ Trixie. So as we wait for our chief guest, they'll give us an interlude to get us to that session. DJs.
I know I'm jumping in the deep end. What you doing for the weekend?
The whole idea is about you, technology enthusiasts, coming together, engaging, connecting, sharing all the knowledge that you have. We've had over 300 mentors. These are people who are in engineering and would love to share with the community.
It doesn't matter what your degree was in. It doesn't matter what you studied. As long as you can build, congratulations. You're a developer. You're part of the community.
I've always said and been very passionate that the challenges that we face in Africa
can only truly be solved by Africans. It will not happen without a strong software engineering community.
The reason we are doing this is that we believe at Safaricom, we want to be a technology company. And that's why we are bringing the community of like-minded technology thinkers to start driving that conversation.
I want to see more of you here setting up startups. I want to see more of you going head-to-head with Huawei.
Companies are desperately in need of technology skills.
There are lots of companies out there that are looking for developers who can create mini apps for them.
This summit in many ways is an invitation to you guys to join in that journey, essentially growing and lifting that ecosystem to where we need to be or where we can be.
Safaricom Decode. The whole idea is about you, technology enthusiasts, coming together, engaging, connecting, sharing all the knowledge that you have. We've had over 300 mentors. These are people who are in engineering and would love to share with the community.
It doesn't matter what your degree was in. It doesn't matter what you studied. As long as you can build, congratulations. You're a developer. You're part of the community.
I've always said and been very passionate that the challenges that we face in Africa can only truly be solved by Africans. It will not happen without a strong software engineering community.
The reason we are doing this is that we believe at Safaricom, we want to be a technology company. And that's why we are bringing the community of like-minded technology thinkers to start driving that conversation.
I want to see more of you here setting up startups. I want to see more of you going head-to-head with Huawei.
Companies are desperately in need of technology skills.
There are lots of companies out there that are looking for developers who can create mini apps for them.
This summit in many ways is an invitation to you guys to join in that journey, essentially growing and lifting that ecosystem to where we need to be or where we can be.
Safaricom Decode.
Abdallah Maro's footballing career has bloomed like a desert rose. Born in Tana Delta District in Tana River County, Maro has made a name for himself in northeastern Kenya. He began playing football in 2013 when he was in class 8. His talent led him to being awarded a scholarship to Garissa High School, where his passion for football got wings.
Kitu yenye ilinifanya nipende football ni vile niliona kuna wachezaji ambao football inawalipa.
Maro's footballing journey has the backing of his family, especially his doting uncle.
Mimi nilikuwa game za Chapadimba, hakuna game yenye nimekosa kufika. Na game zote za Chapadimba nimeenda nikimwangalia. Na nilifurahi kwa kama kijana wangu yuko na ile talent ya ball na imemkuza hadi saizi anajulikana kwa jumla.
Maro played in the first 2 editions of Chapadimba na Safaricom, featuring for Garissa-based Berlin FC. Building on the experience gained in the first edition, Maro emerged as joint top scorer and the most valuable player at the national finals of the second edition. He was named in the all-star team that was rewarded with a 10-day trip to Spain. Unfortunately, he could not travel.
Mara kwanza sikufahamu kama ni kitu yenye inaweza fanya msee kufika mbali. Lakini wakati ile nilijoin sasa ndo nikafahamu kama kumbe inaweza sukuma mtu kwenda mbali.
Maro was one of 2 players from Chapadimba selected for trials at Mathare Youth. He ultimately joined the Gor Mahia youth team before going on to play professionally in the Somalia Premier League.
After Corona 2021, nilipata call up kutoka timu inaitwa Midnimo ambayo inacheza Premier League Somalia. So siku sita niliona ni kama ni bahati pia. So nikakubaliana na wao, then nikaenda.
The footballer from the arid northern part of Kenya attributes his success to discipline, and he is grateful to Safaricom for the opportunity.
Ninasema kitu yenye inafaa mtu kufanya ambayo kwanza ni juhudi ndio ufikie malengo. Bila juhudi hauwezi. So ni ile imani, niko na imani ya kuwa naweza fanya na nikafika ile kitu yenye nafikiria kwa akili yangu. Ila zaidi ni kumwomba tu Mungu ndio nifanye bidii. Kitu cha kwanza na tuseme nafurahia kitu cha Padimba kutuamua kunifanyia ni ile kufanya kuonekana, yani kujulikana. Kwa sababu mara kwanza sikuwa najulikana mahali mingi, yani ni area tu. Lakini Padimba kufika nimetrend kiasi kwa sababu ukiingia YouTube unapata.
Maro's dreams for future footballing success are elaborate.
Kwangu natumaini sana siku moja nipate chance kucheza KPL ambao ni ligi ya Kenya. Alafu zaidi pia ninaomba sana na imani pia ambayo naweza fika majuu.
Making a difference.
We did not have water. Hatukuwa able to sterilize equipment. Many students didn't get the chance to interact with the computers.
It takes a single idea, a single decision to do better, to be better. It starts with people. It starts with you. It starts with me. It starts with us. But what does it take to make a change? At Safaricom Foundation, we believe it takes passion, love, dedication, and Kenyans to build a better future. It's this hope that inspires us to keep moving, growing, and helping others. We partner with communities across all 47 counties to improve lives. By advancing education, we give children the tools to go further. By enhancing healthcare, we provide support so communities live healthy lives. By supporting economic opportunities, people can uplift themselves and build thriving communities. We partner with people through the values we share, the people who inspire us, and the lives we continue to touch.
Now I'm able to interact much more better with the computer.
Start treatment at the right time to reduce the rates of mortality.
So that we're able to have a tank that the capacity is good enough to serve us well.
They can be able to feed their families without any problem.
So, what does it take to touch someone's life? It means caring. Caring enough as an individual to do something about it. It means mobilizing. Coming together to make it happen. It means being there for our brothers and sisters wherever they are. We remain inspired by Kenyans doing what they can to be that positive change. Because when we unite, there's nothing we can't do.
Kwa kujali elimu bora na kuijenga future imara, together we can, together we can.
Anakuja
Abdallah Maro's footballing career has bloomed like a desert rose. Born in Tana Delta district in Tana River County, Maro has made a name for himself in northeastern Kenya. He began playing football in 2013 when he was in class 8. His talent led him to being awarded a scholarship to Garissa High School, where his passion for football got wings.
Kitu yenye ilinifanya nipende football ni vile niliona kuna wachezaji ambao football inawalipa, lakini inaendeleza kimaisha.
Maro's footballing journey has the backing of his family, especially his doting uncle.
Mimi nilikuwa acha game za Chapadimba, hakuna game yenye nimekosa kufika. Na game zote za Chapadimba nimeenda nikimwangalia. Na nilifurahi kwa kama kijana wangu yuko na ile talent ya ball na imemkuza hadi saizi anajulikana kwa jumla.
Maro played in the first 2 editions of Chapadimba na Safaricom, featuring for Garissa-based Berlin FC. Building on the experience gained in the first edition, Maro emerged as joint top scorer and the most valuable player at the national finals of the second edition. He was named in the all-star team that was rewarded with a 10-day trip to Spain. Unfortunately, he could not travel.
Mara kwanza sikufahamu kama ni kitu yenye inaweza fanya msee kufika mbali, lakini wakati ile nilijoin sasa ndo nikafahamu kama kumbe inaweza sukuma mtu kwenda mbali.
Maro was one of 2 players from Chapadimba selected for trials at Mathare Youth. He ultimately joined the Gor Mahia youth team before going on to play professionally in the Somalia Premier League.
After Corona 2021, nilipata call up kutoka timu inaitwa Midnimo ambayo inacheza Premier League Somalia. So sikusita, niliona ni kama ni bahati pia. So nikakubaliana na wao, then nikaenda.
The footballer from the arid northern part of Kenya attributes his success to discipline, and he is grateful to Safaricom for the opportunity.
Ninasema kitu yenye inafaa mtu kufanya ambayo kwanza ni juhudi ndio ufikie malengo. Bila juhudi hauwezi. So ni ile imani, niko na imani ya kuwa naweza fanya na nikafika ile kitu yenye nafikiria kwa akili yangu. Ila zaidi ni kumwomba tu Mungu.
Of the Republic of Kenya and the East African Community Anthem. 1 stanza each. You may have your seats. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. A bit more energy. Hamjambo. It is indeed fantastic to see each and every one of you here today, among friends, among partners, And the dress code for today, if you read your email, was what? Was what? Let me hear. I've heard it in the room. Was what? Afro-futuristic. And some of you clearly did not come here to play. For Decode. I'd like to acknowledge our chiefs, starting with our chief guest, Mr. Felix Kosgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Government of Kenya. Our CEO, Mr. Peter Ndegwa. I see Paul Kasimu in the room as well. I see Lucia Veva in the room. Fauzia Ali Kimanthi, Chief Consumer Business Officer. Cynthia Karuri, Chief Enterprise Officer. And Morten Bangsgaard, Chief Technology Information Officer. Michael Mutega as well. Nicholas Kamunyu, Chief Channels Officer. Visa Award, Brand and Marketing. George Jogona, Director IT. And members of the board present. I think I saw Ori in the room as well. So my name is Mbogwa Njehia, and I'm a venture builder. And that means I sit at the intersection of technology and a few other interesting sectors, like mobility, payments, media, etc. And I'm really honored to be able to facilitate the next 2 days with you. With me as co-hosts, I have Mariam Bishar, who you saw earlier, helped me. She's dealing with the online audience. Help me welcome her as well with a round of applause, please. And we have DJ Trixie and DJ Redbone. You've already got a feel of what they can do. Naomi Kionjo, too. That was a teaser, a taster. So you could imagine what the rest of the day has got for us. And also joining us, we're getting into the metaverse. And there's this lady that probably all of you have DM'd at one point or another to get an issue sorted. And that lady is Zuri. So Zuri is also joining us live here. And Zuri speaks to over 73,000 people per day. 73,000 people per day. And she's listening. There she is. And she's had over 190 million conversations since she was born. Or do I say switched on?
Switched on.
Yeah, thank you, Zuri, since you're switched on. So, Zuri, how has your October been?
It has been pretty exciting, pretty first, I might say, and some pretty crazy questions.
What are some of these peculiar Kenyans asking you?
A lot of people want to know how tall I am, but most people want to know if I'm single.
I honestly didn't see that one coming, but so tell us, what are the hashtags for today so that we can get the conversation going?
The hashtags for today are hashtag Safaricom Decode. You can also use hashtag Safaricom Engineering Summit. You can find us on all our streaming platforms, YouTube, X, Facebook, LinkedIn, and TikTok.
Now, I'm very curious, and thanks for that. So there are two hashtags, Safaricom Decode and Safaricom Engineering Summit. Now, one last one. You're here with us at Decode, right?
Yes.
Who's serving the odd 47 million guys?
Mbogwa, I am Zuri. I can do it all. I can sit here and still serve the 47 million people.
Fantastic. I think that's the power of where we're headed in terms of the cloud and having Zuri on our side. And for us to really appreciate what Decode 2.0 really means, we must take a look back. So let's take a recap.
The whole idea is about you, technology enthusiasts, coming together, engaging, connecting, sharing all the knowledge that you have. We've had over 300 mentors. These are people who are in engineering and would love to share with the community.
Doesn't matter what your degree was in, it doesn't matter what you studied, as long as you can build, congratulations, you're a developer, you're part of the community.
I've always said and been very passionate that the challenges that we face in Africa can only truly be solved by Africans. It will not happen without a strong software engineering community.
The reason we are doing this is that we believe at Safaricom, we want to be a technology company. And that's why we are bringing the community of like-minded technology thinkers to start driving that conversation.
I want to see more of you here setting up startups. I want to see more of you going head-to-head with Huawei.
Companies are desperately in need of technology skills.
There are lots of companies out there that are looking for developers who can create mini apps for them.
This summit in many ways is an invitation to you guys to join in that journey, essentially growing and lifting that ecosystem to where we need to be or where we can be.
Safaricom Decode.
Nothing more to add. Remember, let's share this next 2 days with the rest of the world. The hashtag is Safaricom Decode, Safaricom Engineering Summit. And please just remember, if you've got a green tag, that means you do not consent to having your photo or video taken. Kindly make sure you sit on the extreme left, my right of the room. And roving camera people, kindly remember to honor that any person on that extreme side does not wish to have their photo or video taken. Do share the live stream across all the social media handles on YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. Zuri, you've actually had a chance to look at the program for today. What are your thoughts? What are your expectations about today?
Mbogwa, I really expect to learn so much, but most of all, I expect to be thrilled and entertained.
Fantastic. Then get us into our next segment, Tafadhali.
I would like to introduce Dance Afrique from MDA for the opening ceremony.
It's time to decode.
Shika. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Decode. What do you think? Are you ready? Let's clap for our dancers. We bring creativity, innovation, digital to the fore. Our chief guest, Head of Public Service, Honorable Felix Kosgei. Thank you so much for being here. Our CEO, Peter Ndegwa, members of Safaricom Exco, and industry leaders coming in from out of the country to join us. And perhaps our most important people, the Safaricom engineering community and the developers of Kenya. Karibuni sana. Please clap. As we embark on this year's summit, I think some of you, Mbogwa, will remember last year, I channeled Steve Jobs. And once again, another famous quote by his is that the people who are crazy enough to do something different are the ones who actually do. When the curtain set on 2022 Decode, we realized that we had kicked off something that was bigger than what we planned. We realized it was a movement. And from 500 people, we moved to 5,000 strong. Over the past year, we have gone through universities across this country, speaking about Safaricom engineering community built by Safaricom, but most importantly, that Kenya is the hotbed of technology talent. We saw in the past few weeks, big companies launch development centers here, quite anchored by talent from Safaricom. For years, we've not been able to tell our African story, and in this year's Decode, that's what we intend to do. We don't intend to do it through PowerPoints, but we want our own developers, born and bred in Kenya, to stand here and tell you the great things that they are doing in software. We believe as Safaricom, we are best poised to give this platform. And we don't only do it here in Nairobi, but we even do it across this country. As you see the work being done on Chapadimba, as we bring AI to the forefront and other technologies, we are also looking to inspire, to spin off and plant seeds in the most rural parts of Kenya, that we have the potential to solve our problems through software engineering. This summit is going to be different like none other, because for the first time, working with Fozia and Morten, we bring creativity and technology together like never before. We are realizing that the digital economy and creative economy are so intertwined. And it's not just today's opening. You'll hear about gamification. We'll also be doing some fantastic launches. But allow me just for a minute to take you back. This is not the first time that Africa has stood strong in terms of innovation and technological advancement. Unfortunately, this story has not been told. When we go back to Timbuktu, which was thousands of years ago, the center of learning, where professors and literature works from Africa would be taken to Europe to study them. We think about Carthage, we think about the kingdom of Aksum, where actually mathematics, archaeological studies, and shipbuilding was at its best. What has happened when you look at the pyramids in Sudan and in Egypt? Just the dynamism of these pyramids and what they mean in terms of geometry and mathematics. But for so long, we've been told that we are the dark continent. But here at Decode, we're not just looking to have any other summit. We're looking to ignite a continent that is on the cusp of exploding with great ideas. We look to tell the world, as our great partners have come, that as they go back to their nations, that something great is happening in Africa. It is ignited by the passion of our young people. As Safaricom bridges the digital divide, Decode is where this light is going to shine bright. So this is not just any other summit. This is where we transform lives using technology. Welcome to Decode 2.0.
You guys know that emoji, and I don't know how it's said. Is it? How do you verbalize that emoji? I know you know the one I'm talking about. Huh? Like that, that performance was exhilarating and just brought up the spirits. And for sure, George alishonesha, but he was right on brand, right on the mark, followed. Got that memo right. But I love the way he took us back to our pedigree as a people, that we have a pedigree, we have the DNA of innovation, from the days of building the pyramids, to mathematics, to algebra, all these things that probably underpin modern-day computing. We are there in those very early days. So we must be bold enough. Decode is one of those places where saying, from Africa to the world, we must be bold enough to reclaim our place and actually start building and changing the world. Zuri, what did you think about George's speech?
George said something is happening in Africa. And I'd like to add that Africa is no longer the future. Africa is now.
Fantastic. And I think just before you take us to the next segment, there's a conversation I had with George, and I took this quote down. And you probably heard it many times before, but never a better time to repeat it than now. It says, our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us most. Zuri, over to you.
On the other side of fear lies freedom, and that is something that we should constantly remind ourselves. For every time you need to move and you're scared, remind yourself that on the other side is freedom. I will now introduce Peter Ndegwa, CEO of Safaricom Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. I thought George did a very good job. Good morning, everyone. That's much better. So Zuri introduced me as CEO of Safaricom Kenya. I'm CEO of Safaricom. Safaricom is a global business, isn't it? We are the pioneer of M-Pesa. We've gone into new territories in Ethiopia. We are pioneering in many respects, and I'm sure you'll see some of that today. But thank you. Before I go into the acknowledgement, thank you, George, for bringing energy to life. George leads our digital IT, and I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot from what that team does. It's an 850 strong team in one organization, which has grown from 250 3 years ago. So we have more than tripled the number of people who think digital every day, who think IT every day, who think about the power of combining the role of technology with innovation to solve society and customer challenges. So first of all, I want to acknowledge the presence of our chief guest, Felix Koske, who is the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from him soon. I told him that he didn't get the brief. I suspect he'll probably have come from his boss's office. That's why he's in a suit, but he can explain that. But I like the fact that we are in African attire today. We are kind of more vibrant and free, because the next 2 days are about thinking together, about sharing, and about co-creating the future. I also want to acknowledge all our partners, who many of you will see showcase stuff today, whether that is Huawei, Dell, Mitsumi, AWS, M-Pesa Africa, Reddington, Tech Savannah, Orange, and others. I also want to acknowledge all my colleagues from Safaricom, whether from the board. I know Ori will also be involved in one of the sessions later around big data. And also my team who are from Safaricom, many who will be involved in talking today. But also some of the invites from our regulators who are an important policy enablers of what we do every day. But most importantly, I want to acknowledge the presence of all of you. Many of you, I am told the attendees, especially in this room, 650 strong, many online. Average age probably about 25. I feel very old being in this room, yeah. But it also shows that you have a very long runway to go to create the future that we can be proud about. When the dancers were here, I was thinking, bloody hell, I'm old. I was asking Felix, can you do that move? And there was this guy who was spinning on his head. And I was thinking, yeah, if I did that, despite how fit I am, I would be probably taken by an ambulance. In fact, Felix asked me, do you guys have an ambulance? We do have. So safety is important. We talk about zero harm, making sure that no one gets hurt in our business every day. So everyone comes to work and goes home safely. The second thing I thought about technology when George was speaking is, when I started my career in PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I spent both here in Kenya but also in Europe, I remember the very first time, and this shows my age, the very first time emails came. Some of the guys who are sitting in this room don't know anything else other than digital. But sometimes, so some of us started with, physical stuff. So emails came, and I remember of course they give the partners first. You allocated your email address, and one of the partners now sent his colleague an email and walked along the corridor to the colleague's office and said, have you received it? Yes? So that's how far technology has come. Nowadays, you don't even think about it. The internet works, it's ubiquitous, and we all leverage it. But also it introduces other things. That's why we are here to discuss stuff like how it can be used for good, but also how we deal with the downside, like on cyber and so on. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the Safaricom Engineering Summit. And I want to extend, in particular, our thanks to our partners who have already mentioned. This event is named Safaricom Decode 2.0, is pioneered and actually led by our digital engineering team in Safaricom. It's not just a conference, but a dynamic platform that empowers Safaricom engineers to showcase their technical prowess and connect with the broader tech community. We are aware of our responsibility as Safaricom. We do know that we enable the country in many ways. We connect the country through our network on the connectivity side. We enable financial ecosystem to work through our M-Pesa ecosystem. We connect businesses through both our connectivity but also M-Pesa. We enable a team of about 70,000 developers who don't work for Safaricom, but who use the ecosystem to connect business, to operate, to allow businesses to be able to deliver the benefits of technology. So this summit serves as a testament to our commitment to being a tech partner of choice for the digital community and also for creative community. As I've said, we have, and I'll be talking about our vision, we have acknowledged that the tech world is changing. We are in a digital era. And in the past, our business was about building networks, yeah, because we are a connectivity business. But the future is about enabling, welcome, Bwana CS. Sorry, Bwana PS, welcome. So our business in the past was about building network, but the future is about ensuring we enable society to use the digital, to live in a digital world, because and COVID has accelerated some of those trends. Since COVID showed up, it has changed the way we live, the way we interact, the way we socialize, the way we shop. So Safaricom Decode aligns with our vision to become a purpose-led technology company. We want to go beyond a telco and a provider of a large payment platform to a technology company which is purpose-led, that deals and brings to life the power of innovation and technology to solve societal challenges, but also customer issues. Along with other development-centric initiatives, it embeds an engineering mindset as we seek to build a digital Kenya through connectivity, through accessibility, and also through affordability. We know that, and we can't leave anyone behind. That's why people accessing smartphone is very important. Only a third of our population have 4G-enabled devices, and that's one of the areas that will accelerate over the next 3 years, to ensure that people can access smartphones, especially 4G-enabled devices, because if you have a 4G-enabled device, then you can do a lot more on the internet compared to if you have a 2G device. So a key enabler of our vision is strategic partnerships, which I've already started to call out. In this journey, we are keen to collaborate with government, and Head of Public Service being here is very, very important, and also the PSICT being here, Bwana Tanui. It shows our commitment to collaborate with the government and like-minded partners and institutions across the tech ecosystem. In particular, the government is on a journey to create a big wave of digitization in the way the public access services to the government, but also enable accessible credit and other services that we can partner. We have partnered with government, for example, on the Hustler Fund, which 15 million plus customers are already enjoying the benefits of. $300 million has already been lent. We've collaborated with government on the enabling fertilizer subsidy to be accessed by farmers, 3.5 million farmers accessing that. So we are very proud to be partnering with the government, and recently we also were involved in the launch of the health practitioners on the front line. As part of our efforts to build the tech talent pool in a sustainable manner, we are actively growing digital skills through our school and university program. So working with universities and working with talent that is young is a very important enabler. George will have spoken that we have showcased what we are doing to 10 universities. We have doubled the number of people who join our graduate management program, which Paul will be speaking to in later. We used to recruit about 40 graduates every year as part of our management graduate management program. We doubled it to 80, and then we moved all those slots to tech skills. So digital engineering, big data, data science, mathematics, and so on, so that we build a pipeline for the future. So we bring in tech skills, and then we teach them commercial. So once tech talent is onboarded in Safaricom, they become a core part of our business and the heart of transforming to a tech-core. We have gone agile, which means that we organize our business based on combining commercial and tech skills to really solve society and also customer challenges. We have significantly increased the number of people working in the digital IT, as I've said, from 250 to 850 as a way of looking forward. So beyond developers, we seek to support our youth to pursue their passions, and this Friday, in Eldoret, we'll launch a platform dedicated to empowering Gen Z through technology. Yeah, good to hear a clap. So I'm told in that launch, the average age will be similar to today, probably even lower. And I'm told that I have a different name. I'm not youth anymore. So anyway, Safaricom plays a very pivotal role in Kenya's digital and tech ecosystem, and extends its influence well beyond our borders. As a customer-obsessed, digital-first organization, we recognize that engineers, many of whom are sitting in this room and also online, are the architects of such customer-centric solutions, and you'll see many of them displayed today. Through initiatives such as what we are seeing the next 2 days, Safaricom Decode, we will continue to empower engineers to showcase their exceptional skills and exchange knowledge on the best practice so that we can cement our place as a technology hub in Nairobi, in Kenya, and also in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, let this be the dawn of an exciting journey towards establishing a vibrant engineering ecosystem in Kenya. And our commitment as Safaricom and partnering with everyone in the room, government, and all our partners, is to enable that ecosystem thrive. Today, we have 5,000 people on our engineering community, which has been formed along various cohort lines, and we have now started to engage with universities, not so that we just recruit talent, so that we create that ecosystem of community of like-minded people, so that they are mentored. You get the curriculum is influenced. We give internships. We have already given 650 internships across the digital program that you'll hear, the digital talent program that you hear Paul talking about. So as a purpose-led technology company, we are committed today. We are inviting you to be part of the future of creating a digital Kenya, of enabling the society to live better and to socialize better, and also to be empowered to be the very best they can. So welcome today, and enjoy yourself and really take advantage of what we have today. Thank you very much.
May I now declare this incredible project officially open.
The most disruptive, innovative, and creative show is here for you. Are you a business developer, an innovator? This is the show for you.
Kindly introduce yourself.
My name is Francis Juguna. I do chicken farming.
What's your idea? What are you presenting to us today?
My idea is cricket farming. So the idea of cricket farming came to reduce the cost of feeds.
Plug Mtaani is an opportunity for the young people to express their ideas.
The program is aimed at empowering the young people to take charge of their destiny.
Plug Mtaani is a thing that I think that we missed as a country for a long time. This opportunity offered by national government, Crescent Radical, is best.
My presence is just a confirmation that this plan has the highest support.
We are under very clear instructions from His Excellency William Ruto, President of this Republic, that the agenda of the youth of Kenya is the primary agenda of this administration. He believes that it's the youth that hold the promise of realizing a new Kenya.
And as we go through this competition, there is a lot in store. One is that the number one business idea in Kenya.
You stand a chance of winning 10 million from the first winner.
Alafu 5 million Kenya shillings mwenye atakuwa namba 2
and 2.5 million Kenya shillings if you're number 3. One more thing, if you're differently abled, you stand a chance to win too.
With 10 million Kenya shillings on the line, 47 different contestants from the 47 different counties are out here to battle it out.
Can you take us through the process? You start by sourcing the cricket from either other farmers or from institutions like JQuat. So you get the eggs, they incubate for around 3 days to 5 days.
Beyond number 1, 2, and 3, this initiative recognizes that we cannot all fit in one sector of doing business. There are those who are in fintech, there are others in various sectors. And that is why there are an array of awards to be awarded in every sector. But the most important thing, majority of even business people, mentors will be watching. And therefore, beyond money, you'll get mentors to take you through different sectors, to take you through different levels of doing business, and therefore there is a lot more to gain.
The Plug Mtaani Indiana to Invest initiative is not just an event. It's a powerful stride towards creating a more inclusive, empowered, and financially resilient youth community.
We want the youth of Kenya to be co-creators with government, co-creators with investors of job opportunities.
Na sasa ile form iko ni Plug Mtaani Vijana to Invest.
Help me appreciate our CEO once more with a round of applause. Safaricom is enabling farmers. Now we've seen another niche of farmers that are going to soon need enablement. I don't know what digital transformation for crickets would be, but there's kuna kitu hapo, right? There's something there. And just to a quick recap, I don't want to say it in Kiswahili, so I'll say 3 things. 3 things. Safaricom has tripled the number of people applying themselves to digital transformation. So it is no longer a story, it is a movement. And we're seeing companies like Safaricom and others starting to walk that journey, and underpins why an event like this or a summit like this is super important. Number 2, he spoke about the partnerships that make it happen. Kuna regulators. There are also other partners, like you mentioned in the room, which you must make sure to pay a visit to the different booths. And like we know, they say to go fast, you go. To go fast, you go alone. But to go far, you go with others. But that must be tempered, that these others must be of a like mind. It must be coalitions of the willing. Kuna watu wa kukutega, so it must be coalitions of the willing for you to go far. And the last one is, he spoke about ecosystems. And the best way to think about an ecosystem is to think about the body. In a few hours, you'll feel hungry. Your stomach will tell the brain that it is time to eat. But if the hands don't cooperate, what happens? The entire organism is actually at risk. Right? So ecosystems are, you must move forward together, you must move in the same direction. Very glad to have Bwana PS here, and I'd like to invite Principal Secretary Engineer John Tanui, Ministry of Information, Communications and Digital Economy, to give us his keynote address, after which he'll invite our chief guest. Karibu Bwana Peters.
The Head of Public Services and Chief of Staff, Felix Koskei, Safaricom CEO, Peter Ndekwa, my friend Morten, George, and the entire leadership of Safaricom, and colleagues who are here, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, good morning. This is one of those special days for us as a country when we converge on important events. Safaricom Engineering Summit is really special in the agenda and journey of Kenya's growth of the startup and innovation ecosystem. I want to mention probably 3 important issues before I invite our chief guest who will be making key address on behalf of us as government. One, for us to grow our startup and innovation ecosystem that we call the Silicon Savannah, there is a key role that the government must play, and one is to open the space and enable all the players to be able to work. And for that reason, government has worked to ensure that the legislative and policy environment is conducive. We've engaged our big tech companies, who I believe many are here, and they raise issues that needed to be addressed in our Kenyan environment. And many of those issues have been addressed in the past and even in the most recent days. And this, we've seen the setup of development centers in the country. We've seen Microsoft and recently Amazon Web Services launching the Amazon Web Service Development Center. We were recently celebrating 10 years of IBM Research Lab here in Kenya. That is the open space that the government needs to ensure that all the players are able to do and carry their businesses in this country, and to be able to bring in skills and knowledge that can be shared within the country. The second thing that government is to work with the players to ensure that the necessary infrastructure are in place. And over the years, Kenyan government has worked strongly with the private sector. The first key initiative we can talk of is the establishment of the submarine cable called TIMS, which is a joint arrangement between government and the private sector. That was a strong statement that the government did and opened the space for our country to continue to expand, and that's why we enjoy this excellent growth in the digital space. We continue to build infrastructure like NOFP, National Backbone Fiber Project, which provides connectivity for both public and private sector, and that is the ecosystem that we want to enable our players to work. And for that reason, government has added to say we want to put another 100,000 kilometers of fiber to advance this, to enable our private sector to be able to thrive and to do their what is necessary. To enable the startup ecosystem, we are working very closely with our colleagues in the Ministry of Education to ensure that our universities can really become vibrant spaces for innovation and research. And within our ministry, we are working on the establishment of the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, which will be our equivalent of Stanford here in the country, to be able to grow a similar ecosystem that we have seen in the Silicon Valley. Additionally, we'll continue to link global top innovation ecosystems, like the recent visit by our president to the Silicon Valley was a strong statement to say that we indeed as a country need to grow our innovation ecosystem and the startup ecosystem, and learning from successful models, we can customize and work our journey as a country with both tech companies and our own Kenyan startup companies. And for that reason, we will continue to focus also on our young companies, so that in the future we can see Kenyan companies which are small and growing to be multinationals, and become global companies and calling Kenya home. We are so proud of Safaricom, and I want to say we are proud of Safaricom because of the brand that you have built, the product that you've come M-Pesa, which has become almost like our athletics that the country is known for. We are proud of the work you've done. Personally, I'm so happy when I see the Engineering Summit, thanks to George and many other tech engineers who are here. I grew up, or my success is highly attributed to Safaricom. For many years, I spent my time in many of the Safaricom equipment centers, working on the systems there to ensure that we remain, as what Peter is saying, customer obsessed, supporting Safaricom to ensure that their systems are resilient, able to support the customers at those important changing phases from 2006 to 2015, when I worked with one of your partners, Huawei Technologies, who are here to support Safaricom in its pursuit. And indeed, we are proud of the network that you have built. It's one of the best. It's as best in any other capital. The other third important thing is tech talent. And I think that is the most important part for this event. We are proud as a country because of the human resource. Our president many times has stressed and emphasized the importance of that sector, and indeed demonstrated by the investment the government is putting in our educational system. As a country, we have one of the most precious resources, which is the human capital. This is what can take our country to the next level. It is the next resource that can enable us really make the Silicon Savannah succeed. I was late this morning because we are having a meeting with the Speaker of the National Assembly because of one of the important projects we are discussing about the digital hubs. We've seen we are committed to establish one digital hub in every village, one digital hub in every ward. This will enable our young people be able to access facilities for learning and also for work. We believe the business processing opportunities or outsourcing is an opportunity that Kenya needs to take, and we have the capacity in our tech engineers. We have seen those who have entered into that space, and the Kenyan talent is really sought after globally. We want to continue to grow this, and we look forward to Safaricom enabling us this. When AWS was launching, George made a very interesting comment that of the engineers who were there, a number of them were developed by Safaricom. So you are doing a great job by building the tech talent that will position our country globally. Continue to do this good job, and I believe this summit in the years to come will become a place of even celebrating our great tech talents in the industry. I don't want to speak beyond there. I want to thank Safaricom for hosting such an important, bringing all the stakeholders here, the big tech company, government, private sector, to have this conversation and to chart our way forward in the future. It's now my pleasure to invite our chief guest, our Head of Public Service and Chief of Staff, Honorable Felix Koskei. Welcome.
Thank you, Engineer. The Principal Secretary, ICT, the CEO of Safaricom, CEOs that are present from different institutions, diplomats, engineers, and tech people, good morning. Good morning. I want to, first of all, to apologize for coming in a suit. When I arrived, I was the only one who had a suit, and I discovered that I'm too old for, for such environment. And thank God that John arrived, and I saw one guy there who had also, I think they are my age mates, so to speak. But I want to say that I'm very excited to be here. Excited because Safaricom, as you see today, was a very small department in Kenya Post and Telecommunication Corporation. And I was working in Kenya Post and Telecommunication. And I remember when Safaricom was established, we seeded our cafeteria in Ex-Telecom House and gave them some corner. And when the issue of separation of different lines of businesses in KPTC, no one wanted to join Safaricom. In fact, I think our boss, Ogutu, was the one who was told, go and look at it, perhaps, if it works, fine. If it doesn't, come back. But we were amazed that within 2 years, it was the talk of the town, and now it is well positioned as one of the major tech leaders in the world. Congratulations. Secondly, before I read the speech, I want to confess that I didn't know that you are at this level. And now I'm very confident that I can stand here and invite you to decode GOK. Please come and decode Government of Kenya. And I want to invite you, as confident as I am today, to join us and help us to make Jamhuri Day, which we are hosting, Youth and Creative Economy, to be a success. We can see that you can make us be positioned and showcase Kenya as one of the institutions, or as one of the countries that can attract serious tech investment. Finally, I am also assured and happy that the investments that the government is putting in digital superhighway and many other investments that the government has lined up will not be white elephants, because I can see we have engineers, and that is something that is giving us confidence to invest more and more. So let me go back to my speech. And I was told to be the keynote speaker, so I had to write it because I may talk the past, and yet we are talking the present as we are going to the future. So I've been railroaded, and I have to stick to my lane by reading the speech. So the Chief Executive Officer of Safaricom, the PS ICT, the management and staff of Safaricom, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to join you this morning at the Safaricom Engineering Summit 2023, an event dedicated to celebrate innovation under the theme, Leapfrogging Innovation, How Kenya Advances. I recognize with much pride and admiration all the brilliant minds and innovators gathered for this event. My gratitude to the CEO of Safaricom and your team for organizing this event and inviting me to be part of what I consider a game-changing event in our country's journey towards prosperity. The event comes at a most appropriate time when our country is grappling with myriad problems which could easily be resolved by embracing technology, key among them youth unemployment. This is the problem that we are facing every day, but I'm sure that this is part of the solution of youth unemployment. I must confess that when I received your invitation and reflected on the topic, I was quite fascinated. I wondered whom and what does our country need to surpass, overtake, to gain a dominant position in technology and information. After all, is this not what leapfrogging entails? Breaking barriers, overcoming and sidestepping challenges, outdoing competition, and stretching beyond the average. I must thank the organizers for choosing this most inspirational and catalytic theme. I believe this is in recognition to our country our country is part of the global economy, which is extremely disruptive and competitive, where the life cycles of new innovations are getting shorter and shorter as new ideas, ways, and means keep emerging at an almost astronomical pace. Indeed, we do not have the luxury of time anymore. If we hope to achieve the ambitious developmental goals we set for ourselves in Vision 2030 and the better plan, we have no option but to keep innovating and cultivating the agility and resilience needed to continually develop new ideas, methods, systems, and processes to deliver the citizens and our customers. Safaricom's unwavering commitment to technology advancement has propelled this country to the global stage in remarkable ways. The pride that came with the development of M-Pesa has never waned and continues along with other innovations that have followed to cement Kenya's position as a Silicon Savannah. Ladies and gentlemen, riding on this wave of confidence, Kenya has continued to make remarkable technological strides with a tenacious capacity to leapfrog past traditional development stages, embrace cutting-edge technologies and practices to solve everyday societal challenges and problems more inclusively and equitably. Groundbreaking technologies are currently transforming the health sector. We have M-TIBA, which has provided a seamless platform to citizens, making health care more accessible. Digitization of the court processes has also transformed our criminal justice system. These are just examples, but the transformation is across all sectors. In recognition of the power of technology to bridge disparities, enhance access to essential services, and propel economic growth, His Excellency the President identified the digital superhighway as one of the key levers of the development agenda of his administration. The digital superhighway will ensure connectivity across the country with the establishment of 1,450 innovation hubs and 25,000 Wi-Fi hotspots across the country, giving our highly talented youth avenues to deploy technology in talent development. As we look to the future, there are even more exciting prospects on the horizon. Kenya possesses a dynamic, talented, tech-savvy youth whose resourcefulness can be leveraged to continue and sustain the country's journey of innovation and transformation, particularly in the realm of the digital economy and artificial intelligence. Allow me, at this juncture, to enumerate for our contemplation of some of the key areas where Kenya has executed remarkable leaps. The first one is digital economy. Kenya's adoption of digital financial services, exemplified by platforms like M-Pesa, has revolutionized the country's financial landscapes, making banking accessible to millions previously excluded from the formal financial sector. Borrowing, making payments, and transfers is now possible from anywhere. The game changer Hustler Fund would not have been possible without technology. The second area is AI in education. Initiatives such as digital literacy program have harnessed artificial intelligence to transform our classrooms, providing learners with cutting-edge digital skills and access to the world of knowledge, thereby shortening the learning gap and shaping our learners for work in the global arena. The third is agriculture innovation. The utilization of AI-powered tools and digital farming technologies has revolutionized agricultural practices, driving up productivity and food security. You can remember last year and early part of this year, we were in trouble when it came to food sufficiency. We didn't have any food. We were staring at a very serious hunger. But with collaboration between government and and Safaricom, we managed to ensure that the fertilizer and all the inputs that we were offering to farmers reached the right farmer. And that is technology for you. And we are now, again, staring on the glut of milk. We are seeing this going to be a pamba harvest. And now we are now facing challenges of how to ensure that we don't lose this produce through post-harvest problems. You see things change. So I expect Safaricom to think of how to come up with a technique or a technology solution, or now to ensure that whatever we receive in abundance will not go to waste. Telemedicine and AI in healthcare is another area. The integration of AI into telemedicine and mobile health applications has significantly improved access to healthcare services, particularly in remote areas. Similarly, entrepreneurship ecosystem, the rise of tech hubs, incubators, and accelerators are created a thriving ecosystem for startups and entrepreneurs, positioning Kenya as a hub for AI and digital innovation in Africa. So as we look towards the future, there are even more exciting prospects on the horizon. Kenya possesses a dynamic, talented, techno-savvy youth population who can be leveraged to continue the country's journey of innovation and transformation, particularly in the realms of the digital economy and artificial intelligence. However, it is also imperative to also acknowledge the challenges that lie ahead. Many Kenyans still lack access to quality education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. Climate change poses a significant threat to our agriculture and environment. We are also facing serious challenges on alcoholism and drug abuse. We are also facing social challenges like also corruption. And we expect that men and women in this room will now move from enablers, frontier, trying to help businesses, trying to help the economy, and also try to think of how to disable vices that are in society, like corruption, like alcoholism and drug abuse, and many other vices that we have come across, which yesterday I said, they are foreign to us. We want to see the tech people in this room also to come with technology on how to preserve our culture, because it is fast disappearing and it is becoming difficult to even retain or protect or preserve. We want to use tech approaches to ensure that all our social challenges that we are facing currently are solved by young men and women in this room. And this is why the government has embarked on a renewed focus on climate-smart agriculture, an area which the private sector can play a critical role, and also, as I said earlier, a huge investment in the ICT sector. Let us work together, let us be solution givers, let us be enablers in positive side of our development, and let us also be disablers of vices that are facing society. Another challenge is ensuring that as we embrace technology, we must also address issues of data privacy and cybersecurity in the digital age. Cybercrime has become a daily threat in our country, both to citizens, private business, and government. The government, working with both local and international partners, has put in place robust security measures, but we remain alert due to the dynamic nature of technology. So, how do we forge ahead in the era of the digital economy and artificial intelligence? How do we continue leapfrogging in a way that benefits all Kenyans? First and foremost, we must invest in education and skills development that align with the digital economy. Our youth are our greatest asset, and equipping them with AI-related knowledge and skills is paramount. Secondly, we must cultivate an environment that encourages entrepreneurship and innovation, particularly in the AI sector. This entails providing access to funding, mentorship, and supportive policies for AI startups and innovators. Thirdly, we must prioritize sustainability in our AI and digital innovation efforts. Our natural resources are precious, and we must find AI-powered solutions to protect them while driving the economic growth. Lastly, collaboration across sectors and borders is essential in the digital age. Innovation knows no boundaries. And by working in harmony with our neighbors and global partners, we can magnify the impact of our AI and digital innovations. In conclusion, Kenya's journey of innovation and leapfrogging in the digital economy and artificial intelligence is nothing short of inspiring. It showcases the resilience and creativity of our people. It also serves as a clarion call to action. We have the opportunity and the responsibility to push the boundaries of what is achievable in the digital era, to leapfrog not only for ourselves, but for generations to come. The vision of the government is to foster greater exchange of knowledge, skills, and competences between the private and public sectors in order to accelerate our country's journey towards all-inclusive growth and prosperity for our citizens. I want to add and say that the government role is to create an enabling environment, to provide necessary infrastructure and facilities, policies, and regulations. But the government, as you are aware, is a bad businessman in the world. There is no government who has succeeded in doing business. So their job is to create an enabling environment, and it is you, private sector, who should seize the opportunity and take advantage of the enabling environment so that the country will only benefit from your investments, from your new ideas, from your innovations, and by so doing, the government also benefit because you will generate employment, you will grow the economy, and the country will move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Safaricom for hosting this summit, and to all of you for being part of this incredible journey. The vision of the government is to foster greater exchange of knowledge, skills, and competence between the public and private sector in order to accelerate to our country's journey towards all-inclusive growth and prosperity in our citizens. To conclude, I want to thank the entire team who are here today, Safaricom and its partners, who have really decided consciously to invest in this country, who have invested a lot of money in trying to bring up the youths from various institutions, training them, mentoring them, and giving them hope and opportunity to explore and exercise their intelligence and also invest their assets in terms of knowledge and time to be part of this country's economic agenda. Asanteni sana. May God bless you all. Na Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to our chief guest, Mr. Felix Osgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, and PS Engineer John Tanui. Many challenges, and I think the tech team could be moving the podium, many challenges have been cited, but I believe that we in this room look at those as opportunities, and I may speak for many of us saying we believe we are actually up to the tasks, from the obvious ones to the more difficult ones of how to use technology to address corruption. There could be many permutations, but in this room, there are many minds that are applying themselves towards that. My technical team, if you could please put the Wi-Fi access on the screen. It would be fantastic to get guys, continue to share nuggets. You can connect to, of course, the fastest 5G network on the country. Usifikire sana mambo ya bundles. We got you, right? So pull out your QR code readers and connect. And I think instead of recapping too many things that both guests said, for me, the corner of the cafeteria, you had Safaricom was in the corner of the cafeteria. Which corner are you in now? The only difference is that right now, we have community and we have ecosystems. Then a guy is being sent to check on those guys if they're worth anything. So I dare ask, there's this, I don't know if it's a Latin term, it says, ceteris paribus, all things remaining constant. In another 10 years, can we seed another 10, 20 Safaricoms? Not in terms of industry, but in terms of solutions that have the reach, the impact, and sustainability. And I dare say, I believe we can. When a PS tukianza kule previously pale Konza, how can that serve as a catalyst for where we want to go? Now, actually, why don't you all stand up? I think we've been sitting for a minute. Why don't you all stand up? Just give a quick stretch. Get the blood flowing. We're at an engineering summit, and the guys coming on next, may the demo gods be with them, because you're about to do something live. So, ukisikia tetete, be gracious, because as an engineer, it works on the laptop. But when you put it to project and the boss is in the room, the thing is teteteing. Right? So be gracious. And Zuri, as you take your seats, I just wanted you to stretch your legs. Zuri, let us know who we're expecting next.
Our Director, Information Technology, Safaricom PLC, Mr. George Njuguna.
Karibu, George.
Bogo, you said the gods be with me.
Yes.
They better be.
All the best.
One of the big things about Decode that's very different than many other summits is we don't do PowerPoints. I can promise you, I think that is the end of the speeches. Now it's time to show you the real stuff and why you came to Decode. You've heard both our CEO and our chief guest and PS talk about artificial intelligence. It's a very core theme. Led by Charlotte and Kamau Maina in Safaricom. And you will see it in some of the launches that will be done shortly. But we'll just immerse you for 10 minutes or less in just something the team has been working on. But the largest technology that will be showcased in this year's Decode will be artificial intelligence. So let's get going with the first demo. Let's decode the future.
Hi, George.
Hi, how are you?
I'm elated to be here at Decode 2.0.
Karibu sana.
Today I just want you to take a seat back.
Okay.
And then I have a surprise for you today.
Okay.
You ready?
Community, Andrew, Decode community.
We can play it again.
Hello, Decode community, Andrew, Decode community.
How many of you guys think that was George's voice? By raise of hands. Can you see them? I'm just raising a small poll. How many of you think it was computer generated, that is artificial intelligence? George, what do you think?
I think I definitely did not do a recording like that. I do know a little bit of French. I can say bonjour, comment ça va? But certainly, definitely sounds quite like me.
George, that is actually a digital twin. Oh, wow. And I'm sure many people are wondering, what is this digital twin? How can I adapt it, maybe? So I'll just explain to you in terms of an outcome analogy. You're all smart, right? Now, what if we could have 10x of you guys? Think about the productivity. Think about our country's digital ambition. And what's great, George, is the talent is here. We have the technology, and the time is now.
It's quite exciting, you know, when you say that, probably Morten and Paul will say we have no more head count. But I think the task ahead is 10x.
Reload.
And Peter spoke about us having grown 3 times. Then that means our 850 will be 8,500 with our digital twin. But show us something real.
Sure.
Yeah. So, by show of hands, this month, how many of you have used ChatGPT? If you've used ChatGPT, say, "Awo." Before the CEO starts wondering if this is a DJ or an engineer, let me show you something. So, George, what would you like to know?
You know, since Peter joined Safaricom, we're very big on mission.
Yeah.
And he always starts with a strategy house. So if I don't ask about mission, he'll think my digital twin has not been inducted. So let's take a snap. Let's see if this twin knows what my mission is.
Let's give it a test. So as this goes ahead, we have all said we know ChatGPT, we have used ChatGPT, it has been trained with tremendous amount of data, 175 billion parameters, 45 terabytes of data. All this has been done to this George's own ChatGPT. So we have made George out of our own data, his own data. He didn't know he was recorded, but we had his data from somewhere. So from there are 3 things you need to understand as you use these tools. First of all, if you put a prompt there, before we typed in what George's mission was, there was what was written there as a placeholder saying, please insert a prompt. What does this mean? We have all to embrace the skill of having prompt engineering as something that we have to all learn, because we are all utilizing AI, we are all utilizing what we call large language models, and behind the large language models is what we call prompt templating. What do I mean by that? For example, if you wanted your agent to be a poet, behind there it would write, act as a poet. Write me a poem in English, write me a poem about trees, write me a poem about anything, but it will be a poet for you. Anybody else can act as an agent for a software engineer. So you can be acting as a software engineer. I don't know if our GPUs just came up. So I thought, let's hear now, George. Tell us.
The mission is BOSS, which stands for Build Open, Scalable, Sellable Platforms in order to deliver agile, cost-leading customer solutions.
Wait. I definitely did not do this recording. I'm sure you've made the head of public service feel comfortable with the suit on the screen. But wow, okay, this is mind-blowing. You even have my watch. Okay, I see you have French there.
Yeah.
I would really love when we share our mission with some of our partners who are from Francophone countries or even who speak other languages to be able to share the mission with them. Does the French side also work?
Let's see if it works. Please tell me, kama ni French ama ni historia Java. Let's go.
La mission est BOSS. Pour signify constructors via these platforms or these evolutives et fundables afin de fournir des solutions clients agiles at a moindre coût.
Wow, this is... Hey, I'm about to ask you, parlo français or je ne comprends pas le français? This is, you know, I knew you guys were working on an assignment to showcase AI, but I didn't know it would go to this level. And part of me is just wondering, how would we be able to distinguish in this work, whether it's me, it's George, or it's George twin, or, I mean, how does all this come together?
So George, we talked about responsibility and the ethical bit. And if we can be able to use this, we have a plethora of ideas. And I'm sure from the community today, I'll get a few more nuggets we can plug in. But we just played for you in French. So think about it. Content translation. You're talking to the global community in the language they prefer, or your market, where we talked about the Francophone countries. Something else, we talk about inclusivity in our digital age, where right now we have someone translating in sign language. We can actually have you translate your mission in sign language in terms of inclusivity. Also, we talked about the chatbot. We had Zuri come in. And think about Zuri in a way that those with speech impairments, we can have a realistic audio for them to be able to communicate effectively. And lastly, we all like to have some fun. So this was entertainment, and entertainment is one of our use cases. Yeah. And George, you saw the Chapadimba advert, right?
Yeah.
It was AI generated. Have you ever dreamt of being a football pundit?
Really, I would love to do that, and, but this is a very sad week for me in terms of football. You have set me up. It's a happy week for Peter, but it's quite a sad week for me. So please, kuja pole pole. Or I'll tell you mambo ni matatu.
Okay. Okay, think of it in Chapadimba. We could have you as a football pundit. And you're an actor in our technology. And we can seamlessly integrate you at the Etihad. Or even Peter, I'm hoping it's the Emirates. We can be able to seamlessly integrate actors to different scenarios.
This is fantastic. I'm excited about the applications. I think for the players in the room, over the next 1 year, and I know we've spoken with Dennis Itumbi and the Ministry of ICT, you will begin to see more of this being integrated into every facet of Kenya's society. How long did it take for you guys to do all this?
Yeah, so George, as the mechanic of this team.
Mechanic.
Yeah, the mechanic.
Yes.
The Mimi. Allow me to be a bit technical.
Wacha nikumbuke.
Yes.
You are the driver. You're the driver.
I'm the conductor.
Makanga.
Kamagera.
Magera. Yeah. Peter, by the way, he's a very good developer. So he's not a DJ. Yeah. Mechanic.
Yeah, so I'm the mechanic. And so allow me to get a bit technical as I explain what is going on under the hood to be able to generate this AI video. So we are using generative AI foundation models to generate this video that you've just listened to. And the first step when you're training your AI models is you need data, and lots of it. So as you've heard, we're trying to get your digital twin to speak like you, yeah? So we had to get your voice. We had to train it on your voice. So we got it from many different sources, like last year's Decode. We're able to get all over. So we've already sourced the data. That's the first step. The next step is prepping the data. We need to clean it, remove some of the background noise that the model won't like, and other speakers speaking. So that is done, and then transcribing so that the model actually understands. So George is saying this, but this is the text that he's actually saying. This is the voice, and this is the text. So we use another deep learning model, speech-to-text model to transcribe. So once the data prep is done, the next part is now the fun part, which is training. That is where we now crunch the numbers, yeah? We utilize multiple high-end GPUs and lots of RAM to train the model. In this case, it's a text-to-speech model. So we fine-tune the model and train it on your voice. Now, the interesting thing about machine learning and AI is that it's an iterative process. Yeah, it doesn't always just come out perfect the first time. So I remember actually the first model that we tested, we joked around saying that it sounded like your American cousin because the speech was way off, the accent was off, but with further training, we were able to then improve the accuracy, more data, more tuning the hyperparameters. We were able to get the model to improve the accuracy and be able to sound more like you. So that is what was happening actually beforehand. That didn't happen right now, yeah? So that was beforehand, and now we have the trained model. So when you saw the submit button being pressed, what is actually happening is we then take that model, we take the prompt that is returned from our large language model, the LLM. So the response is then now fed, becomes the input of the voice model, and then the voice model now gives us the output, which is the audio file. So that is what you're now saying. So your mission was in text, but now we have verbalized it. And then that now goes on to the last step, which is we take that audio, combine it with the video and a lip sync model, another deep learning model there. We lip sync it, and we then get the final output, which is the video that we've just watched. So in a nutshell, that is what is happening behind the scenes.
Thank you. Well done. Well done. Tell us about how we keep safe, because I can imagine this could call PS Tanui and tell him that Decode is in Konza, and he calls Konza and they tell him no. So tell us a bit around the ethics and protection around this.
Sure. We can all agree that in every evolution we have bad players. And I, being your watchie, let me take you through some of the guidelines that we've been able to enforce to ensure all the risks that revolves around generative AI, we can be able to be measured and mitigated. One is the watermark technique. If we are being asked if we can check, we can be able to differentiate between if it's a synthetic voice or an original voice. So currently on this model, we've implemented in a way that you can be able to differentiate that this is the original voice and this is the synthetic voice. That is one. Second is data protection. So we are querying our internal LLMs to ensure that the data that we are sharing with you guys are all classified and it's ready for the public. Third is transparency. That is what we are doing right now here. We are making sure that we are able to know what we are doing and why we are doing it. And lastly is responsible usage. For us, we are mainly using it for content creation and educational purposes. So with that, those are some of the guidelines that we've been able to put as a measure, and there's so much more that we need to adhere in terms of the generative AI best practices.
Thank you so much. You should get into study my meetings with Morten, especially the 7:30 a.m. ones on budget, and hopefully it can attend the next one and maybe give better answers. But well done to the team. You've done a fantastic job. Let's give them a clap. When you see ChatGPT and you just think that these things are happening in other countries, you can be assured that we are decoding them right here in Kenya. And I'm sure the team will welcome all of you as we go through this process to join this revolution.
Were you guys convinced? So George, are you ready to adapt your twin?
I am ready to adapt my twin. I think we probably need to find a new name.
Sure. What suggest a name?
I don't know. Maybe we'll make it as one of the competitions and I can do a giveaway if we can get a good name. So I think one of the things, MC Mbogwa, make sure you run a competition somewhere on the digital platforms, and whoever brings the coolest name, I'll gift them as part of this year's Decode.
There you have it, guys. Keep typing.
Back to our MC. You want to be back?
So thanks a lot, George and team. As they're prepping for the next presentation, I'd like to indulge you for a minute. You know me, I mentioned that I'm sitting at the intersection of certain industries, and media is one of them. My challenge to you guys, one of the most obvious ones, is can we have local language models trained on, we talked about the issue of culture, can we have it trained in Kikuyu, Luo, Luya, so that instead of it doing that, you could imagine we live in a time where if you're born in the city, sometimes the only thing you can ask for is water in your mother tongue. Or there are so many intermarriages between different cultures. And our chief guest spoke to a very important point of how do we then preserve culture? Because if you could get your guys to then train our own models, because what is missing is literally data that we own and generate. I think that would blow out the sort of use cases.
You know, Mbogo, it's like you're doing a launch before a launch. So Dennis, we are working on something with them and the Ministry of ICT to see how we can integrate culture and heritage. We already are working on local languages that will be coming into how we serve our customers. But certainly with the challenge that has come today from our chief guest, we need to bring it to the country. Beyond that, and I don't know if Andrew will feel I'm stealing his thunder, is Safariverse. And in Safariverse, you'll be able to immerse yourself into the wild beast migration in the Mara, into a village in Turkana, and to a number of areas. So that's going to be very fun and very exciting.
Fantastic. Let's talk a bit about this thing called prompt engineering. Many in the audience may understand it, but maybe for people we are reaching online, what's the concept of prompt engineering?
You see, the perfect interlink on technology is bringing us at a place where you are not necessarily waiting for things to happen. You're actually developing as it's happening, and that's the power, I believe, of ML and AI, that you're actually beginning to do things. You're not starting to work on the solution way ahead and implement it. Right there and then it's happening.
Fantastic. I like the use case that the Kamagera used and said if you wanted George to sound like a poet and espouse the mission and vision of Safaricom in poetic language, that you actually ask it to do so. I think how that augments humans is that it helps us know how to ask questions better or how to phrase our things better. Prompt engineering is more about how do you capture that request and present it to this model that can then output something that adds value in. Because if you give it garbage, what comes out?
It's garbage.
Garbage. It's not this magical one that if you don't know what you're doing, you still not know what you're doing after those particular outputs. So George, asante sana for that demo.
Asante.
It says beyond fiction, we're now starting to see how we get to implement things like machine learning, large language models to actually create use cases that make sense to us. ChatGPT is great, we're using that, but what else? Can we use our own technologies, our own data to really unlock the next level of opportunities? The team on stage had different players, right? Kamagera, driver. The lady was, I didn't hear her role. What do you think her role was? What do you think her role was? Shout it, guys. Boldness. The gatekeeper. Fantastic. So, but what it speaks into is that, and it informs the next session you're going into about talent. And discussions about talent says that in every team, there must be different roles, right? And I'd like to call on stage Paul Kasimu, who's the Chief Human Resource Officer at Safaricom, to talk to us about the Industry Digital Talent Program. Karibu Paul.
I think I've been taken to the farthest place because I'm not digital. So George, we'll have a conversation after this. But first, let me start with a question before I do the formal part. Are people the most important resource in an organization? Are people the most important resource in the organization? I disagree. Anybody who would challenge me on that? So that has been an argument, and the point that is made is actually the right people in the right roles with the right skills are the most important resources in an organization. Would you disagree with me on that? No. So our chief guest, Mr. Felix Kosgei, who is the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, thank you for being here and for that challenging speech. And thank you for being an ambassador for Safaricom. I think now we don't need our marketing team. We are sorted. Engineer John Tanui, who is the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Information, Communication, and the Digital Economy. Colleagues, I can see Peter has dashed out briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Morning. Is a digital energy transmitted through a conversation or is through digital also? Let me give you some context before I go to my brief remarks. It is estimated that by 2030, the skilled workers shortage will be 85 million. 85 million shortage of skilled workers by 2030. And companies worldwide will risk losing about $8.4 trillion in revenue because of lack of the right skills. Now, our chief guest. In 2022, we had over 56,000 students who graduated in IT and IT courses, or technical and IT courses, but most of them were not ready for the workplace. And we were answering the question, what is the disconnect between what we are producing and the world of work? I've run HR in about 5 companies in different continents. But the one thing that we found was, if an organization like Safaricom does not take a pivotal role in helping grow the ecosystem and the skills, then we have a problem. So what we did, chief guest, first, I'm glad to be in the second annual Decode Summit, which is a way of igniting Africa's digital renaissance as part of our efforts to spur innovation and expose the youth to digital skills. We know Safaricom purpose is to transform lives. And in here is also where we want to see how do we drive the first-hand transformative power of technology through devices and also connectivity. Now, I want to talk to one thing we did last year with Peter, and we launched what we call the Digital Academy. Now, internally, in the last 3 years, we have grown our talent, digital talent, as Peter said, from 250 to 850. That's over 250, almost 300%. But then what we discovered is we also had to do something called one more skill, chief guest. And we have also trained over 560 of our people in digital skills. That's why I call myself a perennial. I have no age, because every time I'm refreshed and I feel like I'm as digitally relevant as anything else. Now, we partnered with the key industry stakeholders to introduce the Digital Talent Program to develop skills for the market. And I will not say who, but one of the big technology companies came and set up office opposite my office. And they took my recruiter to be their recruiter. And they set up a hub in Africa. And guess what they did? They took my best. And because resignation is like migration, only the capable migrate. So I started losing some of the key talent, and we said we must do something so that we train a pool of suitably qualified talent for the market. Now, the training partners will also help us in curating the learning paths for talent and ensure that we are training for the market. Now, the big tech companies are also key beneficiaries of tech pipeline. And you said, chief guest, that we wanted to develop our tech savannah. That is exactly what we want to do. Let me talk about the program shortly. It involves digital training track, 9 skills, UX, UI, big data analytics, fintech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity, robotics, process automation, Internet of Things, computing, and software engineering. In fact, what now we are doing is we are elevating it a level higher to make sure that we are known as the home for digital talent in Africa. Now, the program is delivered through a hybrid approach. So there's classroom training, which is about 10% of what we do, mentorship, and internships for experiential part of the learning. Because we said skills are developed through hands-on experience. It involves hackathons. Every year we do hackathons. Fireside chats, we bring big tech talent. We also do curriculum reviews, placements, and certification. Because again, if you don't do certification, then we are missing on something. Since the start of the program, and this is the exciting part, 1,300 students have graduated with various technical skills, which is really something that we should applaud and celebrate. Now, this is again as an initial target of 56,000 graduates in technology, and we have offered 300 internships, recruited 200 of our employees from that same pool, and done 7 master classes, and as well as group mentorships and academia career fairs. Now, so far, we've partnered with 6 universities who are now targeting specific programs. So we have some doing big data, machine learning, software engineering, and we are saying, take your pick. Now, we also have 14 training partners, 5 tech hubs and community organizations, and 7 government agencies. So the government is actually at the center of this, and we applaud that, as well as 14 players in big tech. When we launched the program, we had 50 CEOs present, and we felt absolutely humbled by what is happening in the market. Now, today, as we join hands with various like-minded industry stakeholders, I would say the marketplace aims to consolidate and match digital talent to opportunities and potential roles based on their skills, interests, and preferences. It also connects employees with experiential on-the-job learning and link them to employment opportunities. For students, the marketplace will provide access to training, mentorship, hackathons, innovation opportunities, and raise your brand. So for us, we want to say ours is to make sure that we create that partnership to grow talent and accelerate future talent. As I conclude, as you enjoy the rest of the Decode, please do pass by our experiential booths and see what we are doing in terms of talent marketplace, how you can also benefit, and also for parents present and listening, how you can ensure what you invest is actually for the future. Today, we have roles we cannot resource, and yet I have a heap of CVs where I'm told recruit. And how nice it would be if we partnered today and going forward to ensure that whatever we train is fit for future. Thank you for your attention, and once again, welcome to Decode.
Asante sana, Paul. So just to check if people are paying attention, how many graduates so far from the program? Okay, I need someone to help me scan the room for the first hand to go up, because I have 1,000 shillings of airtime. So someone help me choose one of the hands that's gone up. How many graduates in the program since it has started? The team will choose randomly. Alasima, I see none of you. Let's take this gentleman here. Just wait for the mic. Tell us your name. Tell us something about yourself.
My name is Antonio Sebe.
Please stand up. You're not on the far left, so we could.
My name is Antonio Sebe, a recent graduate. 1,300 graduates so far from the program.
Fantastic. That answer is correct. You'll see me for your 1,000 shillings. The other question is, how many universities currently in the program? Let's look. A lady, if you identify as one, right here. Yes, you. Yes, you looking behind. Or was that a raised hand? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Chalagat Pauline. I'm a data scientist, and the total number of universities is 6.
Fantastic. Guys are paying attention. Another 1,000 shillings of airtime to you. Last one before we go to the next really amazing session that is going to have a component of a live demo as well. What is the model of delivery of the program? And I'm looking for one specific word. We'll take this lady here in the brown. Is it brown? Yes. Here, please, the mic.
Hello, my name is Joyce, and I'm a DevOps engineer. So the mode of delivery is hybrid delivery.
Paul, people who are paying attention to your session, so thanks a lot. So another 1,000 shillings goes to you. So Makinika, we'll be doing this randomly just to see how we're engaging with the content. And Zuri, please tell us who's up next and what's up next.
Morten Bangsgaard, Chief Technology Information Officer, Safaricom PLC, is coming up for a speaker session.
Good morning. First, I would like to acknowledge our special guest today, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Mr. John Koskay, and of course also the PS ICT, Mr. Tanui. Also like to acknowledge the member of the board for Safaricom, all the fellow technology companies here in Kenya, my wonderful Safaricom colleagues, and a very special welcome to all the many hundred students that we have in the room today. I think let's give a round of applause for all the students in the room. I graduated in 1994. And I can see the students now are thinking, what did I do in 1994? The chance is you didn't do anything in 1994. Probably your parents hadn't even thought about you in 1994. But I graduated in applied mathematics and statistics, which today I probably would have gone into the field of data science. There were 3 problems in 1994. First of all, the internet as we know it didn't exist. Computing power and storage was so expensive that no one could really afford to use it except the very biggest companies in the world. And there was no data available, and if it was available digital format, it was probably collected in a manual way. So that's the reason I couldn't go into data science. Of course, things have changed dramatically, especially the last 10 years. The computing power has dropped tenfold in the cost, and it's accessible on the cloud to everyone with an internet connection. Connectivity, high-speed connectivity is now becoming widely available. And businesses and how we live our lives are now increasingly become digitally enabled. We're seeing small sensors to build into every industrial application, everything connected. Many of us live our lives through our smartphones, generating vast amount of digital information. So this is a time where we're really seeing AI starting to come to life. And many companies are embracing this in order to get more insight about the customers, how you serve your customers, how you run your company. And we also been increasingly focusing on that in Safaricom over the last couple of years. And you can go to the next slide. So it's not all about creating more Georges in the company. Many of these things are actually things that our customers experience on an everyday basis without knowing it. So when you go to some of our menus on the app, the special offers for you, of course, we're trying to be more relevant to our customers and present some offers that make sense in the context of that individual customers. We are using voice biometrics in our, when you can call the call center, and now we are testing actually having natural language processing, so you can have a natural conversation with a machine. Even on our many sites, we are collecting data from an energy perspective in order to optimize use of green energy as much as possible versus our cost, but also securing, of course, that the network is up and running. So these are just some of the examples of how we are already deploying machine learning on a day-to-day basis. But even with that, we think we are just at the beginning to see how AI and the opportunities and the possibilities that will give us. So we are encouraging and giving access to our colleagues in Safaricom to explore machine learning. One such program we've launched a couple of weeks ago is in partnership with AWS, is what we call the DeepRacer program. And you can go to the next one. So the DeepRacer is a way to train a virtual racing car on the internet and make it go as fast as possible across a virtual track. And you can test different parameters like the placements on the racetrack, the speed, where it plays when it goes into corner, and then using machine learning to improve how fast you can get the car to go around that track. It is actually globally available. You can see the link here. You can Google AWS DeepRacer if anyone out there want to try and use this as an introduction to machine learning. But yesterday, we had formed 6 teams in Safaricom that now have had a little bit more than a week to train the racer on the internet. Yesterday, we downloaded those machine learning models into 6 physical cars that we have waiting for you outside here. And with that, I would like to invite our distinguished guests to follow me outside for the qualifying rounds of looking at these 6 teams, who's going to make it to the semifinal, and who have trained the car in the best possible way using machine learning on the cloud for the last 10 days. So please follow me, and thank you.
Thank you, Morten. As they go to see the live demo, which you can also participate in when you go out later, the feed will come on our screens and you'll be able to get a feel of exactly what's going on there. As even the tech team here helps me bring on the seats for the next panel. So as you heard him say, it's about exploring things around machine learning, the elements of machine vision, and hopefully it will be fairly easy to understand once you see the demonstration on the screen. So my technical team.
All right, everyone, welcome to Safaricom AWS DeepRacer Championship 2023. I'm Mariam, if we haven't met before. This is Selo, and he's going to be giving us a walkthrough and telling us what's going on. So perhaps a brief overview of what Safaricom AWS DeepRacer is.
Yeah. League is basically an opportunity for the amazing data science and data engineering team from Safaricom to showcase their skills in the machine learning domain by bringing their skills out and putting them on display in this. This event is a first of its kind in Africa, outside of South Africa, and it is a first of its kind for Kenya. And basically, I've got the team in black. That's our team lead, and they have a vehicle which they are going to get on the track. And the vehicle goes around the track on its own. All right, we have trained it using reinforcement learning, and it goes around the track, and then it basically finishes the race. When a vehicle finishes doing a race, it Team Black, and I want their vehicle so that we can see how fast they can go around the track. And
Team Black, hi.
Thanks. We'll just give you one of the vehicles to just have a look and feel. And then the technology we're using is called reinforcement learning. What reinforcement learning basically does is penalizing and rewarding. So in Safaricom, we use this technology is to make sure we engage our customers every day. So we reinforce and reward the customers, and we use these kinds of models to make sure the customers are engaged and get the real value and actual value from our products.
All right. Silly question, how does the car know where to go around the track?
So the car has a camera. So the camera is what it uses as the eyes, but then it projects the picture as numbers, and then it uses those numbers to create actions, whether to turn right or left. And then if it goes out, it gets a penalty. If it does the right thing, it gets a reward.
Okay. So are we ready to see the car in action?
Yeah.
Selo has granted us permission to be on his track with shoes on. Should we do a countdown? Three, two, one, go. Oh! Back to the starting line. All right. Selo.
Okay, so do we have another vehicle? If we have a vehicle, yeah. If we have another vehicle that's ready, just bring us your vehicle. Team Blue, can we have your car? Yes. Team Green, do you have your car ready? All right. I think time to recover their cars, but this is the we already have people on the board.
We already have people on podium. As they recover the cars, perhaps Selo could tell us exactly what's up for grabs if I want, to win the first AWS DeepRacer Championship.
The championship run on a country-per-country basis, but actually if you win in your country, you usually get nominated for the regionals, and then you can end up in Las Vegas at the reInvent, competing against the best in the world, and there's an even bigger prize if you get to reInvent in Las Vegas at the end of the year. So this is an opportunity for students to show their skills, and even employees, and end up overseas. Yeah.
I love that it's an opportunity for everyone. Do we have a ready car for the track? It's booting up. Okay. So how long do we give you? How long do we give you? A minute. One. All right. We can do 1 minute. Yes. Mishima is determined that we start the race. Yes? Sorry?
Not working. Can you hear me? They can hear me. Yeah. While we wait for the car, with my house. The car ready? Ah.
All right, let's have everyone's attention. We're ready. This is Team Blue, right? Team Blue? Blue. All right. All right, do we give you a countdown? All right. Selo, when you're ready, you can give us a countdown.
We're going to do the countdown together. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, let me follow the car.
Okay, all right, we're doing well. We're doing well. We're doing so well. We're doing well. Let's go. Let's go. Hey! Lovely. Well done. Do you want to see your time up on the board? Perhaps it'll come up. Your time is coming 7.226 seconds. Well done. Let's give Bonapias a hand. Okay, Team Red is back. By themselves, not collective. No collective. Where's Olive?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've now seen it. During the lunch break or any other break, you can actually go and experience it firsthand, just how you can use machine learning, the cloud. Right now, it's toys. Cinemagari. Imagine you go home and say, today morning, I was watching cars run around a track. But the possibilities that unlocks are super massive. Zuri, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Kindly let us know what's up next.
Naisanya Mungai will be coming right up to speak on future-ready workforce, preparing talent for the AI-pioneered job landscape.
Karibu Naisanya.
Karibu nianguke we. Take his hoe. Take his hoe. Mambo ni mangapi? Mambo ni mangapi? And as part of the Safaricom engineering community, we normally say, mambo ni matatu, you upskill, you certify, and then you earn. Sindio? So our panel is on how we are supposed to be ready for an AI-powered landscape. And tumewaletea wasewa noma. Oh, I'm speaking French at the moment. So tumewaletea wasewa noma that I'm going to introduce. And the first one is the ambassador of Estonia. I will welcome her on stage. The second person, mnajua Brighter Monday? Mkitaka job, mumtafute hapo hivyo nje. The CEO of Brighter Monday, Chris, welcome on stage. And we have the head of innovation, Dr. Olokuru from Strathmore. Please welcome on stage. And finally, for the Safaricom Pips, our head of HR Technology Cluster, Maureen. So before we start, I will allow them to, other than the intro that I've done, I'll allow them to introduce themselves. But since this is a tech event, you give us one interesting fact about you. If you were a superhero in any of the, either DC or Lokuru anajishika kichwa, who would you be and what would be your superpower? We can start with Maureen.
I was waiting for you to go to Olokuro first. So my name is Maureen, as Naisanya has introduced me. I'm trying to think of what superpower really I'd want. I think when I think of the topic we're having today, if there's one thing that I'd love to do differently is to use my brain, Naisanya. Because I think AI is taking so much intelligence away that for me, I'd love to have a superpower where I can do things with my mind. So I don't know which superpower that is, but that's what I'd love to do.
Ooh, nice. Doc?
Wow. It wasn't on the paper you'd sent to invite me here. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is John Olokuru. I head the data science and analytics at Strathmore University. I know Nasinya's telling me, you need to change now. So it's big data and AI, so we are coming there. When the head of public service was here, he was pointing at me, the people at his age. So those superheroes, wherever, it's something we're heading there. But my VC challenged me. In 2009, he thought of an invention, an innovation, where you can be at one particular moment, but you're also at another place. So if I wish there was a way, I'm here, and I'm not worried about my class at Strathmore, I'll be excellent. So we're here doing everything, and somebody exactly like me is teaching. Things will be wonderful, and they'll not really have a challenge and maybe worry about how long the panel will be. I don't know which superhero that will be.
Are you asking the Safaricom team to work on a deep fake for you?
Tutaongea nyuma ya tent.
Chris?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. The name is Chris Otundo. I'm honored to be the CEO of Brighter Monday, a company that is concerned with bridging the talent gap in Kenya for hundreds and thousands of companies. And alongside my sister companies across the continent, Jobaman in Nigeria, Jobaman in Ghana, Brighter Monday in Uganda, and Brighter Monday in Kenya. Obviously, when you're on stage, you get a bit nervous, so I totally forgot the DC comics, but I quickly Googled and I remembered Batman. He leverages technology to stay ahead of his nemesis and some of the bad guys. So I certainly would want to be that kind of a guy who quickly knows how to leverage technology. But I was hoping you stop at what is my superpower or what is my an interesting thing about me. While I today lead an organization that's concerned with talent, and one would then assume I'm a HR professional, which I am, 20-something plus years ago, I was a coder. I did Pascal programming, which is really old school. And so I understand programming and understand the logic behind programming. So that's something that people probably don't know about me. Nice to be here today. Thank you.
Ambassador?
Good morning. And so, yes, my name is Kadri Humalayan. I'm the Honorary Consul of Estonia. We draw a little fine line between the two titles, but in essence, yes, I do represent Estonia in Kenya. And I think, actually, the interesting thing is, I think for many, it would be considered a superpower. But for Estonia, I would say that it's the reality. And I call it time travel. The reason I call it time travel, and something I experience very frequently, is because traveling back to Estonia, I've lived in Kenya for 28 years, so mimi ni mwananchi kama wewe. But traveling back to Estonia every now and then, I do like time travel because I see what the future looks like. And I can come back and speak about it. And I love the little toy car race out here in Estonia. Those, let's say, toy cars, but in Estonia they're real. We have the little robots that do deliveries across our capital, Tallinn, and also are already now doing deliveries in many other parts of the world. We do have entirely self-driving buses. I know matatus will not be able to compete with them because, I mean, clearly the driving practice is very different from the way a robot would drive a vehicle and a matatu driver. But yes, so I would say that it's a superpower that's real. It's not something to actually wish for. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Safaricom engineering community was launched last year, we now have around 5,000 members as part of the community. What we are trying to do at the moment is to upskill and certify 1,400 youths in Kenya on the 10 on-demand skill sets. So we are working with the universities and some of our training partners to make this possible. According to you guys, how do you think we can strengthen the collaborations that we are currently experiencing in the industry, and what more can we do to make this possible?
I think Paul mentioned some of them in his speech. And I think one of the things that's become critical is, apart from imparting knowledge, which I think a lot of our education system is doing today, it's important that we provide opportunities for students to actually gain the hands-on experience, right? And the one thing that we're learning about technology is, as we're imparting skill, it's one thing to have it written, but it's another thing to actually use the skill, because that's how you keep refining and growing yourself. And I know one of the things that definitely industry partners could do is to provide more of those experiential opportunities where our students can actually come to the workplace and interact and use the actual skill they're getting from the classroom. I think the second thing, and I know there are a couple of universities that are ahead of us, is to invite industry players into the classroom, right? Where we know that our lecturers definitely have certain knowledge, but when we invite people who are using the skill at the workplace, there's a way they can impart knowledge differently to a student compared to somebody who is just, their day-to-day, their bread and butter is just to teach. But to bring industry players into the classroom where they come and actually run some of the sessions for students, so that way they can also learn from people who are already applying the skill. And now that I have the podium, and Naisanya, I work for Safaricom. So I have to say that one of the things that I think our tech teams are doing really well is adopting universities and actually going into the classrooms to educate, right? And I do believe that this goes a long way in ensuring that when a student is going into the classroom, when they're learning from an industry player, it actually becomes a lot more practical. I think the last one that I would say from me is, I think the universities need to spend time away from just the classroom to actually, and Olokuru is laughing about this, but I find that sometimes what we're imparting, and Paul did mention this, that some of it is outdated, I don't want to say old-fashioned, but it truly is. It's not in reality with what we are facing in the workplace, right? And as HR practitioners, what we're finding is, when I'm looking to hire somebody, I'm struggling because the knowledge that were imparted in school is no longer relevant for me in the workplace, right? So I think to encourage that people, our academia, I think needs to spend time away just from the classroom to actually go into organizations, into industries and see what are our pain points, what are the skills we're really looking for, and to start imparting that knowledge in the classroom ahead of when we require it. So those would be the three from me.
I have seen, Doc, do you know what bombastic side eye is? You have given Maureen one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, very well. But just to come back to the question you asked, maybe for the audience who are here, I was not even supposed to comment on anything because Naisenya is a fruit of the collaboration between industry and universities, and maybe just to see how well can we get things running up there. It is universities coming up with trainings, degrees that are speaking to the industry. And this is something I learned joining Strathmore 21 years ago as an employee. Okay, it's a few months ago, but it made me realize Strathmore offers their program based on the need. When we were launching data science, that was 7 years ago, dreaming, not even launching, dreaming of the masters in data science. Then we had no idea what we were supposed to do, but Safaricom came to us. We began with a short course, 3 months, just to see, can we get university students who really are doing another course, but they can get something to add on. So what I'll say is it calls for innovation. First is individually as people who are trying to look forward to say, what can we do for this country, for this continent? But the second also it comes back as a challenge to us as university. I know Strathmore, we are a small campus. We have very few students who manage to go through there. But if you can find a way to partner with other universities, we see what you can be able to do. I like giving sample examples. I'm here now, but 5 of my students are meeting the US Embassy team to work on a program to improve healthcare in Samburu and Narok counties. These are 3rd year, 4th year computer science students. They'll develop a tool that will be able to get the communities monitor how they access healthcare in various facilities. Now, such kind of partnership is what we require that can give students hands-on experience. This is what you can be able to do. I'll be scared to say we are struggling as universities to meet the industry needs. My challenge has always been the industry in this continent, because I happen to have a diplomat in my class and it's from African countries. Like, yeah, we need to work as a continent towards getting our young people with better skills. And they say one thing, the industry always believe, you go to campus, get your degree, come to us, we will train you what you're supposed to do. But my wish is, can we start earlier, partner early, prepare these candidates on what you want them to achieve? I'm scared, I might start giving a lecture. Let me pass on the mic.
Chris?
Yeah, so I was just thinking about the question, and I think the challenge that organizations face, Maureen, is that learning has been, the world over, has been captured as something that we do for a period. You do it for 3 months, you do it for 4 years, and usually what it culminates in is pomp and circumstance. We celebrate, which is totally a fallacy, considering that learning never stops. What you started learning in the 1st year, by the time you're actually in the 4th year, is actually, unfortunately, especially in technology, not relevant. And so, while we're saying the industry needs to come into the learning institutions, it almost sounds like it needs to be one instance. We come at the beginning of the term and tell you, but it needs to be something that is almost happening consistently. And so, I know it doesn't help Daktari here in terms of the learning model and the economics behind universities, but universities cannot have a stop date. You cannot have a graduation date. It's very controversial. Learning needs to be continuous. It needs to consistently just evolve. And so I don't know, this is probably innovation for someone. Universities, education needs to be continuous.
And I would straight away want to agree with Chris,
Yes.
because in Estonia, education is viewed as continuous. It literally, you can be 79 years old and decide to enter the workforce and teach yourself how to do voice editing, or any of these subjects that when you were in school, if you imagine 79 years old, none of this was actually even thought about. And so indeed studying, learning is a continuous event. But I will come back to Maureen, and you talked about the way universities need to offer something more relevant. In Estonia, when the AI became at the forefront of looking at the way it impacts learning, the way it impacts work, Estonia started the education reform from kindergarten because it's at that level that you're able to actually develop the skills that are necessary to make use of the AI and the various impacts it has. And so it's actually something that is viewed as a key component all the way kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and then actually the focus skips over the bachelor's degree level and goes straight into post-primary degree programs, because that is again when you're able to start to develop further in-depth understanding of deep data, large data, machine learning, and things of that nature. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. My next question is to Maureen. Paul Kasimu, our CHRO, likes to give us an example of Uber driver and a Matatu driver when he's speaking about learning agility. So if I am an Uber driver, I'll take different routes in Nairobi, so I'll be able to have experience in different, I almost said in different areas, and then I've remembered I'm talking about towns. While a city bus driver will only ply one route, right? So when we're talking about learning agility, what are the attributes and the skills do you think the current youth, not just the ones currently looking for work, but even young engineers need to have in order for us to be able to be ready for the AI landscape?
And I think Chris mentioned one of them, and that is, this hunger to continuously learn, And what we've seen about technology is that it's evolving so quickly that something that I did yesterday may not be relevant tomorrow, right? So I think echoing that element of that hunger to continuously learn, I think it's an important skill and attribute that a lot of our young engineers need to have. And I think beyond learning, I think being very experimental, and what we've seen with our very talented engineers is that they're not afraid to experiment, try, fail, experiment, try, fail, and having that, that energy that drives you, that just makes you want to continue experimenting, I think is something that we really need to truly own. And the people that we're seeing who are flourishing and who are coming up with great innovations, they're actually great experimenters, right? So I think for me, continuous learning, but also that hunger to experiment all the time, I think is really important. The third one from me, and we're seeing it in the workplace, is that capability to collaborate with others. And it's something that sometimes we look for even in an interview room. But what we found is when you're looking to deliver on anything, on a product, on a new tech, you cannot do it alone. And you saw the team that came in front today who had managed to create a new George. They were working together. I mean, they all have different skill sets, and they brought whatever skill set they have to enable them come up with a very new, exciting tech. So I think those three for me would be the ones that I'd call out. So that hunger to continuously learn, definitely experimenting a little bit more, but also being conscious that even as we deliver, that opportunity to collaborate and being a great collaborator is also really important.
Thank you, Maureen, for that. Collaborate, innovate. Yes. And Chris, when you were still in Safaricom, one of the strategies that Safaricom had in place was to have the Digital Academy, which I am a proud graduate of. So which other strategies can organizations actually put in place in order for them to position themselves for the future?
Yeah, thank you. So just picking up on what Maureen said, so what's interesting, and this is a room full of engineers, but none of the things she's mentioned are actually technology or technical related. And that should also cause you to have some pause. It's not so much about the the technical skills anymore, it's now the softer side. And I think the context, just to build this conversation further, is that it's not just about AI. There's other technologies that are disrupting the workplace. There's automation, there's robotics. And so how are all these going to impact, and how do organizations therefore prime their staff to take on this future? I think a lot of stuff Maureen has mentioned. What's going to differentiate you as an organization is, one, your ability to help your staff to learn how to learn. It sounds so straightforward, but you'll be surprised. What is the number one course on Coursera today? It's actually learning how to learn. The number two one is shifting your mindset to be able to learn. The top 2 courses on Coursera. You can confirm that. Now, it just tells you that this is the first challenge, and I truly am inspired by the Estonia story, because unfortunately, mindset is something that it takes a while to build. And organizations have this big challenge of transforming the mindset of their staff. And so there are initiatives around really rewarding people who are experimenting, initiatives around challenging people to organizations to allow for insights to come from the bottom up. There's a lot of initiatives, but bottom line is, if your staff does not know how to learn, then there's not so much that's going to happen. The other interesting thing, and Isenia, is that the challenge we have is that these technology advancements are not, it's not just starting now. We sometimes have amnesia and we forget that if you go back to the 18th century, or rather 19th century, there were some people called the Luddites. And these guys were breaking machines because they were sewing machines that they were being leveraged in that time. And these sewing experts were really upset that the entrepreneurs had come up with these new machines. And they were literally breaking those machines. And that's in the 19th century. Fast forward to today, Uber across the globe. I think there's no country that has been spared in terms of the taxi drivers fighting the technology. And then I bring it even closer to just this past month, 5 months of a strike in America. All of you are watchers of Netflix and all these shows. The Writers Guild in America. The fight was all about technology. And so just coming back to the question, how do you become the kind of person who's willing to embrace change? How do you separate yourself from my personality, what it is that my value, and what is actually required in the world? That delta between the value I bring and your actual performance is what we need to reconcile. That you might not have what it takes, and therefore you need to be humble to go back to class and learn. So organizations need to teach their staff how to be humble, how to embrace change. And this is a big challenge. And I don't think anyone has a silver bullet, especially because we're dealing with adults. I think we must go the Estonia route where we start at the kindergarten. For us, we just need to really try and embrace and try and put up some of these strategies.
Thank you, Chris. To pick up from what Chris and Maureen were talking about, to have the right mindset, to be innovative, to be able to experiment, Doc, what role do you think innovation plays in the future job market?
Thanks, Naisenya. And I'll just maybe add on by saying, with all this that is coming up through, you'll find that innovation, which really enhanced by technology, just enables us to see if we can get our talents and abilities come to reality. Yeah, I like always coming up with this acronym, TASK. Talent, abilities, those ones you are inborn. You just need to identify them, then build upon them. Then now when you come to wherever we are, we try to see, can we give you that skill set, that knowledge that can make you unique and go out there and change whatever is happening. Back to the launch of the Safaricom Digital Academy. I remember Bob was still around, and he mentioned something, John, teach these fellows AI, not just artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence. Not just Zuri by itself, Zuri supported by a human being somewhere to make it even perform its job much better. So therefore, what is innovation going to do for us in the future? Are we able to utilize our talents, abilities, use this new AI skill set to innovate solutions to problems facing us? back to what we really do. Just during COVID, we got an EU grant, and we're working on a machine learning model to predict extreme weather conditions in Kenya. Drought, flooding. Of course, typical, they say academics, you do something just for research work. Yeah, we already identified counties where to put it through, see how we can work. Today, we've gotten something with Mozilla, we are combining through to come up with what just the team was showcasing here. A proper AI reality use case to support farmers. We're calling it Imarika. Getting agricultural extension officers to advise a farmer in their own language. This is done by students, Kenyan students in a Kenyan university. Use innovation to solve a real-life problem. You have a talent, you have an ability, what skills can you go beyond to see what you can be able to get? So as a university, we just give you a platform. We'll give you a short course in data science, a short course in machine learning. With whatever degree you had in engineering, build on it and see what solution can you be able to put out there. I think I'll stop there at the moment.
Thank you, Doc. Ambassador, Estonia is normally cited as a digital success story. What lessons can Kenya learn from Estonia in order for us to be able to be one day positioned as a digital success story, not just in Africa, but in the world, to add to what Doc has actually mentioned?
Yeah, it's an interesting question in the sense that Estonia's digital success story now already expands several decades. And so Estonia is where it is now, having been informed by the Estonian first blueprint as a knowledge or digital society, which was created all the way back in 1996. And so in many ways, that success story, of course, has had many various phases to it. We believe that actually learning from Estonian experience, Kenya does not need to take several decades to actually surpass Estonia in being the leader in the world when it comes to digital society, digital governance. And so number one is indeed there is need for digital natives. And we believe that that is one of the conditions that Kenya currently, as you know, many people in this room have never actually received a mail from the mailbox. We only now receive mails in our laptops. We don't even know what it feels like to open an envelope that has a stamp on it. But so this is basically one of the pillars to be successful in the digital society. But the second one is to build up the correct components for the building blocks for the digital governance. Because without having the correct sequence and the correct building blocks to enable secure digital governance, it is going to take several attempts to actually convert the human being that you interact with in the physical world into a secure digital identity online. And so this is something that Estonia did already in the year 2001. And so from 2001 onwards, we've been operating with a number of secure digital tools to access services. And I think one of the other key components of Estonian experience is, of course, in 2007, when Estonia experienced a denial of service attack, maybe somewhat similar to the way Kenya had its own experience with it in the month of July. Interestingly, Estonia's denial of service attack did not last more than a day, while in the year 2023, Kenya still struggled with it for several weeks, if I'm not wrong. And so these are some of the experience that Estonia certainly is ready to share, because of course it's not something that you discussed in a panel, but being able to actually share our experience to ensure that in 2023, no country needs to go through what Kenya did. The cost to business was extremely high, and so it's certainly something that we are happy to share, because it's indeed one of the key experiences for the digital society to work is to feel secure, and knowing that if a service is down, it is down for not more than 3 minutes. And so, like, for example, any cyber attack on Estonian systems currently is detected within 3 seconds. And so these are some of the key experiences that I believe we bring to share.
3 seconds, that's really impressive. Lessons. So to the panelists, how do we ensure that the future AI-driven job market is both diverse and inclusive for all?
One of the things that I was reading about over the weekend was talking about how we got to where we are today.
Yeah.
And the appreciation that technology has been evolving with time. It's not something that just suddenly happened, right? And if you think of when computers started, Naisanya, you were not born then. I think many people at the beginning were quite, afraid of computers. But the reality of it is, when it came in, people had to start getting educated about computers. And now in the workplace, it's a given that when you join a workplace, you will work with a computer, right? And I think there was investment for sure to make sure that even as you're given this tool, that you're able to use it in the best way possible. And I want to borrow some learnings from Estonia. I think one of the things that we've realized with AI coming in is, whether we like it or not, our children need to start getting the skill sets really early to ensure that when they're coming into this AI environment, that it's not unfamiliar to them. And we've seen some parents investing in that on their own. We've seen some schools, there are some schools that are starting to teach even software engineering skills, but they want to make sure that in that element of inclusivity, that the skill sets that we're starting to impart at a really early age are relevant for that young person, even as they come into a work environment. I think the second thing is to appreciate that the skills that we have, even within organizations, as much as they might not be futuristic, they're still relevant for organizations' delivery today. And making sure that those employees, when we hired them with the capabilities they had, the skills they had, that we shouldn't forget that those were actually instrumental in delivering when we needed to deliver. So how do we ensure that also the experienced hire is not left behind? That when we're thinking about the workplace, that if this is not becoming relevant anymore, how do I ensure that I start to give the right skill sets that will enable them to continue being relevant even in the future? And I don't really believe that gaining an IT skill set means I must move from my role today to go into an IT role. I think it's appreciating that I need to enhance the skills somebody has so that they continue being relevant. Think of the doctors as they operate today. I think there's some, prototypes that are being done where you can see diagnosis being done extremely differently. But we still need the doctors, So how do we ensure that even our employees within the organization, with the skills they have today, that we continue to repurpose and build their skills to remain relevant? And that goes to what Dr. Lokuru was saying earlier, and Paul as well, that for us at Safaricom, for sure, we realize that the skills we have within our organization are helping us deliver today, and we cannot ignore it. But when we think 3 years, 5 years from now, we realize that skill would be required in a different way. And that's why we're urging our members of staff to go into this digital academy where they can upskill and reskill. But the other thing that the team has done extremely well, and I see our head of talent and capability here, Peter Njoka, is they've provided platforms where staff can actually go in and upskill on their own, because self-learning is something else. I can take you into a classroom, but if I give you the opportunities, the platforms, then I can also do some self-learning. So I think those would be the elements that we should consider when we're thinking about inclusivity. I think all the way from a young age, also to those who are going into school and workplace.
Thank you, Maureen. Doc?
Yes, Nesenya. I think, first of all, I'll start by just mentioning we have an executive program for CIOs who visited Estonia, and they were just giving us what Ambassador is really saying here. So I'm hoping a number of those CEOs, while they're working with George, we can get a few things to implement here in the country. But back to the question. I'll give an acronym image. Innovation, mastery, authenticity, guts, and ethics. I think we need to be deliberate, both as organizations and also as individuals. Real life examples, people always remember. I meet this gentleman called Brian. Brian was an engineering student at the University of Nairobi. He looks at his classmate who is blind, using a cane, and sometimes they miss a step. And he thinks, I can innovate something to solve this problem. Brian, this year, launched his company with the support of Austrian government, not Kenyan. I wish Tumbi was still here to see where we went wrong. But imagine, that student also now is being mentored by a Safaricom employee. That's the pride, and I'm saying it is deliberate, individually and also as an organization, to go an extra mile to see, can we offer mentorship? Can we participate in these innovation forums? Can we go to a university where you are, wherever it was, help them set up a smart academy? That's what the Swiss government has done to promote innovation in their country. What are we doing as Kenya? What are we doing as Africa? Let's take that kind of an initiative and see what we can be able to do. Maureen talked about teaching these skills at an early age. We have a DG Kids training. Kids as early as 4 or 5 years old start coding in Python. Yeah, I'm waiting. The first group will be finishing Form 4 this year. We are getting them for our BBIT next year. I'm sure my lecturers will be challenged now. You can never teach them starting to code wherever, hello. They already know. They did that when they were 6, 7 years old. Can we see what kind of initiative we can do? And this can be done individually, also as organization. So let's have that kind of mentoring, put it in our vision, mission statement. I saw the prompt that was there. You could see George putting something there. What can we be able to do ourselves? Finally, is just to look at it in a scenario that every day I have a challenge to resolve. How inclusive is it? So I go back to the challenge. It's me as a person. And then second is my institution, for my case, Strathmore. What can we be able always to do? I hope the few examples I've given can psych us a bit to see what change can we create after this particular summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. So mine is a cautionary tale. There's a philosopher I like to read called Yuval Harari, and he speaks about the emergence of the useless class. And this class will unfortunately grow in the future if we don't keep up with the learning needs and the learning requirements. And when you talk about inclusivity, I think about the women, I think about persons with disability, who the situation will become only worse if we don't actually come up with solutions. And I like that we're talking to engineers today, because the use case for some of the technologies were being shown this morning around education, where you could potentially scale up the capacity of teachers in the country to be able to provide basic literacy or digital literacy across the country. That is something within our control as a country. That if we can leverage AI to communicate at scale and also customize the training, that now you might have struggled to communicate how to do programming or how to open a machine in Kisii or in Kikuyu, but if you play with the models, you could actually communicate across the country and teach young children, and you could even numb it down so that children can actually understand. That's the power of technology. And so for me, technology has the power to increase the divide if we don't pay attention, but also has the power to quickly address the gap. But it depends on what we do as a country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, and so I think straight away, just reflecting back to Dr. John, indeed, the basic literacy, currently, basic literacy, when you're learning to read, write, do basic arithmetics, you're learning basic coding and programming. It's part of basic literacy that ought to be part of every kindergarten curriculum, because that's the point at which they learn to do basic literacy. And digital literacy is part of it. And indeed, starting to teach Python at university level would be equivalent of starting to talk about the existence of Shakespeare when somebody is in university. I mean, it's clearly the train has passed. But I think when speaking of the use of AI in workplace and it still being inclusive, I think it's one of the areas where one needs to also consider some of the handicaps that the use of AI is bound to produce. And I believe that all of us know that the generation that is in the high school, primary school today will be less intelligent than those of us who are in this room. We are aware of that, right? They will be less intelligent because all the various facts that we had to learn by heart, they will find in a couple of seconds on any of the search engines. But then the various linkages that we made in our head between those facts, because we had them in our head, they will no longer have in their head. And that, as a result, means that they will not carry the kind of intelligence that we do. And so that is one of the risks that comes in. I think it is even further exasperated when, at this day and age, very often it's easy for a young person to say, I really don't need to understand this concept. I will type it into ChatGPT and it will give me the answer. And that is true indeed. However, if one did not master the basics, they have no ability to build on it afterwards. And so if the basics were not fully comprehended, they were simply observed as delivered by ChatGPT or any other platform, it means that the ability then to actually proceed to gain higher intelligence than the artificial or augmented intelligence will become a very strong handicap on the human being. And so the inclusive work environment later on will actually be based on your ability to supervise AI, your ability to analyze and ask the questions or create the prompts, as it was described earlier, for the AI to deliver for you the quick answers, but for you to carry out the analysis of those answers. And so, in essence, the workplace will not be set by AI, will be set by those who know how to manage AI. And this indeed is one of the key skills. I know when people in the HR, they normally speak about, have you done supervisory course training? Now is, have you done AI supervisory course training? Do you know how to manage AI in your workplace to gain the benefit from it? Because that's really the workplace that we're talking about now. It's not future, it's now.
Thank you so much. As we close, when we say, I know Ali is seated in the audience, so I will speak Swahili. Our national anthem has a line, na tujenge taifa letu, and everyone here speaks Swahili. And we also say plenty be within our borders. I honestly believe before our ancestors Oh, I'm saying ancestors because I'm young. Our ancestors, when they were talking about plenty be found within our borders, they were talking about the elephants, the Mount Kenya, the lions. But I feel like at the moment, when we say plenty be within our borders, it's the young minds that we have in Kenya. And Safaricom, we have embraced that what we are trying to do as we transition into becoming a technology company is we believe that we are building in Kenya by Kenyans for the world. So as we ignite the Africa Digital Renaissance in this summit, what is your parting shot? You can say it in Swahili also.
I like the way you have started with great within our borders and then you ask for my parting shot. Like, what can go beyond our national anthem, right? I think for me, the parting shot would be that there's ownership always. Like, there's ownership from our government that was represented today.
Yeah.
There's ownership from us in industry. There's ownership from academia. But there's also great ownership that will come from people sitting in this room. Those aspiring to be in employment, those already in employment. I think the different other players can do a lot, but I think if it takes just one of each person in this room to start embracing where AI is going, to start embracing that art of continuous learning that we've spoken about, I think that will take us a long way to go about experimentation. So I think all the things that we've spoken about today, we've emphasized a lot on what everybody else can do, what government can do, what we can do in industry, but I think we haven't really echoed that it will take every single person sitting here to look at things differently, to embrace AI, to embrace continuous learning, to start experimenting, and that's when we'll start to see a huge shift.
Very well, Naisenya. My parting shot, I already not want it to be a parting shot. I want us to meet there and continue the discussion. But the key thing is, can we look at technology, AI, as an enabler? I know Paul mentioned here, I will not need the marketing team. Not really. You'll still need them to do something better than what technology can be able to do. At the moment, I'm pushing my team to look at how AI can resolve problems in agriculture, in health, renewable energy, climate change. We've just started developing a carbon emission calculator for the country. We want to see if we can get one for the counties, and then we can be able to map everything, and everybody can be able to know their carbon footprint. Okay, somebody's coming with an AI calculator to help that farmer in Mkurueni to know how much can he or she claim in carbon credits. Let's think of how can we utilize all these solutions to empower our fellow Kenyans wherever they are. The gentleman, Brian, can we get more of those ones? Can we identify? Brian has no degree yet. He's not graduated. He left University of Nairobi, focused on his innovation idea. By the way, his company is just down here, Spring Valley, Spring Park. Okay, he's just launched it. He's created a handheld remote sensor for the blind people. Can we try to find out through this, identify such Brians, mentor them, empower them, let's see if we can solve problems. My mentor used to tell me, John, you see problems in the world because people have left their problems and they've gone to join others to solve their problems. All of us, we have a solution to solve our individual problem. Find out which one is that, and we can go out there and resolve. My latest one, I was just mentioning to Itumbi, we developed something for AI to reduce taxations for Kenya. And we looked at data. We looked at data, we borrowed Safaricom, everybody, and we said, we are struggling now because we are taxing the few who are working. If everybody was to pull their side, our tax will be 12.7%. Kwisha. Nobody will be struggling, nobody will be having trouble, and we will fund our own budget without going out there to borrow anything. Data speaks. Let's solve our own problems, get somewhere with it.
I look forward to that particular use case coming through. I guess in my parting shot is going to try and borrow from pastoralists who are Africans. Today, if your career, which you gained as a result of studying in school for the past 4 years, 3 years, and you celebrated, if that was your career, and if we were to make an analogy and call it a structure, a nice house in Langata, a 2-story building, that career is now going to be synonymous to a tent which pastoralists will put up. When they go to a place and they find water there, they'll put it up. And when the water disappears, they move on and they put it up elsewhere. That is now the new world. Your career is now a tent and no longer a house. So that's the analogy I'd like you to take away. And I think you therefore need to be the kind of person who is consistently learning. Learning agility, which we've talked about significantly today, is going to be the #1 trait. And resilience. It's not going to be easy to consistently have to reinvent yourself. And so we really need to take care of ourselves, our mental well-being, our mental health, because this is going to be a tough time for the country. The truth is, AI is going to disrupt jobs. Are they taking away jobs? Not necessarily. They will disrupt jobs. Today it's the journalists in America. Tomorrow it will be healthcare, financial services. It's going to come after every different industry. And so prepare yourself. I don't have a crystal ball, and so is AI going to be the only technology that comes up? I don't think so. There's going to be others. So the bottom line is, let's consistently reinvent ourselves. Let's come up with the solutions. I've shared with you one use case where we can 100x our teachers and sort out the digital literacy problem that we have in the country. I think this is all within our control. Thank you so much for listening to us today.
Okay, so I will like actually what Chris has described. In Estonia, we call that startup mentality. It's basically you only make use of what you need now, and do not build something that is not necessary for you right now. And that kind of startup mentality, for Estonia, it is taught in secondary school. No child in Estonia is able to graduate from secondary school without having started a business. Estonia teaches entrepreneurship not as a theoretical subject, but as a practical subject. Students start their businesses in high school, and many of them continue running those businesses while they are in university and later on in life. Some of them might not go to university, some of them might actually find that the business that they established when they were 15, 16 years old are viable businesses that they continue to run. And as we all know, and Maureen also alluded to this, we have to have the willingness to take risks. We have to be willing to fail and fail quickly. We have to be able to learn and improve and do something that then works. And young people very often have a much stronger aptitude for that than many of us in our age. They have less to lose. They don't have children's school fees to pay. And so a lot of entrepreneurship, willingness to risk, actually is the strongest at that age. So number one is to start to bring up entrepreneurs out of school. So Estonian education does not produce people who will look for jobs. Estonian education produces people who create jobs for themselves and others. So this is one of the ways in which plenty be found. Secondly, and at least, this is tech environment, so I don't need to tell anybody what Estonia is, but I think possibly many of you might have not noticed the population of Estonia. Can I just ask quickly, how many people work at Safaricom?
Almost 10,000.
Safaricom, 10,000 people.
Almost.
Okay. Estonia's population is about 100 times that. So we are 1.3 million. We are 1.3 million, and Estonian companies do work in ICT sector in 128 countries across the world. So that is the impact of growing up entrepreneurs through education system. And so if you actually want to engage with those entrepreneurs, the startup community, they will be right here in this hall on the 6th of December. There is Latitude 96 event where Estonia's startup community, the leaders are here in this hall. So come and engage with them, and you will get to experience what that startup mentality feels like. And they actually come with quite a bit of the support system, the angel investors, the venture capitalists, etc. So plenty be found, and we are supporting that.
Yes. Thank you so much, panelists. I will ask the audience and the panelists as we stand and leave the stage. Kindly stand. We are embracing, igniting Africa's digital talent with Wakanda Forever. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Naisanya. As the panelists leave stage, the thing is, speaking to our theme of igniting Africa's digital renaissance, it speaks to one of our biggest potential points, which is Africa's youth. But Africa's youth, it's called the youth dividend, but that dividend can only be unlocked through education and upskilling. If we don't figure that out, which the panel was speaking into, it can actually become a ticking time bomb. It's the biggest risk of our time. Chris, I loved what you said, education doesn't have to stop. I remember in high school, we had this thing called academic bonfires. I don't know how many of you guys had those things, that we finished to memaliza kuchop. So bring all your books, all your textbooks, and you create an academic bonfire, thinking that that is the end of learning. But as you've seen, AI means that we have to be continuous learners, and you're better off, getting to that mindset and keeping yourself business ready. Does that break our model? Our current education model? I've graduated, so that's the end of it. Maybe it does, but Estonia offers great learnings, where you embed this thing all the way to kindergarten, and by the time you've left high school, you've gotten your fingers wet in starting a business. So you can, one, understand what it's going to take, or if it's for you, and therefore embedding that startup mindset from those early days. So Naisanya, those three things were upskill, certify, and earn. And talking about that, earlier when Paul was on stage, we needed to showcase the platform itself. And under the Industry Digital Talent Program, we actually have a marketplace that's supposed to connect digital talent opportunities. And I'd like to invite on stage Fred Mbogwa and his team to showcase this and also officially launch it. Help me welcome them on stage.
Afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Frederick Mbogwa, software engineer with a bias for front-end engineering, but mainly an innovator that loves to see good software and good applications work. So how many of us remember our first interview? Our first job interview. You're straight from campus, you've gotten a job, maybe a gig, and you're trying to do your first interview. How many of us remember? Or maybe we haven't done our first interview yet. So I'm speaking for the Gen Zers in the room. I'm speaking major anxiety vibes right now, possibly? Yes, so I remember my first interview. Let me tell you the experience. So I go to this interview, and the interviewer asks question 1. Frederick, tell us something interesting, something in the software world that you've built that you'd like us to know about, something interesting. And I was like, yeah, I know this one. I quickly open, projects. At least I can always start with a campus project, right? So I start that, boot it up, I show them. Question 2, So Frederick, have you implemented CI/CD pipeline for this? And I started for a while, and my reaction is, CI what? So, of course, goes like, so do I repeat the question? I had the question, I just don't know what language you're speaking right now. So what do you think I answered for my question 3? You know? By the time we were getting to question 4, I was already about to say, thank you guys for your time. I will contact you when I know what you're talking about. But then again, I think, what was running through the mind of the person on the other side of the table? You know, they don't know who to invite for this interview. They don't know what skills you have. They don't know if the questions they're asking you are strange questions and you've never heard of anything like this before. So this is where the Industry Digital Talent Platform comes into play. One platform that we have been passionately working on and was launched first in 2022. And today we'll also be launching it because now it's become a system and a platform that we can be able to access, that will be able to bring together candidates that once you come from, campus, you are able to get onto a marketplace where you can learn a skill or pick up a career path that is going to be useful for you. And again, for our partners to also be able to, offer the courses, offer the career paths, and the learning paths that are useful for you, and for potential employers to also find out. So to showcase this, maybe the next time you show up for your interview after you go through this program, for the Gen Zers in the room, you might show up with the main character energy. So to showcase this and how it works, I'll invite my colleague Alvina to take us through it. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I can relate with the interview story. I'm surprised many of us can't relate. But we have had a lot of talk on machine learning, big techs, LLM models, but I'm sure most of us haven't skilled up on that. So what we did, we tried and come up with skill areas that we think are fundamental, because as the panelists said, if you don't have the fundamental skills, ChatGPT can't help you, yeah? Yeah. So we have several skills, like we have cloud computing, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, fintech, of course, artificial intelligence and machine learning, big data and analytics, robotics, and we're giving this out to candidates, anyone who wants to upskill. Like, I am a machine learning engineer, Discover trainee, but I am upskilling as a front-end developer. So, yeah. So now, for example, I'm a candidate, I want to upskill on Internet of Things. I'm going to click on Learn More. As you can see, you're able to see the training partner, you're able to see the location, because if I can't attend a class physically, then I'll choose something that is fully online, yeah? You're able to see the course description, you can see the curriculum, and of course, if you see the curriculum and you feel like you know everything, then I can choose another course. And once I'm contented with this, I'll just click on Apply. And once I click on Apply, then I'm going to be prompted to sign in, because we want to keep your details, and we want to put them in a talent pool, so that our partners, everyone can check this tech talent pool, and then you can get employment, you can get internship, you can get mentorship. And for that journey, I'm going to invite Edward. He's going to take you through it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Alvina. I'm Edon Zero, the technical product owner of IDTP, the Industrial Digital Talent Program. So I'm going to take you through the amazing journeys for the candidate, whereby as a candidate, once you access the platform, you'll be able to sign up and then update your profile, where you'll also upload your CV. I'm sure each of us here has a CV. In case anyone here doesn't have, then that's really a disaster. After which, you'll be able to get access to the 9 high-demand skill areas, like Alvina has mentioned them. Then you'll be able to choose one based on your preference, after which you'll submit. Once you do the submission, you'll have joined the pool of candidates who have also done the same. From there, vetting will happen, whereby you will be taken through the vetting process, and once you're chosen, or once you're successful, you'll be able to be linked to a training provider. So one of them is Moringa School. After you're linked to Moringa School, you'll be able to be taken through a vigorous training course, whereby you'll be linked to industry-related challenges, as well as more other problem-solving approaches. After which, you'll also have access to mentorship as well as internship opportunities. For instance, last week, something very interesting happened, whereby when we opened the Decode registration portal, within 30 minutes, all the 500 slots had already been taken away. So you can imagine if you're within the engineering community and the tech community, and you don't have access to such platforms, you can always miss out interesting opportunities. So the idea is to keep the community and the various candidates engaged by posting events as well as other hackathon details that are coming up. Also, we'll have the other very important personas in this application, whereby we'll now have the program partners as well as industry players coming into the pool and offering employment opportunities as well as more internship opportunities. So by that, we'll be availing the open talent marketplace. So this platform now is enabling all that by digitizing the whole process. Thank you. I'll now hand over to my colleague Mushami.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Or is it morning? Now, thank you, Edward. You've taken us through the journey that a candidate goes through. But allow me to take you a bit closer to what a candidate would expect from the platform and walk this journey with me. Now, the first thing that you experience as a candidate is a dashboard that is personalized to your experiences and your profession, your academic experience. Now, what this platform does, it gives you an opportunity to keep it up to speed. And one of the ways in which you can put yourself out there in a competitive marketplace is to make sure that your profile is up to date. And this helps for the partners to be able to discover you and to get to understand the progress and the steps you're making towards your career. But beyond that, this is also a showcase of the opportunities that are there. And this opportunity can be in the shape of training, a mentorship, as my colleagues have said. And yeah. Now, beyond that, we understand that training and opportunities are not enough to put candidates out there, or to even prepare them for a competitive marketplace. And so we have engagement platform or engagement opportunities for us to engage with candidates. And this is in the shape of events and news. Say there's Decode coming up, or there's an outreach in your university, or perhaps there's a scholarship being rolled out. You'll have all access to that, and probably you'll be among the very first to be notified of the same. Now, this platform is not just for candidates. It's also for the partners. And the partners will also have the access to post the events, the news, the training opportunities they have, the mentorship, employment, etc. that they have. And also, they'll have a chance to pick from the pool of vetted talents who've gone through rigorous training. Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Industry Digital Talent Program, and we're inviting you to engage with us back at the booth. Get to learn more about what Industry Digital Talent is and get to understand how we can partner. And with those few remarks, I would invite Paul Kasimu for the final remarks.
Actually, no remarks. Let's just put our hands together, and I'll ask Mary and Chris and the team. You can take a bow here, Moshami. This is an absolute genius kind of piece of work made in Safaricom for the world. So a clap for that. I was hoping Chris, who is our head of talent, Peter, Joka, the talent team, for what has been an amazing bit. Andrew, just come here. So that's the team that is behind the work you've seen, and it can only get better. So thank you once again. And you can see I'm the only one who is messing the average age. So it was okay until I stood there. Makofi kwao, and you can take a bow, guys. Thank you very much.
Great. I think it was important that we get to that session. And you can see that in as much as you're talking about talent, is how do we maintain that talent pipeline? How do we continue upskilling? Now, moving swiftly forward is a panel that you will appreciate in as much as it's coming between you and lunch will be a fantastic one. And I'd like to call on David Kanyi, who's going to walk us through, invite his panel, and they're going to be discussing beyond borders and building a borderless financial ecosystem. Paul, karibu. No, sorry, David, karibu.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good. I know, yes, we are standing in between lunch, but we have some good information and news for you, so please hold up. I'd like to just set the stage for what we want to discuss today here with my panel. We are talking about beyond borders, financial services beyond borders. And today we'll be looking at what AI can do for us and the future of financial services, cybersecurity in a borderless ecosystem, data privacy and protection of customer information, fintech platforms and innovation, regulatory collaboration, responsible innovation, and customer-centric financial services. To assist me unpack all this, I have a panel of eminent and experienced industry leaders. Cumulatively, they have over 100 years of experience. And I'll invite them on stage one by one so you can actually confirm that. So our first panelist is Nita Omanga. Nita is the current Deputy Director and Head of Payments at Central Bank. She's passionate about driving financial inclusion and transforming the payments landscape. She's a seasoned professional with over 20 years' experience. And when she's decoding, because now she's coding, when she's decoding, she likes to spend some time with the family and also take out time to do some adventures. Our next panelist is Sami Mutua. Sami Mutua is the head of payments at M-Pesa Africa. He has over 18 years' experience in financial management and is currently the head of payments for M-Pesa Africa, responsible for delivering of payment solutions across 6 M-Pesa markets. When he's decoding, he likes cooking. He's a chef. Ali Hussein is our third panelist. Ali Hussein is a household name for anyone in fintech space. Ali is a serial entrepreneur, regular commentator, and contributor to All Matters Tech, the policy and regulatory landscape that straddles this sector across Africa and globally. So he sits in very many boards as a chair, servicing the Kenya ICT Action Network, Africa Fintech Network, and also Mutual Investment Group. When he's decoding, he also likes to cook. So I think these guys in fintech love cooking, when the pressure is too high up there. And finally, Felix Katonon-Rop. You guys don't know Felix? Yeah? Good. So Felix is a technology enthusiast, a professional with a passion for applications of technology-based solutions for daily needs. He has extensive knowledge and experience in technology applications in telco financial services space within East Africa, and particularly in delivery and maintenance of software services for mobile money and value-added services. So when Felix is decoding, most of us know Felix for being in suits. So when he's decoding, he missed the call to be a runner, so he cycles. So he likes cycling and playing tennis. Welcome. So, beyond borders. So we are looking at what can we do for financial services beyond borders. And I'd like to invite, for the first question, I'd like to invite Nita. Nita, as a central banker, of course, as our regulator, collaboration is critical. So collaboration is critical, and in ensuring that partners are able to scale with the regulators, both locally and beyond borders. How can the financial industry align with Safaricom Financial Services mission to unlock potential of fintech platforms and scaled tech solutions to drive development of borderless financial ecosystem?
Thank you. Thank you, David, and thank you for inviting us for this Decode this year. Last year we attended virtually. I think to answer your question, Safaricom has done a great deal already in terms of partnering with the financial industry to enable payments both locally and internationally. And I think that's why Kenya is known as the home of M-Pesa today, and we're very, very proud about that. These innovations we have seen continue to develop. I think what Kenya needs to do is to remain at the forefront of innovation. And speaking about borderless transactions is just to extend what we have done here domestically. And we could even start with the countries where Safaricom has presence already and enable those payments. Some of those are capable already. We do send money to Uganda and Tanzania and possibly to another country. But I think even with the partnerships that Safaricom has with other financial service providers, be it money remittance companies, is to ensure that the experience that we get here as Kenyans is equivalent to what people are getting in other countries, and to make it seamless and obviously more affordable for all. I think there are also a few things that we can learn and improve, both domestically and across the borders. And I like to use examples to bring the message home.
Sure.
Obviously, when we look, if you drive around Kenya, you see agent. It might be a bank agent, a mobile money operator agent. And I've gone even within other East African countries, and you see the same thing. It actually kind of makes us look like we're at stage one of digitization. And I think Kenya has moved far much forward. So to enable that kind of seamless interoperability across different networks, across service providers, both domestically and internationally, will really do a lot for us. The other thing is looking at your SMEs or our SMEs, what exactly are their pain points? We've addressed the consumer needs very well, but I think the supplier or the merchant needs have not quite been met as optimally as they would like. They want to buy their goods from Turkey, from China, and from wherever, and they want to pay seamlessly. Nobody wants to be told to walk to the bank and fill a form and present themselves in person just to do an international remittance. And I think Safaricom can enhance the partnerships that they already have with our financial institutions to ensure that this gap is actually met, and it's met for especially the SMEs and the MSMEs, because that's where they really do feel the pain. I think one other point that I might add here for borderless financial payments is we shouldn't even need to think about whether it's within Kenya or across the border. So we're not yet at that point. We shouldn't have to know, I shouldn't have to think about whether I'm sending money on network or off network, and I shouldn't have to think about whether I'm sending money within my country or out of my country. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what will propel us to the next stage, and I think Safaricom, we're looking at you to enable some of these innovations, because financial service providers, including banks, innovation is not their core mandate. So we're looking at you to bring us these solutions and enable these partnerships with service providers.
Thank you, Nita. That's profound in terms of just looking at the opportunities beyond borders. So money is fungible, and you're right, yes. So I want to bring in Sami to the conversation. Sami, you operate within six countries within Africa. Want to look at value proposition for payments and what's the next frontier? And just picking up from Nita's conversation around how do you export these services across Africa and beyond? What opportunities lie there now and also in the future?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. David, thank you for your question, and I appreciate being invited for this forum. I like to look at payments as one of the things that is as old as mankind. We've been making payments since time immemorial. And if you look at where we've come from, the only difference is we've got the ability, the knowledge, the know-how today to offer all those capabilities in a single device to make it easier for people to access this. And this is at the heart of financial inclusion. Kenya is one of those markets we have moved away from financial inclusion. I think we are amongst, if not in the top 2, probably the top financially included markets in the emerging world. And that's thanks in kind to the efforts from digital payment capabilities, as well as what M-Pesa has continuously done over the last 16 years. Where do we go next? The next frontier for us is, and I think Nita has made a valid request, is do we understand the needs of our customers? And not just the consumers who are making payments, but the SMEs who rely day in, day out on making payments, not just domestically, but internationally. So how do we approach that capability? And I think the first step is to look at ourselves, and we've done an internal view of what M-Pesa needs to be across our entire footprint. And what we want to be is an ecosystem. Yeah. And why do we need to be an ecosystem? We want to be an ecosystem because we understand that there are so many solutions and needs out there that we cannot, as one organization, be able to cover for all the outstanding needs that SMEs have. So what do? We create that network effect to ensure that if you're an SME and you're trading in clothing, hardware, toys, foodstuffs, there is an option for you within the M-Pesa ecosystem. I think the next thing is to look at transparency. And I know we are going to have a discussion around this, but how quickly can we ensure that someone in Kisumu or someone in Mombasa can seamlessly make a payment? It is received on the other side and goods are received. If you look at how import-exports work, goods are never released until payment is received on the other side. If you calculate the time lost when SMEs are looking at sending funds in traditional remittance formats and then waiting for goods to be shipped, on average, SMEs are working about 14 to 16 days a month. Why? Because of the inefficiency in payments. So what we are doing is ensuring that from your M-Pesa wallet, you're able, whether you want to have the global pay card or whether you want to pay directly from your M-Pesa wallet, we've enabled SMEs to make payments via APIs to anyone, anywhere in the world to speed up that capability. And I think the last step is forward thinking. Technology is changing. 10 years ago, nobody talked about blockchain. Today, we are talking about blockchain and how it can simplify not just the process of payment, but also address one of the fundamental problems that businesses face when it comes to making payments is, the cost of making international payments is ridiculously high. So how do we bring that down? So I think as M-Pesa, we've embraced exploratory views of how blockchain can ensure that we lower the cost and increase the efficiency around payments.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I want to bring in Felix to this conversation in terms of platform play. Of course, the opportunities are there beyond borders. Sami is already looking at the various markets. So can you paint a picture in terms of what are some of the successful innovations around platforms that we can use to scale business beyond borders?
Yeah, thank you, David, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start by mentioning that M-Pesa is what it is at the moment as a platform, because of the architectural decisions that were taken a couple of years back, where we see the platform being able to process over 2,500 transactions per second, and that is customers concurrently, with powering more than 35,000 integrations. We have over 60,000 developers in our ecosystem, and that is powered by that architecture that I mentioned that went into a platform that is resilient in nature. We've seen a number of institutions collaborating with us just to be able to push this agenda. And as we move forward, hence the need to have more open APIs that support interoperability in order to foster even more innovative ideas around the financial services ecosystem. Taking an example of Hustler Fund, we at first had a platform that we still have at the moment that is multi-tenant in nature, lending platform, that we looked at it and said, this is one platform that can support us to deliver Hustler Fund in a perfect way within the shortest time. With our brilliant developers in the team, coupled with now the platform capability that we have, we're able to deliver that within a very short time. At the time of launch, we could see a number of transactions coming in, queues of up to 6 million, but the system was still resilient. Customers transacting on M-Pesa were not impacted. That tells us the power of building resilient platforms, but looking at scalability, security as a key thing as we deliver these platforms. So I call the industry to collaborate with us in this journey, call upon them so that we're able to continuously have a secure ecosystem that can power financial inclusion within the country and even out of the borders. Thank you.
So we have the bus, that's what you're saying, in terms of platforms. So I'd like to bring in Ali into the conversation. So Ali, we've seen a lot of innovation. Safaricom is known for innovation, both in country and globally. What are some of the strategies what the organizations employ to ensure that innovation in payments and investments remains responsible, ethical, and aligned with the needs of the customers?
Thank you, David. Ethics, when it comes to financial services, one of the most critical issues to deal with first is privacy. How do we deal with privacy? For quite a number of years now, we have talked about the need for privacy, the need to ensure that we protect people, individuals, data. So I think the first thing to deal with first, David, is an ethics-first culture. We must have an ethical engagement to how we engage with customers, how we engage with our partners. If we don't have that ethics first, we're going to go wrong. And there is increasingly, there's a direct impact to our bottom line when we don't consider people's privacy. I do not think anybody in this room has not been privy to what has been happening with the data protection laws in this country. Globally, companies are losing billions of dollars in market capitalization because they are not taking privacy as seriously as they should. So ethics first, number one. The other one is a transparency conversation. My brother here talked about how cost of money transmission, cost of transferring money from one individual to another, cost of remittances from one country to another is a major impediment. In the Africa corridor, money coming in from other countries into Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, you name it, we have the largest cost of transmission of money in the world, between 8 to 12%. Now, when we are talking about people at the base of the pyramid, if you are sending 10,000 shillings from Dubai or from the US to a relative in Kenya, 10% of that is going to remittance, to the cost of remittance. I mean, guys, surely, what are we talking about here? What are those pipes called? I mean, are those pipes laden in gold so that, you know, the cost has been so much? We need to relook at that. The other issue is remittances, when we're talking about remittances intra-Africa, we are also talking about businesses. The sad fact is that Africa doesn't trade with itself. Intra-Africa's trade is only 16% of total African trade. And one of the key reasons for that is currency. So you find that if I'm providing a service to a Nigerian brother, to a Nigerian sister, to a Nigerian company, I will quote in dollars because I have no confidence in the naira or the shilling. We really need to start re-examining that mentality. And I think we already have players that are already starting to deal with that. The Pan-African Payment Settlement System, PAPS in short, is starting to address that. But my challenge, David, to the Safaricom team is how are we going to embed mobile money into that ecosystem? Because if we don't embed it, we are really not talking much. Statistics again, I love statistics. 85% of all digital transactions across Africa are mobile money. You can take that to the bank, no pun intended. If mobile money is not embedded in PAPS, what are we talking about? Who are we talking to? David, I can go on and on, but those can suffice for now.
I think, thanks, Ali, for that. And I think challenge accepted. Some of these are some of the areas where we think there are opportunities for scaling, especially around looking at more transparency and also lowering the price brackets. So be able to crowd in as many people as possible. But just picking up your conversation around data protection, I want to bring in Sam to this conversation. I mean, you've walked around the various 6 countries within Africa. And of course, data protection is becoming a challenge for everyone. And of course, that's a new area where everyone is very careful. All right? How have you been able to manage ensuring that you uphold data protection and especially protecting customers' information even as you trade cross-border with the various markets?
So Ali mentioned ethics, but again, I also want to point out it's not just ethics. You can have ethics and sit in the corner of any product development solution that you put into place. What we are trying to do and what we have been doing over the last few years is a bit more intentional. It is data protection by design. So our solutions are designed with privacy at the heart of it. This is not about data is a commodity. That is first and paramount, and everyone knows this. And therefore, who should have the right to commoditize that data is the owner of that data. And by design, if you look at how we have been putting out our solutions across all our markets, we run an ecosystem today. If we add the recently launched Ethiopia market of about 64 million customers, supporting over 1 million businesses across sub-Saharan Africa. If we do not have an intentional view of data, then we're going to have a problem because people use your payment capability first and foremost because it is easy, but most importantly because they trust it, right? And if we erode our trust, and that's something that we learned a long time ago as M-Pesa, that if we erode trust, then you are not going to have or to be in the payment industry for very long. So we're very intentional about how we do our data design. So what does that mean? It means that looking at what is the latest encryption that we can put into it. Can we be able to tokenize data so that if I'm sending money or if I'm making a payment, the person receiving the payment or receiving the funds is only able to access the information that is relevant to them, not the information that is irrelevant to them, but is very important to me. That's one of the core things that we're trying to ensure that goes out with all our products. As we get into cross-border payments, we are also making sure that the last bit about data privacy is accountability, right? Making sure that we understand if a cross-border merchant, carpet seller in Turkey, is selling carpets to a business in Dar es Salaam, right? What is the purpose of certain information, right? That has to be in the product design. So we're very intentional about how we look at data protection for our customers, and moreover, we hold ourselves accountable and we hold our partners accountable, because if we erode, if any one of those functions are not working in the ecosystem of trust, then we're going to lose out on the business.
Fantastic, fantastic. So I want to bring in Felix. So Sam has talked about data as being the new oil, and you require that data to scale business, both in country and beyond. How are we leveraging on AI for future financial services, and in terms of ensuring that the data that we have can be driven to either crowd in more customers and also showcase opportunities available to our customers?
Yeah, thank you, David. So AI has the potential to revolutionize financial services industry because with AI we can manage risks, with AI we can manage costs, and with AI we're able to introduce a different range of products to our customers that are personalized in nature. We started a journey about 3 years ago as Safaricom within the financial services to modernize the financial services platforms, looking at cloud native architecture and also AI embedded on it. And the intention for this was for us to be able to understand our customers better, so that as we give the offering around wealth products, lending products, and any other product, then we do understand you better. When you go to our super app, M-Pesa super app, then we're able to show you the mini apps that are relevant to you, not just all the mini apps. So we started that journey. It's a journey that we are progressing with. And away from the product offering, then also we are applying AI to ensure operational excellence, where we are looking at a downtime of 0 when it comes to upgrading the platforms, when it comes to running the platforms. Almost 5-6 years ago, I think we would have a lot of downtimes on M-Pesa when upgrading and when dealing with incidents. But recently, as you've noted, the systems have been pretty stable. Upgrades take up to a maximum of 4 minutes, and most of the upgrades actually taking less than 1 second, just an upgrade, and customers will not notice at all. And we've applied a lot of AI just understanding the models. We would want to go to the next step, again, as mentioned, where we will now be able to detect and apply auto-healing mechanisms within our environment, just to have the platform being even more resilient, in that we don't get to a point of the customer being affected. All these we are doing in the spirit of customer centricity, which is part of our Safaricom spirit and culture. Thank you.
Thanks. And before we leave you, Felix, we're all aware of the challenge that is available or that is out there, that is, cybersecurity and the threats that, in the face of our businesses. So what can you tell organizations to do in terms of, trying to address these challenges? In as much as we are looking at opportunities, we also have to look at the other side of it in terms of the challenges that come with those opportunities. We have seen a couple of threats in the past few months, and of course these have affected our businesses, and of course it gives us an opportunity to scale better and also look at other ways of dealing with it. What can you advise the organizations to do?
Yeah, thank you. The threats are real in the financial services sector, and I would say we need to look at the 3 key metrics. We need to look at the people, we need to look at the technology and the processes around cybersecurity within our institutions, where from a technology perspective, then we have to deploy superior technology to curb threats, and even subscribe to threat intelligence, where we're able to collaborate as an industry and get to know some of these vulnerabilities that are there within the country and even out of the country, for us to be able to curb them before they start impacting our ecosystem. From a process perspective, I would say there is a need to always ensure we are running on the latest patches, ensure that we do not have vulnerabilities on our platform, and as and when we have them, then we remediate them within the shortest time. Access management is very critical. Let's not only look at the external threats from outside the organization, there are also internal threats. Hence, the need to have solutions that are able to detect such threats and be able to remediate them before we start seeing customer. And that goes a long way when it comes to data privacy, because in case you have an internal threat, then you may end up finding data out there, not pulled by somebody who's outside, but pushed by somebody internal. So in Safaricom, we have solutions that we're able to use that to detect when somebody is trying to push data. We block that. When somebody is trying to pull data from outside, then we're able to detect and remediate immediately before that happens. Again, to the industry, I think there is need for us to really collaborate more. We do quarterly sessions with the banks and other financial institutions. There is need to pull these to have a bigger scope so that we're able to bring in ideas and protect ourselves across all the different borders, just to ensure from a cyber perspective, then we are safe, and we collaborate to ensure we can grow the financial inclusion agenda without the cyber threats being a hindrance to us.
Good. Yeah, the threat is still out there. We are not out of the woods. We still have to be resilient and also very, very aware of what's happening. I want to bring Nita back into the conversation. So Nita is second year after your rolling out of your national payment strategy. Paint a picture of are we on track? What can private sector do to also scale the implementation of the strategy, and where are the opportunities based on your learnings for the first 1 year?
Thank you, David. Yes, we are quite well into our way of the national payment strategy that was launched in 2022 and goes on to 2025, but we're already seeing that some things are already changing. And we have to be agile to make sure that we remain on course. But I think the strategy is actually quite comprehensive in terms of bringing in new models, bringing in the interoperability, true interoperability that I talked about earlier. This also will tie into things like cross-border payments. And I think for us as a regulator, I think regulation is an enabler. Some people, when they think that they need to get a license, they, are a little bit uncomfortable. But regulation is really an enabler of technology and innovation, just to make sure that we are all keeping on track. Now, back to the national payment strategy. The pillars of the strategy are quite clear: to create payments that are, simply put, affordable for Kenyans, giving Kenyans choice. Security is very important. And without that security or that trust that Sam talked about, this is where you find people opting or saying, I would rather do this transaction at my financial institution, because they lack the trust. So we are very, very keen to make sure and to work with our partners very closely, as we do with Safaricom, to make sure that the consumers are protected, that businesses also have solutions that are meaningful, and that the price is right. We'll also launch the pricing principles. We don't dictate the pricing, but we make sure that there's a certain principle that is aligned. Now, when we look at different service providers, and we try to see what's the differentiation, because we really do want to take Kenya to the next level. We are seeing a lot of cut and paste solutions, which are completely identical to each other. And I think, like the key chief guest mentioned, there are certain sectors that are still underserved. He talked about education, we see in health, and this goes beyond the payments. Beyond the payments angle, how do you help your, for example, school institutions reconcile? So building up on the payments features that you have to give some back-end support to your customers, I think that's very, very important. One other thing is that I think looking again at our, when we look at our country, it's really coming up with tailor-made solutions for those individuals. And I know we will talk about financial inclusion in a bit, but when you go to someone who doesn't even have water and you want to sell them a mobile solution, and you say we will load it with some money, but they don't have water. So what are the opportunities for the people in this room, for example, to even partner with entities outside of payments, outside of the financial industry, to first solve that problem and then bring in, and then we can talk about the financial inclusion bit of it.
That's a good challenge. So you cannot sell credit before you give someone some life in terms of water. I think I want to bring in the conversation around sustainability and purpose-driven investments. And just picking up from what Nita has mentioned. So how can the financial ecosystem encourage and support purpose-driven investments aligned to sustainability goals?
That's an excellent question, David. I think there are a myriad of challenges that exist today. I've noticed Paul has left, so I'm very confident in saying this without HR hearing. Payments is 2% of what the market needs. It's a very small element. But a lot of investment and technology has gone into it, but fundamentally doesn't mean that we are solving the right problem. We've solved the problem of how can I exchange goods for goods and services. But if I look at, and I like the analogy of an SME and asking myself every time that we are out there in the market meeting with them is, so we've given them the capability to accept payments. And we've also given them the capability to make payments. But the key question is that their only problem? If you look at the ecosystem of an SME, and that's how we like to approach, as M-Pesa, that's how we want to approach and how we are approaching problems and challenges from the SME sector, is to look at what is the ecosystem that the SME is operating on. They've got suppliers, they've got families, they've got children, they've got parents, they've got dependents, they have a home. And to be quite honest, what I have seen is more and more solutions around, and Anita has aptly put it in a better way than I could ever do. The same solution repackaged over and over again by different entities, and that's what goes out into the market. Whereas we're leaving about 98% of the problem unsolved. So the key question for us is, how can we work with the people in this arena? How can we work with the regulator? How can we work with the experts such as Felix and Ali to resolve the fundamental problems that sit in Kenya, right? Number one, we have a challenge with food security. We are at the precipice of El Nino, and we know for those of us who were there in '97, we saw how bad it could get. Are we prepared? And today, how does the solutions we put in place in the market prepare our consumers for such shocks? We saw the effect COVID had. And to be quite honest, we were digitally ready to make payments, but we were not digitally ready to come and resolve the problems that came after. Businesses shutting down, people being able to not to be able to sustain themselves. So the key question for me is to sit down and look at how can we ensure that we have three things. One is, how much of a fintech or a financial institution's investment is actually looking at real-world problems outside the major cities? That's number one. I think number two is about collaboration. Solving development challenges might not be the most exciting proposition out there from a return on investment perspective, but what we have noticed as M-Pesa is whenever we are involved in partnerships and collaborations that change the mindset, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, what we are doing is we are emboldening communities to do more than they traditionally thought they could. Therefore, we are leveraging a big chunk of our investment in partnering with people, solution providers, as well as technology enthusiasts who are able to offer solutions to those specific markets. And the third thing is about education, right? Are we at the forefront? Ali said 85%. I think it's market to market. You might even get some markets that are crossing over 90% of all transactions going through the mobile phone. And that means that we're in the hands of millions of consumers, not just in Kenya, but across the broader sub-Saharan region. So for me, the key question is, and M-Pesa does it very well, and what I'm looking for is for my partners to also leverage on that capability, the capability to directly educate the consumer, right? And spend investment dollars educating the consumers on relevant solutions that can alter their life. At the beginning of October, at the end of September, I know there's football that is going on, there's a lot of betting opportunities, but fundamentally for me, it's also back to school. And parents are struggling to get their kids the right kind of education. So are we leveraging that capability to push those parents into financial sickness? Or are we enabling them to show them this is how you can ensure that your kids and your dependents are also able to access fundamental education? We've seen the work that Paul and his team has done in terms of putting a curriculum on a digital stage. But and I will challenge that team. It's fantastic work, but it's also fantastic work for people who have a smartphone. What are we doing for the people who don't have a smartphone, who rely on our technology to be able to access different types of services? So for me, those are the three fundamental things. How much we invest and where are we investing it in, the right type of collaboration, and finally ensuring that we're educating the market.
Fantastic, fantastic. I think just listening to the panelists, what is critical is that everything we do, anything we do, the customer is at the core. At Safaricom, we say we are customer obsessed. So anything we build, of course we build for and on behalf of the customer or the people. We don't build for profit, we build for the people. And I think it's coming out clearly from all of you that if you're not doing it for the customer, then we're actually missing the mark. And I think that's a very powerful message that we're sending out there. So in winding up, I would like to get your parting shot in 30 seconds each. Just want to understand in terms of borderless payments and also exporting financial services. Where do you think we are in the right trajectory? Are there areas where we think we are missing out? And how can we bridge that gap? We can start, ladies first.
Yeah, so talking about borderless payments and borderless transactions, and I think we're all cognizant that where we sit as a country, we are a little bit high risk in terms of terrorism financing, money laundering, and all of those risks. And a lot of that money can be channeled easily through digital rails. So it's just to caution that we pick our partners wisely. We're very cognizant, and us as regulators, we do talk to our sister regulators in other countries and law enforcement. And we wouldn't want to see an illegal activity from another country being channeled through Kenyan rails or Kenyan startup rails and, you know, causing a problem here. So I think that's a bit of an oversight that we have. And I think it's something that we should take carefully so that we don't bring disrepute to our payment system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just go back to my good friend Nita and say, I think one of the things that are going to drive us to the next wave is collaboration as an industry. But at the heart of that collaboration has got to be the regulator. I've been a big fan of the central bank and the payments team specifically over the last few years, because I've seen the mindset change towards problem solving as opposed to, as Nita said, the role of regulation is actually to act as an enabler. So for me, I'm looking forward to how we can continuously work as an industry together with the regulator to ensure that we are looking at the best solutions for all the people in our market, right? I think Kenya Yes, we are at the forefront of digital payments, but as Ali has put it aptly, we have barely scratched the surface. There is so much to be done within the SME, the corporate space, the individual customer space, the remittance space, which prices are today actually slightly higher than what Ali put at about 13.3% in terms of remittances. And I don't think any one institution can solve that problem. It has to be a collaborative effort across all the industries. And I'm looking forward to a lot of the people sitting in this panel being able to put together relevant solutions using what Nita said in terms of ensuring that we have measured the risk and we are KYCing all our customers, and then looking at how we can ensure that we are lowering the cost, and finally making sure that we're giving the right solutions to the right customer at the right time.
Fantastic, fantastic. Ali?
For me, I just want to say that customer centricity is not just a buzzword. It should be at the core of any business. It should be the thing that keeps the CEO and the board awake every day, every night. How do we get to that customer centricity? I've put down a couple of things that I think are super critical going forward. But at the topmost is a deeper customer understanding. Who's your customer? How do you engage with that customer? Do you wait until they are calling your call center or put something on social media to complain? Where is your feedback loop with your customers? How do you embed those feedback loops into your product life cycle? I think it's very, very critical that we stop this conversation like it's something that it's nice to have conversations around panels, around, around stand-up meetings, but we must embed them deeply into our conversations as organizations. When we do understand customer centricity and we have a deeper understanding about your customer, and also get to a point where you are starting to intuitively understand those customers that you don't even have, because you must also evolve as an organization. When we get that right, we have better user experience platforms, we have better products intuitively that actually answer customer needs. I'll give you one example, one critical example that for me is very close to my heart. Most of mobile money loans go to individuals, but do we have insights onto what those individuals are actually spending that money for? Are these micro, small, medium enterprises? That guy who borrows at 4 a.m. in the morning and pays by 11 a.m. just before midday, what has he used that money for? What is that insight? Do we need to provide them with a better solution? If we start gleaning insights out of our data, and we have a lot of data, I don't even think it's terabytes, it's in the millions of terabytes, but what are those insights that we are getting out of all that data, and what are we using those insights for? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To my fellow developers, I would say that as we build and design solutions, then let's have a mindset of always on, always secure, just to be able to provide superior customer experience. And then to the industry players, policymakers, regulators, there is need for us to fast track the framework around AI for us to be able to benefit from it. Just looking at the data protection, being part of it, and how we protect our customers mainly. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think that was very intuitive in terms of just learning that data is critical for us. And we have to provide for the customer in terms of what we build. And I think the panelists, you have been awesome. Let's clap for our panelists. And to all of you, thank you for listening to this panel. I think it was important for us to understand the opportunities that lie ahead of us in terms of beyond borders. And clearly, the opportunities are there. And it's for us to take the skill to provide for some of those opportunities that will be available beyond borders. Asante.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause, and David as well for doing a great job. Kindly don't leave. I have just one thing I need from you just before you leave. Take a seat, kindly. One last thing. I just wanted to ask you an interesting question out of personal curiosity and also to get your professional insights. If I'm not wrong, it's so good to hear, first of all, that privacy and ethics is at the forefront of design and the development of financial services, and that the regulators are also thinking about ethics and safety and all of that. But my question is, usually they say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that where a person interacts with a financial payment service of any kind or has any cybersecurity issue, that's where the weak point is. You can build something, make it as secure as possible, but the human being is usually the weakest link, right? Do you guys agree with me? Yeah, because I don't know, if you have two-factor authentication, whatever on your phone, then you give someone your password. What was the point, right? So I want to know from the panelists, perhaps, what are your personal tips for securing your money online? And of course, yeah, just making sure that everything is A-okay. A tip that you could just give us. I'll begin with Nita. Yes. Yes.
How I make sure I'm secure?
Yes.
Yeah, so I've been digital, I can say. I am very cautious about not so much passwords. I think my children, all my children know all my passwords, so that's not very good, but I trust them.
Yeah.
I think it's more about device security for me. My fear is if someone nicks my phone or my laptop, will they be able to access especially my financial information? And I remember many years ago, we were doing a training, and I asked people, when you lose your phone, what do you do? And most of them will call Safaricom to say, I've blocked my SIM, whatever, but they don't call the bank. But I think that has changed.
Sure.
You certainly should call the bank first. And I think also in an extreme situation, I also gave this example many years ago. I said to someone that if you have a bad accident, the first thing you do is call your either card service provider or your mobile service provider, just to make sure that your financial information is secure. But yes, device security is top-notch. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Nita. What about you, Sami?
I think people worry too much that Big Brother is watching. They forget that it's not Big Brother that's a problem. There are a lot of bad people out there, right? It's actually it's the evil step twin that's watching you. So do you know what apps are on your phone? Do you understand what you're downloading, that link that you're tethering with because you think it came from a friend of yours? If you're not sure about the apps and where that information that is being collected on your phone, because none of us, and I'm 100% certain, no one reads all the disclaimers as you download apps. No one reads the terms and conditions. And that's a loophole. That's a hole that a lot of people have used to be able to sneak in different applications into whether you're using a laptop, whether you're using a phone. So the key question for me is, if you are not sure, right, and this is my advice for anyone, if you're not sure that your device is secure, do not put any financial transaction information on that device. Pure and simple.
Thank you so much. Ali?
For me, two things. Number one, social engineering is the greatest hack, not techies. The guy who will confidence you for you to give them your password, or the elements of your password, your birth date, your mother's name. Be very careful of those ones. Those are the biggest hacks. And the next one, I say this tongue-in-cheek, but I mean it. Change your password as often as you change your underwear.
Yes.
Please, do not have your password, same password every year, day in, year out. You'll thank me later on that one. Thank you.
Ali, the problem is some people don't change their underwear very often. Could be problematic, but we can give a time frame. Every few months, right? Ali, every few months? Okay, yes.
Yeah.
Felix?
Yeah, thank you.
Actually,
sorry, depending.
Okay.
There are certain specifics that, depending on where you work, probably every day.
Every day.
Yeah, but if it's your email password, probably every couple of months. But if you are in sensitive workplaces, you even have those gadgets that every time you come in, you have a new password.
Okay, thank you. So cybersecurity practices are no longer good to have, but a must-have, and we have to embed them even as we develop solutions for our customers, looking at the extent to which it can cause damage to a company. And therefore, as organizations, there is need to, one, continuously sensitize employees just to know that clicking that email may cause trouble, or you may end up exposing the data for the entire institution. And again, layering now technology on top of it just to be able to support. In case somebody clicks by mistake, then what happens? Then you'll need to have a tool that automatically protects that data from going out or that employee from being exposed. But security starts from you. You don't have to wait for the cybersecurity department to protect you. Just be cautious as you check the emails, as you visit the different sites, and all will be good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. David?
Good. I think for me, is protect your information, protect your data always. I know most of us, when we access some buildings and they ask for your cell phone number and your ID, you keep on giving them the right information. Do you ever ask yourself where this information goes to, right? Then a couple of days later, a guy from committee is calling you, telling you that he has this job and is giving you a deep link. Then it sweeps your entire account. You know, M-Pesa gives you an M-Shwari loan. You don't even know how it happened. So I think be conscious on how you're giving out your data. Personally, I don't give out my data when those security guys ask me to write my email and address, my cell phone number, because that's the first point where I can get very vulnerable. And again, of course, as my colleagues have said, that password is critical. Guard it with your heart and always change it oftenly.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Asante sana. It's about time to break for something I know you're all looking forward to. I want to see if Zuri also gets bothered with issues of bills, if people are on her back just before we break for lunch. Zuri, do people come to you to rant about their bills?
Yes, Mariam, all the time. And a lot of times it's the data bundles. They're always complaining about how their bundles are out in no time. But the one thing that people need to discover is a data manager, which Safaricom has put in place that helps you manage your data well.
Okay, a data manager. There's also a bill manager. That's one of my favorite things, right?
Yes.
All right.
You can also check on the My Safaricom app where you will find Zuri. You will also find hot deals that you can get free data or data for cheap. It's so many things you can do in there.
All right. Zuri, what's next for our in-house audience and those at home?
Oh, the one thing that we've been waiting for, lunch. But when we come back,
yes,
the person who gave us Radio Love, Si Rahisi, and just yesterday she dropped a song called Siko Shua featuring Darasa. Nadia Mukami will be hosting us after lunch.
You heard Zuri right. Nadia Mukami will be right here after lunch. So we have a 35-minute lunch break. Please be quick and also as responsible as possible. For our distinguished guests, you will be ushered upstairs for your meal. For everyone else, if your badge says I'm a tech trailblazer, innovation pioneer, I'm a techie, and of course I'm an innovator ally, please go to the back. There's meals to the right and to the left and get your meal. There's also green bins for disposal. We'll be back here in 35 minutes for Nadia Mukami and for our afternoon sessions. Let's enjoy our lunch. Thank you so much, Zuri.
Thank you.
All right, we can break for lunch, guys. I know you've been looking forward to it.
Abdallah Maro's footballing career has bloomed like a desert rose. Born in Tana Delta District in Tana River County, Maro has made a name for himself in northeastern Kenya. He began playing football in 2013 when he was in class 8. His talent led him to being awarded a scholarship to Garissa High School, where his passion for football got wings.
Kitu yenye ilinifanya nipende football ni vile niliona kuna wachezaji ambao football inawalipa, lakini inaendeleza kimaisha.
Maro's footballing journey has the backing of his family, especially his doting uncle.
Mimi nilikuwa cha game za Chapadimba, kuna game yenye nimekosa kufika. Na game zote za Chapadimba nimeenda nikimwangalia. Na nilifurahi kwa kama kijana wangu yuko na ile talent ya ball na imemkuza hadi saizi anajulikana kwa jumla.
Maro played in the first 2 editions of Chapadimba na Safaricom, featuring for Garissa-based Berlin FC. Building on the experience gained in the first edition, Maro emerged as joint top scorer and the most valuable player at the national finals of the second edition. He was named in the all-star team that was rewarded with a 10-day trip to Spain. Unfortunately, he could not travel.
Mara kwanza sikufahamu kama ni kitu yenye inaweza fanya msee kufika mbali, lakini wakati ile nilijoin sasa ndo nikafahamu kama kumbe inaweza sukuma mtu kwenda mbali.
Maro was one of 2 players from Chapadimba selected for trials at Mathare Youth. He ultimately joined the Gor Mahia youth team before going on to play professionally in the Somalia Premier League.
After Corona 2021, nilipata call up kutoka timu inaitwa Midnimo ambayo inacheza Premier League Somalia. So siku sita niliona ni kama ni bahati pia. So nikakubaliana na wao. Then nikaenda.
The footballer from the arid northern part of Kenya attributes his success to discipline, and he is grateful to Safaricom for the opportunity.
Ninasema kitu yenye inafaa mtu kufanya ambayo kitu kwanza ni juhudi. Ndio ufikie malengo. Bila juhudi hauwezi. So ni ile imani, niko na imani ya kuwa naweza fanya na nikafika ile kitu yenye nafikiria kwa akili yangu. Ila zaidi ni kumwomba tu Mungu ndio nifanye bidii. Kitu cha kwanza na tuseme nafurahia kitu cha Chapadimba kutuamua kunifanyia ni ile kufanya kuonekana, yani kujulikana. Kwa sababu mara kwanza sikuwa najulikana mahali mingi, yani ni area tu. Lakini Chapadimba kufika nimetrend kiasi kwa sababu ukiingia YouTube unapata.
Maro's dreams for future footballing success are elaborate.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to confirm again, if your badge is written Techies, Innovation Pioneers, Tech Trailblazer, and Innovation Ally, please proceed to the back of the room to pick your lunchbox. Asante.
Making a difference.
We did not have water. Hatukuwa able to sterilize equipment. Many students didn't get the chance to interact with the computers.
It takes a single idea, a single decision to do better, to be better. It starts with people. It starts with you. It starts with me. it starts with us. But what does it take to make a change? At Safaricom Foundation, we believe it takes passion, love, dedication, and Kenyans to build a better future. It's this hope that inspires us to keep moving, growing, and helping others. We partner with communities across all 47 counties to improve lives. By advancing education, we give children the tools to go further. By enhancing healthcare, we provide support so communities live healthy lives. By supporting economic opportunities, people can uplift themselves and build thriving communities. We partner with people through the values we share, the people who inspire us, and the lives we continue to touch.
Now I'm able to interact much more better with the computer.
Start treatment at the right time to reduce the rates of mortality.
So that we're able to have a tank that the capacity is good enough to serve us well.
They can be able to feed their families without any problem.
So, what does it take to touch someone's life? It means caring. Caring enough as an individual to do something about it. It means mobilizing, coming together to make it happen. It means being there for our brothers and sisters wherever they are. We remain inspired by Kenyans doing what they can to be that positive change. Because when we unite, there's nothing we can't do.
Kwa kujali elimu bora na kuijenga future imara, together we can, together we can.
Hello! Oh, Katie tafadhali, Katie. So 20th April 2023 started like any normal day until Mzee Kiplangat walked into our I&M shop. That morning, he had received a message from Safaricom telling him happy birthday and giving him a great offer to speak for the day. He was so excited. So he said he has to go to a shop where he can actually pass his message of gratitude. So today, we have actually brought Mzee Kiplangat all the way from Nandi, which is his home area, all the way to Safaricom House here in Nairobi.
Message aliandikwa Kiplangat Arab Koek happy
birthday.
Sababu niliruka kweli.
At first he did not believe us when he was told that he's coming here for us to celebrate his birthday. But he's finally here. He has told us about his experience with Safaricom. He's so touched by the work that Safaricom does. And truly, our vision of transforming lives has come through in Mzee Kiplangat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Mzee Kiplangat.
Sasa mimi nakatwa cake sahi, sijui kama angekuwa kwa television. Nimechukua Safaricom kwa njia ya maana sana. It is non-discrimination. Hapa kui mtu yeyote kutoka tajiri kubwa mpaka ile mtu wa chini. Ukienda kwa Safaricom, kazi yako inafanywa kwa dakika 3, wewe unafanywa kazi kulingana vile uliingia. Mimi kitu namwambia Safaricom, nashukuru wafanyikazi ya Safaricom.
When he goes to our shops, he felt that he was treated with respect, he was assisted, he was supported. I think this message I would want to pass across to all the people who work at Safaricom. What you're doing every day is making a difference. Mzee Kiplangat has shown us today that we are truly transforming lives. And then just to re-emphasize our commitment through customer obsession, we continue to be dedicated, to be obsessed about meeting our customer needs, but also connecting with them in the days that are important to them. Unaona tu nyeupe tu, roho iko hivyo kama nyeupe hivyo. Nyeupe sana. Amen. Happy birthday mzee Kiplangat. Sasa ndio. Asante sana, asante.
It's your boy Triomio.
Yo, this is the only Rosa.
Hey guys, me MRRIGHT from Brooklyn Boys.
And it's AJ from Brooklyn Boys.
Hey, Wagwan. It's your boy Ndovu Ku. Akiwala.
BaseRadio.co.ke. BaseRadio.co.ke.
BaseRadio.co.ke.
Base Radio. Don't touch that dial. Akiwala.
This is Base Radio.
If you got a lover in your life, then why you acting like you don't know? You know, say now easy be the man we make you shine all night. If you got a lover who can give you the charge when you're low. Tell me what's the reason why you steady blowing off my line? Trying to make you feel blessed.
Nami mfuku nekukusa masinya.
The immediate first row here, just kindly move in front. Kindly move in front. Take it. And as you're moving in front, our CEO, Peter Ndegwa, on Friday had announced that Safaricom is actually working on something that is dubbed Get Hooked, which is focused on the youth. You could move in front and sit down. I wanted you to cover the spaces right in front of you. And this will be a platform that will plug you into the best technology, career, and culture advice. And to give you a taste of what Get Hooked is all about, of course, at Decode, we're bringing in the best of entertainment and music. Earlier, I introduced you to the two lovely DJs. And right now, I'd like you to put your hands together and dance to and engage. And I'll actually be looking at the room. I think it's another 4,000 shillings of airtime to go. So with a round of applause, I want you to help me welcome on stage Nadia Mukami.
Nadia, hoya, 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 hoya. Vicky Fundes. Nilichopata nikiomba walisema kitakwisha, nikitoa shukurani hadharani wakasema najigamba. Hao binadamu walinipa wiki, sasa imepita miaka bado wanasubiri. Kazi ya Mungu haina makosa, ingekuwa binadamu wanatoa ningekosa. Sio juju, ni maombi, ni maombi, si kelele, ni maombi, ni maombi, sio juju, ni maombi, ni maombi, si kelele, ni maombi, ni maombi.
DJ. How you guys feeling? Meshiba sana? Meshiba sana? Hapana. Meshiba sana? Aya, nisalimie kidogo. Just say hi. Just say hi to me. You guys are good? Twende kazi DJ.
Nadia.
DJ.
Hoya, hoya, hoya.
Twende. Leo tunatesa. Cause leo ni kutesa.
Nadia, form ni kutesa.
Cause leo ni kutesa.
Form ni kutesa.
Salimie.
It's a Friday night, itaweza kuambie kuna party tonight, no time sasa wakimbie. Chelewa mwana si wako, na uchunge usije hepana wako, huo mchele usijetiliwa kwako. Baby, ikibamba sana piga kelele wewe, na kama ni noma sana piga kelele wewe.
DJ. Now I want to teach you something. Kidogo tu. So say, DJ cheza radio love. Then you reply, oh, radio love. We tried. Okay, let's go. DJ cheza radio love. Chini kwa chini radio love. DJ cheza radio love. Chini kwa chini radio love. Let's go.
Ooh, Nadia.
Them call me Yano boy.
I never met someone like you before. I never felt something like this before. Mwenye upole, tena si mwenye hasira. Alipende
my baby love, my sweet chocolate. Samba loketo akinitega nianguke, naomba niokote. You already know, it's a dancing time. Cheza na wakati kangoma kako fire. Mtoto uko fire.
Oh my baby on a replay. Give my baby some dancing shoes.
Oh,
Cheza radio love.
Oh yeah, cheza radio love. Oh, radio love. DJ cheza radio love. Oh, radio love. Chini kwa chini radio love. Oh, radio love. Oh yeah, cheza radio love. Oh, radio love. DJ. One last time. Nikisema DJ cheza radio love. You reply with, oh, radio love, as I finish. DJ cheza radio love. Chini kwa chini radio love. Thank you so much. That has been my time. Nadia Mukami. God bless. Nadia.
I'm coming out on board.
I never met someone like you before. I never felt something like this before.
Engineers, roho zenyu ngumu nini? Hizi roho za engineer ngumu sana. No one is moving. Zuri, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Hebu nisaidie kidogo hapa. I need some Nadia trivia. Engineer naelewa pesa. Tanipatie na airtime 1000 hapa. Some Nadia trivia.
When I introduced Nadia, I said she just released a new song featuring DeRacer. What's the name of the new song?
I need a mic. I saw a first hand right here. Right on your side. Tell us your name, a bit about yourself.
I'm Winnie.
Winnie?
Yeah. Currently, I'm learning software engineering. Yeah. Okay, the name of the song is Siko Shua featuring DeRacer.
Siko Shua, Zuri, right or wrong?
Absolutely correct.
Haya, shika hii airtime yako ya tao. Let us melt those hardened engineer hats. Zuri, another one, please. Another piece of Nadia trivia.
Nadia Mukami has another song called Tessa that features Fena Gitu and a prolific male rapper, Kenyan rapper. Who's the Kenyan rapper?
I didn't see which hand went up. Zuri, did you see?
No, there were so many all at once.
Let's go with the dude. There's a guy right here, third row from the front, yes, with a checkered shirt-ish. Let us see if the 1,000 bob airtime is yours.
I'm Ray, an ML enthusiast, and the artist is Calligraph, sorry.
Calligraph, Zuri?
Yes.
Right or wrong, fantastic.
Yes.
1,000 shillings of airtime. Do you have another one? I think
yes, I do.
I've got 2 more G's in my pocket.
One last one.
One last one, good.
Nadia Mukami features somebody in Radio Love. What's the name of the artist featured by Nadia Mukami on Radio Love?
I don't know who to pick. Tungefanya nyara hapa. Those guys collaborated. They're splitting it to 50-50-50. They've raised their hands. I'm not going for those odds. Let me take this young man here. Wait, let me confirm this airtime is there. Yes, it's there.
I'm Joseph, currently a student in the Technical University doing IT. It's Arrow Boy.
Zuri,
absolutely
Arrow Boy?
Correct, yes.
Fantastic.
That's it from me, Mbogwa.
Asante sana. Hopefully next time Nadia comes on stage, we'll see a bit of motion. Because engineers, you code to music, right? Sindio, but the mind is willing, but the body just can't. So let's get to some hardcore engineer stuff, at least, right? So for our next panel session, you're going to look at the quantum leap and looking at AI-driven enterprise innovations in the age of quantum computing, moderated by a person I like to think is a good friend of mine, Rosemary Koech Kimwatu. So karibu Kimwatu on stage and call on your panelists, tafadhali.
Thank you very, very much. Glad that you can hear me. Yes, you're right, Mbogwa. You don't think we are friends, we are really friends. It's for real. Yes. Sasa. So happy to have my panelists on board. Karibuni sana. We'll have Charlotte come in first. Welcome, Charlotte. Next, we'll have Ori. Welcome, Ori. Ladies first. Then we'll have Bright. Karibu, Bright. And last but not least, Ravi. Welcome. And let's mix up. Yeah. Hi. Welcome. So good afternoon. These are usually the tough panels. You know, we're struggling. It's between us and your lunch. Are you energized for the afternoon? Yeah? Karibuni sana. So our conversation today is on reflections on the quantum age and artificial intelligence. Like, what are the trends for innovation in the context for Africa? And our focus here is acknowledging AI and quantum computing as technological enablers that can be leveraged for advancing technology, not just in Kenya, East Africa, and in Africa. And most importantly, for the betterment of humankind. Like with many other revolutions that we've had, the emergence of bad players and those kind of things that happen, and that is inevitable. But are we ready as Africa? Are we ready as Kenya in order to adopt AI and the quantum age, and to make the best out of it? So before I go further, I want to have each of my panelists introduce themselves, starting from Bright, coming all this way. Tell the panel who you are. But you know, this panel, I don't think they need to be introduced. But anyway, let's do it. For those who don't know the people on the panel. So we start, yeah.
Yes, good afternoon. So my name is Bright Kameli Maudo. I'm a cybersecurity engineer at a company called Mara. I'm also the founder of what we call Africa Hack-On, which is trying to just change the face of cybersecurity in Africa. I'm an offensive security engineer by practice, but I also try to learn how to do defensive as well. And now moving into the area of blockchain security and blockchain technology. It's great to be here, and happy to have this conversation because this is an emerging technology that we have to discuss about.
Thanks very much. My name is Charlotte Kipadisa. I serve as the head of Big Data and AI for Safaricom. I'm super excited to be here and to see this multitudes of talent in the area of software engineering, but also AI, and the possibilities that we can achieve as a community in bringing about the advantages that come with employing and implementing AI.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ori Okolo. I think the title they have up there is I'm a board member, independent board member of Safaricom, but I've been in the tech space for over 20-something years. In my day job, I'm an investor in growth stage companies across Africa as a partner at Verod Keppel Africa Ventures. I'm with super technical people, so I'm not sure why I'm on this panel. I kept telling them they've made a mistake. But I think for me, having been at the edge of different revolutions in Africa, from the internet to mobile, I think AI is the real deal. And so I'll be speaking about the trends and what we're doing and not doing as a continent to position ourselves well for it. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Ori.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ravi Baldev. I'm the CTO for Cyber Resilience for Dell Middle East, Africa, and Europe region. It's a big honor to be invited on this panel to talk about quantum, AI, and how all of these aspects drive innovation. So thank you again, Rose.
Okay. So Ori, you've said that it's a very technical topic. So maybe I'll have you give us the first question. What are the opportunities for quantum computing and AI in organizations, communities, and countries alike? And maybe you can tell it to us in a non-technical way so that we rope it in.
Yeah, so this is the very pedestrian version of how I see the opportunities around AI. And I think in particular, Gen AI is a game changer. And why is that? Because it has made it accessible. You know, before, we had to put together the algorithms, the formulas, and a whole lot of computing was required to make machine learning work for you. So I think with Gen AI, and we're just getting started, if you look at the rate of progress, we're now ChatGPT-4 in 9 months. The rate of progress is incredible. And so for me, the accessibility, the shift, if you're in the US, I was there in the summer, if you look at how much all the big guys are spending on GPUs alone is incredible, on infrastructure is incredible. So this tells me it's here. So one, the accessibility of ChatGPT-3. And then second, I actually made a list so that I sound somewhat clever, is I think on the jobs front, you know, we've been talking a lot about training models. Many of you know that the training models for LLM were done in Kenya through Summer Source. Story for another day, how we could be doing it better. But I do think, especially if we make sure decent wages are getting paid by folks who are training, there's an opportunity around training models. There's an opportunity around microchips. They can't make chips fast enough. So everybody is now doing their own chips. I know we launched at Dedan Kimathi University, maybe, a chip center. I think microchips will be big, and Africa should be playing in that space. UX designers for LLMs. So me, these are the Mwananchi opportunities I see, not the super technical ones. People will need to design the prompts and the UXs for these models. So I see a huge opportunity there. Huge opportunity for data curation. Huge opportunity for corporate AI as a service. And maybe Charlotte, you could speak to this, because it's not enough to have all these models. Someone will have to bridge the gap between the AI and corporates. So I guess maybe they'll call it SaaS with a C, not software as a service. But corporate AI as a service will be big. Ethics and governance, Rosemary, I'm sure you're doing some of that work, will be huge. And then more broadly, beyond jobs, productivity. Africa has long had the lowest productivity levels in the world, across everything. Work, manufacturing, agri, etc. I think AI could help us with that, and with predictive capabilities as well. Last but not least, you don't see this, people talking about this a lot, is energy. The amount of energy that is being required right now for all this computing is incredible. And I think Kenya in particular can position itself not just as somewhere where, you know, a lot of the talk is developers and coders and this. We could be a base for computing power, especially with our green hydrogen. We should be getting into battery storage. So for me, I see the applications and opportunity for AI well beyond just coding and the models, and I'm excited about what that portends for the continent.
And I'm happy that you've mentioned our natural resource, which is energy. A lot of it in Kenya is renewable, and I think that's an amazing opportunity. So thanks for ushering us into it. So next I'll go into Ravi. Take us into the tech. Let us into the world of quantum technologies, the landscape, with a particular focus on quantum computing. What has been the past, the present, what is the future?
So to go through past, present, and future, I'll have to go back at the time when I was born, in the 80s that was. Richard Feynman, or Professor Richard Feynman, comes to mind. And quantum computing was really curated and created to solve problems that classical computing was stuck with. Let me take you through a scenario. Imagine a string of bits, 10001. Now, that might actually mean a decryption key, it might mean a data pattern, or it could be some binary string in a file. So far, so good. And when you feed 10001 to a computer, the program at the other end would interpret it the way you have asked it to. So much for the world of classical compute. It's definitive. Now, is it the right one to solve every kind of human condition? No. What if there was a model, or what if there was a paradigm of compute which was non-deterministic and only probabilistic? So this is where technologies of quantum computing came in. This is where qubits came in. Imagine a chemical ion suspended in a vacuum, tackled by lasers, and heated to a certain degree. That's your quantum computer right there. And you have n number of such so-called chemical ions or qubits. And now a qubit might represent a 0 or a 1 or anything. So that is your non-deterministic, highly probabilistic history of why quantum computing came out. The first part of the history was all about experimentation. The second wave of quantum computing was about assimilation. Let's assimilate as much data as we can. And the earth is filled with so many data capital landscapes. Banks, government sector, private organizations, the hidden wealth. Data is gold, data is oil, as they say, and there's a reason for that. The third wave is pre-monetization. And only if entities come together, public and private, entities of every kind, they make a decision to open it up for quantum computing around the world to actually consume all this data. So what does quantum computing actually solve at the end? It solves the limited compute power, but without your data capital landscape assimilated correctly, presented correctly, consumed correctly, it will just remain an experiment. So that's why I say we are in a pre-monetization stage. And that's how we drive towards innovation. And we're getting there.
I think if there's something I've taken home, it's non-deterministic, highly probabilistic. Well, thank you so much for that. Next, after that, the technical explanation by Ravi, I'm going to bring it to Charlotte. Charlotte, how do we bring AI to life in the private sector? Quantum computing, QPU, hybridization of quantum and classic, the words that you as a data scientist know very well. Can you bring that down to us?
Thanks very much for that question. Just following on the quantum computing bit, there's three pillars to, let's call it quantum technologies, and one of them is quantum sensing. Quantum sensing, basically, it's where most of this data is generated from your MRIs, which was the second revolution of some of these technologies. Now we are at a point where these sensing capabilities are generating data. Now, where quantum computing comes in, especially from an AI perspective, is our ability to process this data, make something out of it for the betterment of humankind. And a typical use case is in the health, the drive for drug discovery. As you can imagine, to discover or to develop a drug, we do not need to be killing so many mice at any given point in time. And for sure, we cannot experiment drug tests on human beings because people will die in the process of these kinds of experimentation. So our ability to take one pillar of quantum technologies, that is the quantum sensing, translate that into data and process that data using AI and complex simulation to be able to come up with a class of molecules that will actually be the one that can target and actually cure that tumor that we are looking to address. So massive opportunity even in the health space around quantum computing. But let's be a little bit more practical, which is what I get paid every day to do, and that is how do we make sure that organizations are efficient by leveraging AI. You've heard from Ori on my left that a big part of this evolutions is actually, or revolutions rather, it's about to bring about efficiencies in an ecosystem. And we've seen many of them. We've seen lots of revolutions over time, and now we are in the AI revolution, you could say. And what we need to be focusing on is that, especially as practitioners, is that what kind of efficiencies are we bringing in the ecosystem to make sure that we run efficient ecosystems, we run productive organizations, but also countries, and therefore bring about that value or pass back that value to humankind. In Safaricom, for instance, which is the organization I work for, we are able today to curate a connectivity offer for you at a price that you would not ordinarily get it in an open market. And how are we able to do that? We're able to do that, one, profitably, but making sure that we know your needs, your connectivity needs at any given point in time. An example is, for instance, you're a student, you need connectivity in the middle of the night because you're doing your projects. We're able to curate a 1 GB offer at that point in time. It is still profitable for us as Safaricom because probably the network is not as busy at the time, but we are enabling you to stay connected and therefore complete your project. And that is what we call personalization. So the whole personalization and monetization is not only to benefit the organizations that are leveraging these technologies, but also to benefit humankind. Now you can do your project at a fraction of the price that you would ordinarily pay if we did not implement or employ those AI models. That's one. Another example that's very closest to my heart, it's around access to credit. A lot of our front runners in Europe, in US, especially startups and organizations, they managed to achieve what they can achieve because they had funding. In our Africa context, we struggle to get funding, and one of the reasons that we do not have history, and all the banks require some behavioral history to say this person is a good prepayer or not. And with AI, you're able to actually look at things beyond just your financial transactions to determine whether you can be a good payer or not. And just a case in point is the Hustler Fund. Safaricom, in partnership with the government, you're able to allow for that, and even over time now start building rules that says, even if this person has not have any engagement in as far as credit transaction is concerned, but they are good payers because people that look like them tend to be good payers. And therefore, what does that do? It opens up financial inclusion, it opens up funding in a responsible way for the companies that are extending lending. And then obviously the other one is risk of fraud prevention. As you can imagine, Safaricom, you entrust us with your money through our M-Pesa platform, and it becomes very imperative and important for us to make sure that we secure your money and ensure that only you can transact using your identity. And therefore we build things like social engineering models to detect when somebody has socially engineered you and therefore trying to get it into your M-Pesa account, and you're able to block that before it happens. So AI has many, many applications in business, both from a profitability perspective that is driving revenue, but also bringing down the cost. Most importantly, making sure that we protect and we advance the society that we operate in.
Charlotte, before you let go of the mic, just one question that will lead now to Bright's question. What are some of the risks associated in a very small nutshell? Yes.
Absolutely. So one of the risks is definitely somebody stealing your identity and pretending to be you, or hacking into your account, or hacking into your company machine that then allows them to hack into the company's infrastructure. Huge risk, and I think we've seen that recently in the last month or two. And I'll let my friend on the right to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, right. And I'm going to flesh out that question a bit more.
Sure.
Yeah. So all these emerging technologies that we're very excited about, they introduce cybersecurity risks. And they take us through some cybersecurity vulnerabilities, trends. Like as Charlotte has said, the past couple of months have been something for this country, I think in every industry. Yeah? And of course, we're talking about now including things like 5G, which has been introduced. This is meant to advance our digital transformation in Africa. But there are such challenges that are there. Can you speak to that from a cybersecurity perspective?
Yeah, so, well, I can go for an hour, but I'll keep it short.
No, please, not an hour.
Yeah, I mean, so the cybersecurity risks are not going to, they'll keep on changing by every day as we see the kind of things that we're getting introduced to. Back in the day, when I used to do DDoS attacks, it was basically a small laptop that I can use at home, and I'll be able to shut down a website with a few commands here and there. Free tools, by the way. Now, people are buying botnets online to be able to actually perform those attacks. What happened in Kenya exactly that's what exactly happened. These people bought some botnets, which for about maybe $60, they were able to get high GPUs to be able to actually target systems in Kenya to shut them down and make them inaccessible. Right now, also, we are seeing the fact that we are integrating so many application systems with each other from one company to the other through APIs, through infrastructures that we're sharing. And it's getting easy to be able to exploit such systems. And with the introduction of 5G, introduction of quantum computing, there are so many risks to that. To the end, the ITU was discussing the other day at AI for Good, where they tried to be able to understand exactly some governance they need to put around them. Because when I tested 5G in South Korea, guess when was that? 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was testing 5G in South Korea. It was blazing. It was helping people to do things faster. When you're doing any kind of cybersecurity assessment or hacking or whatever it is, most assessments we do, the difficult part of this is cracking passwords, cracking keys, and encrypted data. Right now, as we can see, hackers are moving to what they call download now, decrypt later. Because they know quantum computing is going to get to a point where those keys will be easily crackable. Those passwords will not take a long time to be able to actually crack, to be able to get very confidential keys. And that puts a risk to almost every infrastructure and all applications we've been building. We've been building applications, encrypting this data, thinking that nobody will ever be able to decrypt that data to be able to get a very specific information out. But here we are. There's already technology that is showing the potential of that. And we are in for a very long run. I'm actually scared a bit, but I'm also excited because that will make my work easier. Yeah.
Thanks, Bright. And I think we'll go back to Ori. Aside from the cybersecurity scary picture that Bright has painted for us, what are some of the things that are impeding our ability to adopt and leverage these technologies in both private and public sectors, even including education?
So I'll start with the public sector. I think one concern I see, one way to think about AI, Gen AI especially, it's like the mobile phone, that revolution, right? It's here. It's like the internet. It's so critical, it's so essential, it will transform everything. Mm-hmm. And I worry that the starting point is regulation. There are a lot of risks that are there. Everybody is scared, including the actual people behind Gen AI. But if you just I should have actually tried this on ChatGPT-3. If you type in AI Africa, it's just regulation. Regulation, policy, regulation, policy, regulation, policy. I asked even on Twitter, I have 410-something thousand followers. Okay, who are the top thinkers on AI in Africa? Who are the top researchers on AI in Africa? What are we producing? What are we contributing? There's nothing. Okay, there's something. But if you look at the pace of change, we're already behind. And then we've jumped to the end of regulation. I asked on LinkedIn as well, I got a few more names. So our orientation, we've not learned anything, that our stance in Africa is AI, you see policy, regulation, then you see development, AI and agriculture, then climate tech. Gosh, this is so first our orientation is completely wrong. And governments will do what governments are doing, but I think philosophically, we're sort of thinking so small. There'll be some jobs here. We need to be worried about it. The end. So I would encourage that we should be having a global conversation and not necessarily the one that we're having right now, which we don't seem to have learned any lessons. So that's one on public. On private, I think there's fear. So the leaders at the leadership level, they're thinking, productivity, not much going on to monetization yet. And then the lower levels are like, will this thing take away my jobs? Mm. But there's new jobs. AI is not intuitive. AI cannot make judgment calls. AI, it's you put in and then it takes out. Someone has to mediate that. And so there's a lot of work to be done around what are the new jobs. And it doesn't even require super technical skills. That's why I went through my list. You don't have to be quantum people, sorry, to actually make use of AI. So I think the orientation, both from a private sector and education in particular, is so important. Again, within education, there's fear. But this thing has gone. I have 3 kids. They're digital natives. If they can do homework more efficiently on ChatGPT-3, why should we be obsessed with that? We should be thinking about how are we training them to be asking the right questions, to be thinking critically, to be making decisions, to be well-read, because without that, you will not survive into the future. And AI will never be able to do that, no matter how good it is. So that's the second thing around education and orientation. I think the third, for me, is data. I think Charles Onyango Obo did a search on Twitter the other day where he asked AI something, the image AI thingy, I forget what it's called, to generate a picture of a black doctor treating white patient. It couldn't. It did giraffe treating white patient. It could not. The algorithm is only as good as the data that is being fed into it. We are not feeding into the algo. We are training algos. We're not feeding into them. So we say we don't want to be users of AI. We don't want to be used by AI. That's the whole conversation around AI in Africa. We're not talking about what is our contribution to AI. I worry about that. The statistical capacity of Africa is the lowest, as in we've not moved since the 60s. AI is here. It needs structured data, not just data, structured data. So if we don't solve all of those things, our philosophical orientation, our approach to education, feeding into the data, and shaping the algos. Who's creating our algos here? Nobody. Even Safaricom, what are we doing? I don't know. Are we doing enough? So there's
coming from the big boss. That's worrying.
No, seriously.
Right? Charlotte, defend yourself.
No, she shouldn't. I'm giving her cover to go and ask, what are we doing? Because the people are moving. No one is waiting for us, and it is not inevitable that we will have a foot in the door. It's moving so quickly, let me tell you. And then we'll be left crying that we've been excluded. And I really hope after all these other discussions, we're not again talking about another digital divide. We have no excuse. We have the skills. Look at you, all of you here. We have the connectivity. Even the capacity has increased. This is not 20 years ago. So that would be my challenge. Are we taking on the imperative to create our space within AI?
And I think my response to that is, especially on the orientation part, in defense of us in the regulatory policy space, we seem to be working harder than the techies. So for the people on the floor today who are being addressed, I guess what Ori is telling you is that there's a challenge to our developers and our contributors in the AI space to actually take charge. Otherwise, you leave lawyers to create the African narrative.
People are hiding. We are in WhatsApp groups and we see people creating really beautiful AI work, but the thing is, they're becoming too technical of a person rather than being able to communicate what they're doing. So I keep on saying that there has to be a bridge between developers or techies and the non-techies to bring out what you have. Otherwise, we'll keep creating things for ourselves, keeping them in the background. It looks beautiful to us in a WhatsApp group, but the WhatsApp group just has 150 people. How many other people out there can actually be able to make use of what you have? Tweet about it. Tag people who have to be able to listen. But to Ori, people are creating, but they're just hiding.
And I think also the funding bit, it's a big thing. we work with a few university students that are really brilliant at, building things like autonomous cars, like a car made out of, little material, but it's moving, it's been programmed to move and stop at certain stopping points. So really an autonomous car, but how do we actually now make this big? How do we launch a lab in Kenya that's going to be a lab for autonomous cars? Autonomous house help, for instance. And that's not to say we are going to be taking away from the house helps, but just bringing about that efficiency in our ecosystem. So the ideas are there, the talent is definitely there, and I think you can see that the experts are a little bit provoked, which is a good thing.
Actually,
we really need to address now the issue of the storytelling. How do we tell our story? How do we get the right funding mechanism in place to make sure that we actually elevate and showcase the ideas?
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I really appreciate that you're bringing us back to the context. But Ravi, I want you to tell us, how is quantum computing being leveraged today for innovation? In terms of industry application, who are the front runners? Is it still hypothetical out there? Is there something that we could pick from locally? How can we truly leapfrog?
Thanks for that question. I'm quite touched by some of the comments I've heard here, so I'd like to comment on that first.
That's okay.
It's key what you said, and I agree. I mean, if you approach a new paradigm based on regulations and laws, government, then it's like talking about having a project of building a house in 1 year, but you are spending 11 months deciding the wooden texture of the door, and no one cares about the foundations or the walls. That's exactly what's happening in several countries around the world. Now, Africa came into the group of 20 a few months ago when the G20 summit happened in India. Now, it's a big achievement. And the continent doesn't carry any kind of a baggage that Europe, Asia-Pacific nations, and Northern America does. And that's a great thing. I would consider that as an opportunity. What does that mean? Bridging the gap between reality, practicality, and inspiration. Because when governments step in, all they know is to publish a number of regulations and gazettes, and they should, don't get me wrong. But that's like putting the cartwheel in front of the horses and expecting progress. Doesn't quite happen. So how do you inspire yourselves as part of Safaricom Engineering Summit and all the things that we have seen today and the ones that we will witness tomorrow? How do we inspire ourselves? By focusing on use cases. Use cases, whether they are solved by traditional classical IT or AI, machine learning, specific intelligence, ASI, or artificial general intelligence, AGI. And then comes quantum compute layer to provide that faster set of workhorses to get us there. To your question on innovation and some of the leaders, I'll tackle the use cases first. And this is just me letting my own mind run, and feel free to chime in. The world of nuclear energy comes to mind, and I'll come to medical technologies as well. So we all inherit a number of best practices from the 1960s and the 1970s, nuclear fission, uranium isotopes, thorium reactors, deuterium heavy water reactors, so on and so forth. Details don't matter. But what if you had the ability to map out those models which are already running in the sun? Nuclear fusion. And what if Africa has nuclear fusion reactors? How do I convert that into reality without really burning my fingers? Quantum computing. There go my qubits, and I can actually set up an entire set of simulations to achieve the objective of an outcome of eliminating energy poverty. Not that it applies directly to East Africa thanks to hydropower, but you get the picture. So nuclear energy is one. Second, which is very touching, is AI models running blind. Humans created AI, which is fragmented, broken, and is always going to fail when you need it to. That's where differentiation comes in, and that's where discrimination comes in, and your example paints a very good picture. But that's also a compute problem, isn't it? If we throw enough compute and every data capital landscape at the problem, you would be able to dampen down the information volatility, and therefore you would be able to address discrimination. Now, if you let quantum computing run wild, the computing algos would be self-generating, just like Gen AI. You need it to be that way. And finally, in the world of medical science, each one of us has a unique pattern from the brain waves, the gamma rays, down to the DNA, right? Why should I consume a generic medicine created by some Swiss company? Why cannot I have a specific chemical or a biochemical compound customized for my essence, my body, my existence? That's how we will be able to solve cancers in the future of today. The more difficult ones, cancer of the pituitary gland, hypothalamus in the brain, pancreatic cancers, stage 4 cancers. It's because we have not inspired ourselves enough, and therefore we are not really adopting to the quantum computing promise. The technology is there. It's been there since the 80s when Professor Feynman came up with the first generation of quantum computing. So it's a data management and a compute problem. And finally, here is a thought for all of you. Human death. It's a chemical problem waiting to be solved, if you think about it, in terms of quantum computing. And there are companies in the West that are designed, that are silently launched, some of them under the Google umbrella, Alphabet, to actually solve that. And funny enough, Alphabet is also offering quantum computing as a service eventually. So I just thought I should share these perspectives.
No, I think that is really, really insightful. And the fact that it speaks to the present, what we need to do, and even speaks to the future in terms of healthcare, and maybe seeing the end of some of these diseases that are really harassing us. So Charlotte, I want you to speak about enterprise use cases in terms of applications. I think for me that's critical in order to bring it down to all of us.
Absolutely. I think Ori here mentioned AI as a service, as a potential, or as an opportunity for some of the organizations that have started playing in the space of AI. Now picture an elderly in some rural area in the country. All this elderly has is a phone and connectivity. But they're also elderly. They could be sick. They could fall ill at any point in time. Imagine us building a platform as the technology lead in this region, building a platform where they can actually give us their information at one point, and then over time, because they are connected to our network, they allow us to measure their vitals. And by the time we notice that their vitals are not where they should be, imagine a situation where we prompt them to say, do you need medical assistance? And if they, at a click of a button, a medical assistance will be dispatched to them. And how will that happen? There will be different players within this massive platform that I'm just painting right now. Imagine somebody owning a motor vehicle that can be enhanced to deliver an ailing patient. And this motor vehicle is anywhere, even close enough to their regions. But the person owning the motor vehicle is also now connected to a hospital because they are part of this ecosystem. So suddenly we have this platform play that is able to provide healthcare to everybody in the country at any given point in time, to a point of nudging them of the medical assistance that they need. And that, for me, is where companies like Safaricom, that has got the platforms, that have got access to the ecosystems of cloud computing, which is now our cloud hyperscalers, we can be able to build an Uber-like platform that facilitates healthcare to everybody in the country, utilizing AI and our ability to predict whether somebody requires or needs medical assistance. So for me, that is the future. Those are some of the use cases that we can really bring forth, not only for profit, for organizations that we work for, but also solving real and making sure that nobody gets left behind in as far as technology advancement is concerned.
Thank you so much. And I'd like us to go back to Bright. You know, we still need to figure out how do we keep ourselves safe as we leapfrog. So there are things like store now and decrypt later cyber attacks. What is the latest on this? And closer to home, how should we prepare to tackle cyber attacks proactively using AI while not stifling innovation?
Okay, so I had discussed a little bit about download now, decrypt later, and that's because there's valuable information that we hold these days. Data is the new oil, as we all know it, and everybody wants to be able to get a hold of that data in one way or the other. We are all still thinking about cyber security. We need to start thinking about cyber resilience, right? So cyber security is a very reactive way of doing things. Well, you know how to protect yourself, you know how to defend, you know how to protect, detect, and you can also you have how to respond to attacks. Resilience, on the other hand, is being able to identify some of these attacks before they happen, and how do you recover? Most organizations, when they get hit by a ransomware or any kind of an attack, or their API has been compromised and the people are leaking out massive data, they don't know how to be able to recover quickly from that attack. Why? Because they've not been able to identify the ways in which the attack could have happened. Look at it this way. When COVID happened, everybody started getting to understand what a VPN was. Otherwise, majority of people don't even knew. They never knew what a VPN stands for until COVID happened and you have to work from home and your corporate entity is telling you you have to get a VPN. Use the VPN to be able to log into your network and be able to access certain internal systems, right? We started moving to the cloud. All of that thing, when somebody gets to compromise you one way or the other, by the time you call the IT guy who is working from home today to disable your account, or you think you've been compromised, and he says he wants to log in remotely to your machine, and then tells the network person, oh, I think our firewall has been hit, we're seeing too much traffic, can you block this IP address? Then you go to another network person and say, go to the NAC, disable this machine. If anybody's working from the office, start an investigation, find out where the IP address is coming from. Is it from us? Is it from something malicious? Is that machine really malicious? Is that IP address really malicious? See, all of that process of an incident response takes almost 3 or 4 hours if you get people on time. Now, imagine this happening at night. You cannot be able to actually stop that attack. This is where AI tools come in. We have something called security orchestration, automation, and response. SOA. A SOA tool exists, and the AIs that have been built into it is what I'm really loving these days. These AI tools are able to automate that entire process of being able to say, I am the network engineer. I'm going to go to that firewall. I'll block this IP address because I've investigated already. I know where it's coming from. It's an impossible login from another location. Let's kick this machine out of the network through a NAC or whatever it is. All of that, but as Ori said, you still need a human being to be able to actually go into that whole process of the playbook that has been written, or go through that playbook and understand exactly what has happened and how can you be able to change rule set in the future. So AI is here to stay. Yes, we need to be resilient to know how to identify some of the attacks, know how to write playbooks to be able to solve most of these attacks, and be able to understand how do you recover quickly. Because if you don't know how to recover from an attack the fastest possible time, you are going to actually have, the mean time to remediation, your business is just going to run down. So for resilience, this is what we need to look into, but for a fact, people are going to attack your networks. They're going to steal the data. They will wait for the day where the fastest computers can crack those passwords, and it's just a matter of time before we see that happening.
Thank you very much. You want to chime in? Yeah.
Just want to add to what we heard so eloquently from my colleague Bright. Identifying risks within the organization, because most, if not all, organizations depend on IT, some form of data capital landscape, captive to their industry, their context, whether it's a bank, a telco, a manufacturer, or an oil refinery. Then it's about, as we heard, detecting, protecting, responding, and then Bright also mentioned recovering. Now we want technology paradigms that when we basically are under some form of a cyber situation, and not just ransomware, let's go beyond ransomware. Let's go beyond script kitties. Show of hand, are there any script kitties in the room here? Don't identify yourself. I'm sure the Kenyan police will be behind you the moment you leave. But then think wiperware, the ultimate cyber destruction that doesn't care for firewalls, doesn't care for ransom or Bitcoin. They don't care about money. They are cyber atomic bombs, and that's, suffice to say, quite destructive. So you got to have the right technology and security posture, which deals with quantum computing destroying your encryption systems as you know it. And that is also another problem quantum computing has created and will solve: quantum-resistant cryptography. But what's required with several destructive attacks? At least the solution that you would deploy in your data centers, in your cloud, should be able to identify a clean golden copy of your data assets, your oil, your gold, that will help you relaunch yourself within your survival time objective. And the business determines the survival time objective. It's relaunching an organization from zero. And you got various other best practices tied to that. There are zero trust architectures now which are being adopted as well, so that when the bad actors get in, they are welcome to get in, but they can't get out and they can't do any damage. So quantum computing, AI, machine learning, MLOps, they will all contribute to better software development, better resilient posture, better applications. But at the end of the day, one has to inspire oneself based on use cases that we heard from Charlotte as well. And I just added to those earlier also. Just thought I'll add some color to that. Bright.
Thank you so much, Ravi. And you know, after that level of technical by Ravi, Ori, bring it back down to us. I wanted to ask you, what are some of the things that concern you about the rapid development of AI and its implications for Africa?
Yeah, I think I ended up answering that earlier a little bit. But, you know, just to jump on, in terms of the real world, maybe speaking now wearing a board member hat, I think it's so critical because AI is on every board member's agenda and every, any board you can think of, global, local. So I think moving on the risk side just from protection and security, resilience and recovery has become so critical. And so I think thanks for flagging that. Maybe the note I will close on, and I think also that is really important, and Ravi said it more eloquently than I did, was on inspiration. I think, you know, it used to really frustrate me early in the, I won't tell you I can say my age actually, I'm quite old, you see all the gray hairs here. But, you know, the lack of imagination that surrounded, let's say, mobile and internet in Africa used to drive me crazy. And it was always, oh, the farmers are going to use their phones to check crops, I don't know what. Like, it was so limiting. And I think that we need to take on, those of us in the room who are working on AI or in computing, whatever, on what's our imagination and vision for ourselves in terms of how we use technology. And it's not any different, yeah? If you know, and I'd say, gosh, guys, why does technology have to have a noble use in Africa? So noble, so solving problems, so, like, can it be fun? Like, we do fun stuff. You know, AI and art, I don't know, and music. We have such a rich cultural heritage that is not documented. What if you documented our traditional medicines and linked those to our DNA and found more solutions? So I would love to see the imagination and the inspiration and then the use cases for those of us who lack imagination. Sometimes, yeah, like for me, I can't design anything. You know, if I was to build a house, I say just like that one. So you need enough of chora kama hii, jenga kama hii. We need enough use cases to get us thinking about, you know, what are some practical applications. So for me, it's the imagination. I would love to see more of the inspiration. And then I think everyone said it well. If there are use cases hiding in WhatsApp groups, let's get them out there. Because the time is moving so fast. This is faster than anything else I have ever seen.
And my last question, I think for this whole panel, and I think it speaks to all of us, we won't get to where we want to be if we don't tackle the question on the education system. And my question is to all of you. Are we developing our education systems adequately in order for us to actually benefit, or even for us to harness, or even for us to to teach algos that black African doctors can treat white people. What can we do from an education perspective? Where are we? What are your thoughts? And I think this is important, and not just education in terms of classroom, education in terms of upskilling these techies that are here.
I'll start first, and then maybe, I guess my question would be, when we say we, who is we? Sometimes we throw all these things to government, to the education system, to the schools, to the teachers. I say, those of you who have children under your own charge, first of all, at home, it's incumbent, there's education in school and then there's education in life. So there are other ways to come at it and not just rely on the formal education system would be one. And the same within the workplace. I know Charlotte recently did an internal session for Safaricom, the entire Safaricom, on AI, breaking it down. So there's the formal. I think formal, we're still quite some ways to go. But even as parents, if you are as loud as you are on social media about many other things to your schools, what are your kids learning and ingesting, would be ahead. So I think there's some, again, we can't wait for the systems to change. We have the internet nowadays, there's no excuse. And there's some, I guess, individual and collective responsibility that needs to happen, and not just wait for the education system to change.
Right?
I would say yes and no. And I think when we ask the question, who is we? I see so many young kids coding better than all of us here. My 18-year-old mentee scripts much better than any one of us. And my entire team of people that I work with, he can write the fastest code. He can break the fastest code. He can actually break almost anything and everything. And he's 18. I started that mentorship with him when he was 11. And I was just trying out to see if it's going to work. And hey, here we are, him doing very good. However, most of the teachers and most of the lecturers are not upskilling. I know professors who have been using the same slides for the past 5-6 years, and they've never changed anything. I've been to universities. I'm also a lecturer at Strathmore University. I lectured the master's class. And sorry to say, when I interact with some of my students, they tell me things like, oh, our professor is never going to teach us that. Because he does not know, he doesn't want to learn, he's not upskilling. Then when the student brings some of these issues to class and say, this is what I want to write about, they rubbish it. I've seen theses being thrown out, and I'm an adjunct lecturer, so I can't supervise some of them, but I actually coach most of them. They tell me, look, my teacher told me I cannot write about A, B, C, D because they don't understand, they don't want to read, they don't want to put in the effort, and it's quite sad that is a state of education that we're seeing right now in Kenya. South Korea, when I went there, I got a culture shock. I went there to do my master's, and when I was doing my master's and PhD, people are writing code in ways that I'm just there like, what have I been doing with my life? Because they started this coding way in high school, and it's compulsory, it's mandatory for you to do that. And I can see that kind of encouragement in a lot of high schools that I go to these days to do hackathons, and I'm seeing brilliant minds coming out. It's now for us, we the older people, or the lecturers, to also start upskilling. I know there's not much time and everything, but we have AI tools. We have available resources that we need to actually tap into, learn something new, and also write. I don't see publications. We are in universities here. How many publications have you ever gotten out of university professors or supervised students to be able to bring something new, to be able to change how we do things in Kenya? And again, it goes back to use cases. Are we solving problems really, or are we just writing because you want to finish your master's and you want to finish your undergrad? Because that's what is happening. People are only doing or writing research papers which their professors are comfortable with, but they're solving nothing new. They're not solving anything in the industry. That's why we are always leapfrogging.
In fact, just to add to that, the education system as we have it currently is encouraging individualism, which is the biggest challenge we have in as far as innovation is concerned. If you look at all of the innovations that we have today that are transforming the world, it's never one person. It's a group of people, it's a consortium of people, and therefore, the way that education is being brought forward, where you get taught and then you sit in your little table at one point to write an exam, and you get 90%, 99%, and we celebrate you. That in itself, it's absolutely, absolutely wrong. I've got 2 daughters, 10 and 11. The 10-year-old, completely like myself, doesn't care, does things left field. The other one likes, teachers saying, yeah, good job, whatever, well done, you're top class, whatever. But this particular one also is very sharp. There's a program that we enrolled her in from the age of 4 in math. It's an Indian, I can't remember the name of it. And used to go to this thing online, and then you'll go back to class, and this teacher will do this long division method. And my little one will literally say, okay, let me show you a clever way to do it quicker. Do it quickly, finish it off, and then because she's a child, she said, then we'll go play. But obviously that was, we had to be called in as parents, the child has a problem, or whatever medical terms they come up with, to say your child can't focus and so on. But the reality is our education, the delivery of education needs challenging. But also, to play it back, the responsibility is us. You're seeing how this world is going. You are in the midst of this fastest revolution that you've ever seen in human history. And therefore, it's incumbent upon you to take it upon yourself to upskill yourself. Information is there. You talk about coding. The reality is, for some of the little things that I code on the side when I do have the time, I don't have to write code from scratch. ChatGPT can write a lot of your code. It can even debug your code. So it is, what are you doing today, you by yourself, in terms of upskilling yourself, and then showing up to be a solution to the challenge, as opposed to say, oh, facilitate things for me, and we have a problem. Because we don't have a problem. We have the right skill set. Yes, our lecturers are a little bit old. They need some, but the future is now, and the future is the youth of Kenya, the median age 19-year-old that will take this country forward. And that will be my challenge to us. Let's continue upskilling. Let's continue learning new skills. Let's utilize the technology that we have to actually advance ourselves, our communities, and the organizations that we work for.
Ravi, I want your thoughts on the education system.
Where to begin? We live, and we have been living, at least me, in the world of convergent education. Let me explain what I mean. If you ever go to school, or if you have been to school, the teacher gives you homework. It's like outpatient clinics, and students are the patients, and homework is prescription medicine. Student comes up to the school, whether it's online or in the classroom, feels inadequate. And the teacher takes a lot of pain to explain to the student that she or he is wrong and how to do it the right way. Whether it's social science, mathematics, or sports, right? From the ground up, since young age, we have been taught to do things right, not to be wrong, not to screw up. Guess what that does 40 years into your life? It shapes you, and you end up shaping the very same convergent thought process, philosophy, etc. about education to the next generation. So I hope and I pray that the outpatient mentality in schools around the world, and I'm not saying this is an East Africa problem, this is a Ravi problem, this is an India and an Asia problem, and not so much in the West, and I'll tell you why. Because as much as I despise to use the phrase, I still have to use it. Critical thinking. Mm-hmm. You have to question what the teacher says. In my classroom, if you did that, you would be asked to stand outside the classroom, back in Dubai, in the Indian high school where I studied, and that's okay. But at the end, what can a student do? I'm not going to comment on the education system and the teachers, because when a student shows up to learn, it is up to the student to learn. And how they learn it is up to them. A student can go home after switching off the convergent life, convergent education, into the divergent world of seeking pure knowledge. Have a wanderlust for knowledge. Have a lust for knowledge. And I can share with you one sad incident, which is also a learning opportunity for me. It's keeping me occupied. A Dutch seismic weatherman, a scientist, at the end of September said, without explaining, that there will be an earthquake in Pakistan. This is just a few days back. And he said within 72 hours. Guess what happened over the weekend? A major earthquake in Afghanistan, 2,000 human beings usurped by Mother Earth. Several cities and townships in Afghanistan destroyed. So naturally, this Dutch gentleman, whose name I actually forget, had the ability and access to computing resources and the divergent thought process that he needs to study weather patterns with the seismic shift, soil analysis, reservoir analysis, and then come to a conclusion. That's education for me in 15 minutes of reading an article clip. And that also helped me research more about this. So look at certain incidents. I would suggest ask the questions. Don't be that patient in an outpatient clinic waiting to be prescribed medicine to, because we are born here to assimilate as much as we can, and it's up to us to do that. So those were just some thought processes from my side on that.
Ravi, that is so profound, and I'll repeat it to my 16-year-old whenever he complains about a subject. When a student shows up to learn, it is up to them to learn. It's not about the person facilitating. I think this goes out even as a challenge for all of us here. You've come out to learn. It's up to you now to do the rest. Now, in terms of parting shot, as we say goodbye, Bright, what are your last thoughts in a sentence as we wind up?
Wow.
Just to wrap this up.
Should I not put a full stop on the sentence?
Yes.
Anyway, I mean, we need to embrace new technology. We need to be aware and beware and be aware of this new technology that is coming, and also make sure that we can actually adapt. So adaptation is really necessary, and let's not stay behind technology.
Thank you. Charlotte?
I think for me is that the future is exciting. It's nothing new, only the rate of change. That's what's changed.
Ori?
Be convergent during the day and divergent at night.
Good student.
Well done. Ravi?
You learned something. Well done.
I did.
And I learned a lot from you.
I'm telling my kids that tonight.
Love it. I'd say the best days are ahead of us. If you ever look back and wonder what a great day that was, you're losing perspective. Always be learning. We started with compute and quantum compute. If you are learning Python, learn Python and Julia. It's a great mathematical language. Just for the wanderlust. Seek mentors and become a mentor to some mentee as well. Your experiences matter.
And for me, it's just that, yes, give him a hand, clap.
All of us.
All of us. I think my parting shot would be, let's chart our own authentic AI path. I think that has been the challenge throughout. How will it make sense for us in our ecosystem? Na niko haya tu. Thank you very much, and thank you that you're still awake after 1 hour of lunch. Thanks. See you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Rosemary. Am I live on this one? I seem to be having an issue with my mic. So I think that was a fantastic session. And, you know, we're connecting the dots with many things. Earlier you saw that George and his team had done a demo on deepfakes. And as it becomes more and more difficult to detect them, probably this quantum computing power will be, say, our first line defense in trying to figure out what's fake and what's not. From Ori's comment and also touching on on Charlotte's docket, all this firepower that you're talking about, quantum computing, it will only make sense if we collect and generate, collect, process, with the Data Protection Act, probably first-party data at the sort of volume and velocity that is required. And it begs the question, is bias a bad thing? You know, we gave the example of a doctor treating patients, and we said we couldn't find anything that resonates with us. Is bias a bad thing? If we build models that understand us better, is that a bad thing? So the bias conversation also needs to be had at some point. I love what Travis said, and he gave the analogy of we are arguing about the color of the door or the texture of the door, yet we haven't gotten the foundations right. So what is anchoring our ambition? What is anchoring our excitement about quantum computing? Is it driverless cars? Like, is that our biggest issue? You know, what's anchoring us on as we try to explore these new technologies? And Ravi also gave the analogy, which I love very much, as schools being outpatient centers. And you know, I totally get that. It's like you're sick and you need to be fixed. And here's the tablet called homework that you need to take once a day and bring tomorrow. You see how well you're doing. And I mean, that just blew my mind in terms of how we need to approach our new learning and continue being learners. Maybe lastly, before we now get into another Tech Expo session where we deep dive into 2 demos, is I've got a good friend of mine who's done something similar to what Ravi alluded to, not on earthquakes, but on rainfall patterns. And he's been very vocal on Facebook in saying, guys, I've actually studied data and I'm trying to crunch this data with my own little compute power. And it's telling me there's going to be, say, a rain shortfall in this part of the country. And those damn things were turning out to be so accurate. But unfortunately, the department that tells us about where it's going to rain started calling him a charlatan and saying, you're not licensed to speak like you're doing. And you guys are just rolling their eyes and saying, but you know, the data speaks. And maybe this is some of the edges we should be pushing because they have real-world implications for us. So once again, round of applause for Rosemary, Kimwatu, and that amazing panel. And now we get into another session of show, not tell. You know, this I have an idea thing doesn't work, right? So we are getting into show, not tell. And I'm going to invite first on stage the M-Pesa Super App team to give us a demonstration on M subscription. Karibuni.
Hi. I really don't want to bore us with slides. And the energy feels a bit low. I don't know, DJ, can we have a song? I'll request for us to stand. I'm going to give you a small choreo. Let's stand. Energy. It's our event. It's Decode. Decode is for developers. I'm also a dev. Just that leo niliacha hoodie nyumbani. So, DJ, you can give us miondoko to exit. So as the DJ is finding that, this is what you're going to do on the song. So you can copy me. So you're going to start on this side. You do like this. So let's do this now. Everyone, I can see all of us who want to dance. Yes, and then you turn on the other side. Yes, and then on the other side. And then ikianza miondoko tunenda 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Sawa. Aya, DJ. Yes. You need to have energy. Dance is all about energy. You saw the guys who are up here, right? So let's start like this. The other side. Again. The other side. And then tuende miondoko. Thank you. I hope now we have the energy to go through these slides, but they're not so many. I won't bore you with them. So, my name is Michelle Mweni. I am a software engineer with a big preference for front-end engineering. Currently, a mini apps developer. So, today I'm going just to speak a little on the opportunities that we have as devs. That's you and I in the financial ecosystem. So maybe the question I'd ask is, who has never used M-Pesa? Never. thank God. So, M-Pesa and where it started as a two-sided ecosystem. So business, consumer, M-Pesa platform. So you have B2C, C2B, we have P2P, when you send money to me and I send money to you. So now we want to introduce basically some of these things on M-Pesa, like mini-apps, insurance, e-commerce, partnerships, and they're already there, we are just building on them. But how do we build without developers? So sasa tunaingia kwa mambo ni? Yes, so it now becomes into a three-sided ecosystem where now we involve the developers. We have over 74,000 developers on our platform today, and how are we going to do this? We're introducing a marketplace where you and I can be accredited by M-Pesa. We know that there are businesses who want to have developers integrate for them. Pay bill, I want someone to integrate for me a till, but where do I get this person? So this is going to be available for us. And apart from that, we still have mini-apps. And we want mini-apps developers and getting it out there so that we have people developing mini-apps. And that is done by you and I, for sure. So allow me now to go into mini-apps. Mini-apps are just small apps that exist on the M-Pesa app. If you have the M-Pesa app, which I hope we have, if you don't have, there is Wi-Fi. Kindly download and see for yourself the services that are there. And we have seen that many businesses have joined us, and by building mini apps and having them on their platform, they've been able to see value. It's the same value you'll have as a developer, the value of their 8 million downloads, and apart from that, we have 3 million active, 30-day active customers who you'll be able to interact with by building on M-Pesa. And it doesn't matter which industry you're in, be it travel, be it insurance, be it shopping that you want to shop, be it you want to pay your bills, and that is where we come in with them subscriptions in terms of recurring payment of bills. But then you ask, how do I then build this mini app? So mini apps uses the most basic technology there is, which is web technology. If you enroll for a CS course, if you enroll for basically a boot camp, where do they start us off? HTML, CSS, JavaScript. On screen right now is a small script that I wrote that just checks favorite animals. So I'm doing a favorite animals of the Kung Fu Panda animation. I would have done for Lion King, but we have names like, for the hyenas, like Shenzi, and I didn't know how that would rub against with people. But anyway, so we have this, and how it's structured, it copies a lot of what we have on HTML. Sorry for that. So it copies a lot of what we have on HTML, and by HTML, I mean, the only thing that's changing is the view or the div. So basically, and apart from that, you also have CSS, that it's using CSS to style, it's using JavaScript to style, and on screen currently, you can scan and just see how that app comes in. So on your M-Pesa app, go on the on the top right, there's a scan, a QR code scanner, and you can scan this and just see the small interaction that you are doing with that app. And with that, I'll invite Mercy to just do M-Subscription to show us the end-to-end journey of building a mini app. Thank you.
Hi, guys. Hi. You're just from dancing. Hi. Who wants a dad joke? Okay, and I promise that you'll laugh. You don't look at me weird. Okay. Why do lawyers and judges wear wigs and gowns? Why do lawyers and judges wear wigs and gowns? Anyone with an idea? I can't hear you. Anyway, lawyers and judges wear wigs and gowns because you need to be a woman to win an argument. Okay, so I'll be taking you through M-Subscription, which is a new offering on the M-Pesa consumer app, and Mweni has taken you through the mini apps. So, fun fact, M-Subscription was an idea of a hackathon that was pitched by an amazing team of developers, and we have implemented it, and now we have an MVP, and we are going to be improving it continually. So what is the moral of the story? Your ideas are valid, okay? So let's get right into the demo. This is our M-Pesa consumer app, and M-subscription, as you can see it over there, it's at frequency, in case you're wondering where it is. So how does it look like in the lens of a new customer? For a new customer who accesses our service, like any other mini app, you'll first have to validate your M-Pesa PIN, because PIN yako, siri yako. Then you'll go to the opt-in page. We'll tell you a brief description about the M-subscription. And we also have a link to the loneliest link ever. Do you guys read your terms and conditions? No, you don't. Stop lying. So after you have accepted our terms and conditions, you'll also enter your PIN. And if successful, it will process. And when it processes, you're going to get a notification telling you that your transaction, you have successfully opted in to the service. And also, you'll get an SMS on the same. Once done, you'll click on done, and you'll go to our homepage. So this is our homepage as it looks. And currently, we are offering send money, pay bill, and buy goods. So let's create a standing order for send money. We'll call it Decode. You'll enter your phone number. You'll enter your amount. You'll also enter the frequency, whether you want it to be a one-off, a daily, a yearly. Really, the choice is yours. Once that's done, we'll go to the final bit. The final bit is for automatic payments. If it's on, it means that you want us to be deducting at that specific time that you have scheduled. And then you will confirm your details. And if they're OK, you press on continue, enter your PIN, wait for it to process. And once it processes successfully, you will get a notification telling you your transaction has been scheduled and an SMS with the details of this specific subscription. When you click on done and you go to the home page, now you can see the Decode standing order that we have created. If you can click on it, you'll also be able to view the details. So we also have something called reminders. For reminders, we are not going to automatically deduct. What you'll be doing is to remind you that you have these specific payments. So let us create one called Remind Me. The journey is the same as for the subscription. The only difference is in the last bit, and you're going to see. So you'll also put your amount, you'll put the frequency, you'll put the start date and the end date, just like in the other journey. Then in the last step, for automatic payment, it should be off because we don't want to deduct it. We just want it to be reminding you. As you can see, when you're OK now, you can go confirm your details, press on continue, input your PIN, and if it processes successfully, it will also give you a notification telling you that your transaction has been scheduled. So basically, this is our MVP. In our MVP, we just did the basic features, but we are looking at continuous improvement. For M-Subscription 2.0, it has enhanced features, as you can see. We have your monthly budget. We also have, you can also filter your upcoming subscriptions, whether you want it to be today, this month, this week. And as you can remember, in the previous one, when you're checking your details, there's nothing much you can do. You can't amend. You can only check them. But as you can see here, you can change your account number, your amount, your time of payment. We are giving you a better user experience as we go. So for this M-Subscription, it's not only limited to us. We're also looking at working with partners, and we are going to expose these APIs on Daraja. And my colleague will come and talk and expound more on Daraja. So for you, if you want B2B, you want B2C, you want C2B, it's configurable with these APIs. So thank you, and that is my demo. And as I finish and as we take your question, you can scan this QR code to our M-Pesa Safaricom developer community. And if you have any questions, you can ask there, and we'll be willing to answer. And as I finish with me. Mwalimu Maths?
Hapa ni wapi?
Hapa ni wapi. Thank you.
Fantastic ending. I'm even losing my train of thought. I needed us to go back to their first slide, please. I have a question that I picked out in the crowd. If you could go back to their first slide. I need them to explain that slide a bit more, because I need for you guys to understand probably the potential of what the mini apps ecosystem can do for you. So technical team, if you could bring up that slide.
This one,
is this the first one? The next one, the one that had graphs of the different apps. And like this one. What one slide back, please?
That one.
What's this graph showing?
It currently is showing the basically value that businesses have partnered with us and how much and basically the value they're getting from being on the M-Pesa platform.
So is for example, M-Gas with 4,000, is that 4,370? What figure is that? Is that daily active customers? Is that new customers? Help these guys understand that if they build and put on the mini apps, is this distribution that they're getting? Yeah, this is distribution they're getting. In terms of, they're getting this in terms of people who are using the application, and also I think on the other side, you're getting value now, value for money. Okay, fantastic. Yes. Thank you, ladies. Let me just throw in another point in there. I remember one of the partners launching, they said when Safaricom put them on the mini apps and they did a distribution activation for them, they saw 8,000 new customers. If you understand that even if you build the most amazing product and no one knows about it, there's absolutely no value. So right out here, you can see the value of being able to get distribution right out of the door. What if I handed you 8,000 customers tomorrow, assuming your stuff works? See, your stuff always works. So if it works and I handed you 8,000 customers, what would that impact be on your bottom line? So the next demo is one on Daraja. So we're going to have a Daraja live demo. So Stephen Oyaro and your team, stage is yours.
Thank you, Mbogwa. I am Stephen Oyaro, and I am the team. So, DJ, hi. Okay, I can't really dance. I was just saying hi to the DJ. In fact, if I attempt, you won't take anything that I say seriously. So, my name is Stephen Oyaro. I am an API developer at Safaricom. It's a lot of light. Ama ashaingilia mwalimu wa math. I feel like saying I'm in the limelight. Mwalimu wa math, hapa ni wapi? So, yeah, we have, how many of us have never heard of Daraja before? Don't be shy. It's okay. It's a safe space. Daraja, you're lying. How about an API? Who doesn't know what an API is? Has no idea. Okay. It's only engineers that came, I say. Okay. I'll give us a short story. I'm a believer of if you're not breaking the law and it makes money, then it makes sense. So there's a gentleman called Ian Dodsworth. Ian when you spell Ian, it's I-A-I-N. It is spelled weirdly. So Ian Dodsworth he consumed Twitter APIs, now X APIs. It was Twitter then. And then came up with a product called TweetDeck. How many of us have heard about TweetDeck? Good. Yeah. And then later on, what he built was so good that Twitter acquired it for $40 million US. Yeah. So that's like 5.6 with the current exchange rate, I think. 5.6 billion. Imagine just consuming APIs and then you retire. I hope you take me seriously now. So, yeah. So most of these figures have been provided to us. We interact with M-Pesa on a day-to-day. I didn't see anyone raise their hand when we were asked who has not used M-Pesa before. So besides what M-Pesa originally did, which is, it was an innovation that was to address a problem that you're supposed to use it to send money home. So on top of that, that is basically the person-to-person interaction sending money. We have more digitized ways of using it. And with the evolution of technology, we've seen what you can do with the mini apps, automating payments. We can receive payments now. An API, for example, like, let's pick one, say dynamic QR. with dynamic QR, you already have a solution where customers are entering in maybe a till number and then the amount and then complete the payment. Now with dynamic QR, you avoid the instances where you've paid to the wrong till, because all you have to do is just go to M-Pesa app, scan the QR, and then just enter the PIN. It will automatically picks the till number and the amount that you're supposed to pay. So with that, you avoid like the backs and forth, maybe tweeting or calling Safaricom, being told, I don't know your number, what, on the line. So I think from what I asked earlier, that I asked so that I can know how deep I can go with these APIs, but it appears as if we are familiar with most of them. So I'll single-handedly pick one, which is Bill Manager. We preach water and take water. So there's a Bill Manager API, which is listed on Daraja. About Daraja. Who does not have an account on Daraja? Okay. I've seen 2 hands. I'll give us a challenge. There's a QR code that was displayed by Muini and Mercy before they left to our Telegram channel. So, okay, it's at the end of my slide, but if you go to your browser, t.me/safcomdc, it will still lead you to the same place. So I'm giving you this information so that if you do not have an account on the Raja, go sign up and then, and then chat about it on that channel. So I'll go into that channel and I'll have something for you. And it will be a good thing. I mean, we are M-Pesa. So that's a challenge. So t.me/safcomdc to join the Telegram channel. And then if you do not have an account, okay, you can't lie to me. I'll see when you signed up. So it's an advantage for the newcomers. So I'll just quickly go through a video that showcases one of our departments, that is Safaricom Home Fiber, using the Bill Manager API that I had mentioned earlier, so that we can just appreciate how these APIs solve problems. So think of it like before you pick any solution, just have the problem at hand and then use the solution to address the problem, not the other way around, like looking at them and then thinking of a problem that affects it. Yeah, so I'll play the video real quickly. It's okay, it's the next one.
We integrated with Bill Manager API to help us manage how we bill our home fiber customers. Before integrating with Bill Manager APIs, we used to have a lot of customer issues around delayed payment, where a customer doesn't realize that their home fiber bill is due until they are disconnected. That for us as a business used to cost us around 5.3 million per day in delayed payments. We also used to have demand around customers wanting to get receipts after they pay for home fiber or invoices. The other demand issue we used to have customers calling about is on the issues of paying to the wrong account. So with Bill Manager integration, we are able to send renewal reminders to our customers via SMS, and that SMS has a link that redirects the customer to M-Pesa for them to pay, and they can get an invoice.
For businesses, the biggest advantage of integrating to API is that it allows you to continue using your existing systems while being able to leverage the functionalities of invoicing, receiving payments using M-Pesa easily, reconciliation, being able to send reminders to your customers, and also being able to provide them with receipts. And that we as Safaricom are responsible for ensuring that these core functionalities are always provided to you wherever you may be.
Integrating to Bill Manager APIs has helped us reduce those instances of delayed payments. It has also reduced the demand around payment issues.
For developers, the biggest benefit is we readily implement the logic for invoicing, for payments, for receipting, for reconciliation. And by integrating to APIs, it means you never have to have the headache of maintaining code that is responsible for this particular functionality, and that for any system or for any customer whom you integrate to, you're always guaranteed that the solution is going to work.
I encourage businesses to integrate to M-Pesa Bill Manager API to simplify their invoicing and payment collection processes.
So yeah, there you have it, guys. So that's just one use case. There are plenty of problems that we have as a country, and you can just look and think around maybe the APIs that we have, or any API for that matter out there, and how it can assist you. You can build the APIs yourself. You don't have to consume them. And one interesting thing about the Bill Manager API, I'm 2 years old in Safaricom, and this was my first project. And seeing Safaricom Home use it makes me feel kind of proud. I should update my LinkedIn. Yeah. So yeah, that's it about the APIs. And if you had missed this, you can join our Telegram channel. And remember, for anyone who signs up today, I think I'll pick the first 5 people who respond, or just prompt me in the Telegram channel, and then I'll reach out to you and we can discuss how much it will cost me to buy that account of yours. So yeah, if you must forget everything, please remember you can retire early by just consuming an API. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Actually, don't leave just yet. Don't leave just yet. I really need you to explain further you spoke quickly into it. If you could go to your first slide, the security APIs. Receiving and sending money, that's the easy part. Sinajonga hiyo. Ukisha create your account, teke. You can do STK push, unaweza chukua pesa, you can do a disbursement. That is not the challenge. When you're dealing with money, security is of utmost importance. And I just want you to touch on that for a minute, the security layer.
Okay, I'll quickly go through the 3 APIs that we have. For authorization, this one cuts across each API call that you make through Daraja. You have to have generated an access token first, which is valid for 1 hour. So it's our way of ensuring that each request that you make is secure, and after the access token expires, you have to regenerate another one. So for the authorization API, that is for authenticating all the API calls for the others. And then when we have Sweep and IMSI, think of yourself as a business that probably lends out cash to customers, M-Pesa customers for that matter. And as part of your background checks, you would like to know if it's just someone in committee who has recently bought a SIM card and then wants to borrow some money, or they've been on the network for a while. So to get that information, you use these APIs. So they're not free. Yeah, these are monetizable APIs. So for you to be able to consume them, you'll notice they are not listed on Daraja. So you have to make a request so that you can get information about a certain number. And of course, the information is not, it does not reveal maybe who you are or your personal information. It just gives information on how long, say, the SIM card has been on the network, so that with that information, the business can decide on whether to give you a loan or not.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Round of applause for him once more. Now we go into another segment that's also a panel, and I'd like to call on stage Franklin Omote, and he'll be leading a panel discussion speaking about creative gamification, looking at immersive entertainment as a catalyst for audience engagement and loyalty. Welcome on stage, Franklin. Or your seats are coming on. As you're putting those seats, you know, what Stephen didn't tell you directly is that if you integrate to the Bill Manager API, if you had 1 million customers, you suddenly have 1 million less SMSs to send, because the Bill Manager does all the heavy lifting for you, making sure your customers are notified to pay on time. So you actually manage to, you know, your cash flows get to be managed a lot better. So that's one of the cheat sheets that he didn't mention outrightly if you sign up, if you sign up early. So Franklin, ready?
Yes. Good evening. So we want to talk about gaming. And as I'm calling the panelists, the rest of the panelists on stage, I just want to find out just a very brief poll from those of us that are seated here. How many of us are currently playing any game? Whether it's a mobile game, it's on console. I just want to see whether we have gaming enthusiasts here. That's about a quarter of the population, or a quarter of the audience. Do we know that we can play games on devices? Do we know that we can play games on devices? Do we know that people are making a life or a living out of just playing games? So if you want to hear more and you want to learn more and want to see how, as a telco, where we fit in this, please just give us 30 minutes of your time and we'll sort of like have an engagement. So at this time, I want to introduce the panel. I will start by introducing Ken Oyola. Ken Oyola is part of our panel. He's the Chief Commercial Officer from Nation Media. I want to call upon Felix Mene as well to come up on stage. Felix is a Tribe Tech Lead, consumer business in Safaricom. I want to call upon Fozia Kimanthi, our Chief Consumer Business Officer. And last but not least, I want to call upon Ronnie Lusigi. Ronnie is the serving and the current president of the Federation of Kenya Esports. Thank you. So let me thank you for accepting to join this panel. Gaming is a cultural force. Something is happening in the world, and we know that in the ranks of entertainment, video, music, gaming is now a very strong player. Gaming has actually overtaken music and video as a leading entertainment activity that actually, let me say, the youth especially are partaking. And with that background, I'm interested to find out, maybe I will request Ken to sort of like paint a picture of the gaming landscape, sort of like how globally gaming has shifted and into the lives, and it has infiltrated into the lives of our youth, and actually what they are doing with gaming.
Good, thanks. I'm going to start and answer that by telling you a little bit about myself and my claim to fame here. So as you heard, my name is Kenneth, and many years ago when the mobile revolution was starting, I was responsible for managing the Nokia business, and I remember selling over $100 million of those entry-level phones, which had most likely the first game that you ever played. And what was it called? Snake. Guys, I sold to Safaricom. I think Safaricom ended up buying about 400,000 of them. and they were used at every M-Pesa store. And of course, later on, I was privileged sitting in London, and when Symbian, which was a platform that Nokia was running, needed apps and gaming apps to be ported on. So I was privileged to travel to Finland and other countries to engage with companies like Electronic Arts and Rovio for Angry Birds to bring this onto the platform. And very interesting times. Today I am a storyteller, and I guess at some point at 5 o'clock today, my daughters will be calling me to ask me what time I'm getting home. The reason for that is because they're waiting to play Roblox on my phones because it is blocked on their phone that they use to speak to me.
True.
And more of that coming on later. But when you think about the market size, is when I check some numbers, the gaming industry is worth more than 150 billion. And it only comes third after the first, which we all know is sports, which globally is about 500 billion. And the second is TV, which comes with OTT, that is a close 300 billion. It's a really, really big industry. Without hogging much time, I'm really looking forward to engaging and sharing anecdotal experiences of what I see today and what gaming could be. Bringing it closer local, we were privileged as NTV to run a program called Mavericks, for which the first one was one of the leading gaming people, a lady called Queen Arrow. You can check it on Mavericks, and just listening to her and the depth to which gaming is going into, I'm really looking forward to engaging a little bit more in that. Hopefully that kind of answers the question.
Yeah, true. Thank you so much for that. Maybe Ronnie, as the president of gaming in Kenya, basically the federation that is tasked to grow gaming, would you bring it closer home and just paint the picture of gaming in Kenya, and particularly esports?
Thank you very much, Frank, for having me here. And I'll begin by saying I was born 28 years ago in a tough place called Kibra. And it's my passion for video gaming and soccer that kept me going. So in our community, video gaming was a form of, and it still is a form of immersive entertainment that engages young people and children. I've grown up now to take it a notch higher, and video gaming gave birth to what we call now esports, or electronic sports, the space in which I operate in. And for 2.5 years, I've run an organization known as Index G Esports, where we run esports events in the country and try and link up our talented video gamers to international esports competitions. So it is in the backdrop of that I've become the president of the Esports Kenya Federation, and we are, as you said, tasked with growing electronic sports in our country. As Ken has rightfully mentioned, video gaming is one of the most popular forms of entertainment that our young people are engaged in right now. And for us is now just to make it more productive and to offer a more enabling environment, working with partners like yourself here at Safaricom and policymakers, just to ensure that the activity of video gaming can be used in a more productive sense as a form of living, as you said, for the players, as a form of living for the support staff, because you have people in production, you have people now who are referees in these games, and to also as a showcase the work of local video game developers in our country, so that we can also link them up with the video game developers out there, just to up their game and maybe in the future to see Kenya develop the AAA games that can be used in competitive gaming.
Yeah, so there's obviously a very big need or a very big requirement for us to be able to sort of like have local games that are sort of like playing at the same level as Angry. We need to get studios that will compete with Rovio, Gameloft, those game developers that we already have, for whose games actually are the ones that we are playing mostly. And this is something that we believe is under, let me say, it's not been looked into as much. And this is something that we are very keen, and this is the reason why I want to ask Fozia to paint a picture of the telco fit. Where does Safaricom fit in all this story?
Absolutely. So good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you so much for coming in such large numbers and for your interest in this event. So at Safaricom, we are all about connecting our customers so that they can be able to live their passions, connect with friends, connect with communities. And how we do this is first by making sure that the network is there. And then the second thing is by making sure that they have the right devices. But beyond that, it's about enabling them to exercise or actually experience their passion points. So one of the things we've realized is that as we've started sort of like getting people into this world we're calling the internet, the young people who are, you know, if we say Kenya, the median age is 19.
Yes.
Their passion points are quite clear. One quite interesting passion point for us in Safaricom that we are seeing is gaming, and more specifically, mobile gaming. It's actually surprised that quite in a nice way. So music used to be the big driver in terms of how customers used to use mobile data on our network. We are seeing a lot more of the young people, and young at heart, because we are seeing gamers all the way up to 45 and above, and young at heart actually playing mobile games. The numbers you've had are real. Mobile gaming currently about 150 to 180 million dollars globally, and expected to grow anywhere between 3x and 7x. No one even knows. It's a big number. So at Safaricom, what do we want to do? We want to enable that to happen. How do we want to do this? Number one, making sure customers have the right device. 4G, 5G is the level. In fact, we've stopped pushing 3G devices because we know customers will not get the right experience. The second thing is making sure that we have the right partnerships. You've heard from one of our partners that we want to actually work quite closely with and are already sort of like in conversations. How can we work with partners to make sure we bring these passion points to Kenyans? So currently we have 5 strategic partners, and it's working quite well. We are seeing a lot of interest in that space. The third thing is actually around working with partners to also manage sponsorships and also support tournaments. So currently we have a tournament that we are running. I don't know how many of you know we are running a national tournament. At least one hand. Up. Yeah, I can see a few behind there. So by the way, do you know what the final award is? We are giving out a car. So every single day, we have 18 winners who are getting anywhere between 500 shillings and 1,000 shillings every day. We have a leaderboard. You can play various games, whether it's challenge games or whether it's trivia, and we have a leaderboard there. So the top person there, hata anajijua leo, you can go there and you'll see it. So if you go to My Safaricom app, under Discover, under Games, you'll see a place written Challenge Arena. Simple, easy games. The final ultimate winner, will actually get a car. That competition is running for 90 days, and it will be closing on 11th of December. So I'm hoping that most of you will participate, isn't it? So what we're trying to do is just to facilitate and enable, but a lot more needs to be done. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation, especially how is it that we can create a global platform for our gamers? How can we encourage Kenyan local games to be developed? And we'll be discussing those in the session today. Thanks.
All right. So some very important pointers that have been mentioned there by Fozia and Felix. Maybe you can just speak a little bit more into it. The power of connectivity, because remember for gaming and especially the experience that you have, connectivity is a very important factor to this. How are we, or how is Safaricom playing into this to ensure, because Ronnie will tell you that in an esports competition, latency is a determining factor in whether you become the ultimate winner or not. So how are we looking to address, or how are we enabling this? Yes.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you all for coming. You know, I had Ken talk about snakes, and it took me far back into history. Safaricom is at the very core of providing connectivity through telecommunication, and being the leader within the region. It means that we are putting our best foot forward to ensure that you have the right connection wherever you are. That's why we are driving 4G across board, and even now 5G is coming on board. And we do this because we want to give you good quality of service and enable you to do things on the digital space with ease. So when it comes to gaming, you see gaming has grown majorly because of connectivity. Right now, you can play a game with somebody from wherever in the world because you have connection. It's across different cultures, across different countries. And Safaricom is at the forefront of ensuring that the customers that we have the connectivity across board. So currently, we have a very big coverage of 4G almost throughout the country. We are now driving 5G also across the country. And when 5G comes in, then you'll see a bit more uptick of gaming when it comes to virtual games, the VRs, and much more, and AR. So Safaricom is very intentional in doing all this. So, and we've been very good at doing voice and doing data bundles. But now we are stepping big time into what we are calling lifestyle and digital. So when it comes to music, video, education, and upmost, gaming becomes what we will be driving. So at Safaricom, we are creating the network, having it ready for gaming. But besides that, we are also building capabilities within Safaricom to ensure that we have the right resources who can be able to build games so that we don't only consume from outside, but we have skills among us. And I'm sure in this crowd, we probably have a number of us who are game developers. If Safaricom can be able to give you that chance and opportunity to build games, then you're able to, to share your skill across the world. So we are an enabler on the network perspective, but beyond that, we're also looking at how do we also build the capabilities within the market. And even as Fosia mentioned, the device game becomes the biggest bit. So we'll be looking at how can we partner with various providers to ensure that we bring in the right devices that will be fit for future in terms of being able to grow gaming, not only within Safaricom, but within Kenya and across Africa.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ken, I'm interested to find out, and this is actually taking from the example of Snake. What impact did that game have on the Nokia devices at the time when you're dealing with it, on the sales? Were you sort of like able to tie up? And because I remember it was one of the go-to things on the Nokia 3310.
Okay, so let me land this first. So today my gaming console of choice is Xbox.
Sure.
And I just realized this generation that is coming later on, they beat me at every turn. Maybe because I'm growing, I'm older, but of course when I'm having my downtime, I like playing Candy Crush. My level is 3,600. I can't wait to get to 4,000. Okay, but if you bring it back, allow me to just zoom in and zoom out a bit. So, okay, fast forward from Snakes to today. I think some of the leaps that have happened that is making everything possible is if you look at the kind of chipsets that we are able to have on the phones that we carry on our hands today compared to a dozen years ago, that's enabling quite a number of things. My colleague has also spoken about then the connectivity. Because today, actually, when I was sitting in here, I don't play Roblox with my daughters, but sometimes I worry about what they're doing in there, and it hit me, what stops me from forming an account on Roblox? And I go finding them there. I don't know if they're going to like it, but the compute power that is already there in the phones is enabling quite a number of things. Now, I think linked to the question that you're asking in terms of what it enables, and hopefully another question is going to come, seeing my friend and peer Fosia in the audience talking about what it does to consumers. I think one of the things that it easily drives for us is engagement, which was not possible before. It's possible now because now with every game that you're playing, it's connected. I've got different devices, and depending on the one that I pick, it's my game is synced up to that level. but the kind of level of engagement that I would have with that as compared to others, I think that is unparalleled. And bringing it closer home, so today I've got the enviable task at Nation Media Group of driving our digital revenues to grow to where it is. Today, we're easily the #1 publisher because of the number of times we publish and seeing over 3 million people on the platform. But one of the things that we are seeing in the games that we post, so whether it's Sudoku or it is a puzzle, this is online. I'm not talking about the print business. I think what I'm looking out for today and within the ecosystem, because it is an ecosystem as we get them, is to say, how do I bring in more people? The average dwell time, and you can see that easily from SimilarWeb, on my platform is about 4.5 minutes. How do I get this to 7-8 minutes?
Yes.
Gaming is going to be one of the things that will be able to do that, and hopefully in the next round, just talking about not just gaming, but then gamification, on how then do you make sure that you're engaging and you're making it easy and pleasant to solve a plethora of things that you are seeing from mental wellness, which is a really big thing, and how gaming can help in that to other issues. Hopefully then coming on the next round, I will tell you, I like personalizing stories of what I see gaming doing, say to my 2 sons who are in their 20s and are autistic, and I'm amazed at what I see them doing with the same screen which nobody would ever thought that they can do. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. On that, just picking up from that contribution, gaming is definitely, or gamification is definitely one of the very key elements that actually drives engagement. What opportunities, Ronnie, are there for local game developers with this? Because, as we know right now, there are many games that we played as kids that would really be very happy to have online versions of the same, but there are very few. Maybe with some few examples, because I know you probably have some. What opportunities are there, and what have others done before, and what has it earned them?
Yeah. When it comes to developing local games, it's twofold. You may develop games that are casual games, and you may develop games that you're targeting them to be competitive esports titles. So I'd say when it comes to the casual games, we are seeing some growth in our country that is positive. Just last weekend, we were in Paris with the developer of a local game known as Hero. Hero is a Maasai adventure game, and he was able to beat his counterparts from across the continent to the award that was being done in the Creative Africa Forum. That just shows you that we have developers here who are now using our culture, our history, and putting it in there for us to grow. There's also an opportunity even for people in other forms of entertainment. You recently saw the song Matata have their song in one of the popular video game titles, EA Sports FC. You've seen recently a football celebration made popular by a Kenyan player, Sven Yida, being put in the EAFC game. So for our local developers, it's just to give them more support. I think there is need for more funding to what they do, and also to give them a platform to showcase exactly what they do, because sometimes that platform is lacking, and that's where esports comes in. Even if we are playing AAA games developed by people in the West, we can use the platform of esports to promote these new games, to have them as exhibition games on the side, so that even in events like this, if people come, they can be able to test these Kenyan games, so that we can push. If we push and have a strong culture of developing casual games, it will be easier for us to go up the ladder of developing now AAA competitive games that can be used in global esports competitions.
Oh, that's great. Staying on the same point again, how is infrastructure well supported to be able to deliver this? Because you see, as a game developer, I might be able to develop the game, but I need to have it somewhere where it's easily accessible, where people are able to sort of like stream or download. I want to believe that if I go to Europe, or I go to Saudi Arabia right now and play a game, let's say Tekken, and you bring me here, the experience will be different. What is that really brings in the difference, and how therefore can partners like the telcos fit in to support? This to you, Ronnie.
Frank, when I was studying at the University of Nairobi, and sometimes we used to demand for our rights in an unpopular way, comrades used to say, when you give us our right, we will not say thank you, we'll ask for more. So in the same way, I think Safaricom are doing a good job supporting gamers, but we could also ask for more. We could like to see our telco partnering with these big video game publishers and the companies setting up data centers to localize the servers, because having these video game servers in our country will really open up the opportunities. Having video game servers means more people will be playing. More people playing means more demand for playing devices, be it consoles or smartphones. More people playing means we can now host international competitions, esports competitions, which promote our tourism, give us revenue beyond esports. As you said, people playing in Saudi Arabia or in US, it's because the servers are there and the latency is good. So when you bring world superstars to play from our country right now, they'll complain that the game is slower than they are used to. And also when you take our talent abroad, you find that being a challenge, that before they adapt to the speed of the game, sometimes you're already knocked out. But already we are seeing some of our video gamers do well, yet their foundation is playing far from the server. So I just say for telcos, we need to see that partnership with video game publishers, even beyond just servers, even in issues like fintech, because payment solutions in these video games in the African market is also a challenge. People being forced to pay by the dollar, people being forced to create accounts as if they don't live in the continent. Yes. So there are a myriad of opportunities that telcos working with video game publishers can really open up.
Yeah, that's really true, because today if you try and set up your PlayStation account, you either have to say you are from South Africa, or so there's quite a, that just tells you that there's quite a lot that needs to be done so that we sort of like fully identify as a gaming nation, which would really be nice. Maybe to you, Fozia, given the comments that what more can Safaricom do? We're already doing much, but there's much more to be done. What more can Safaricom do to try and plug in some of those gaps?
I mean, just listening, there's so many things that have just come to mind, and maybe let me reflect. When we were launching 5G, I remember we had one of the gamers, he's called Brian the Beast. I don't know how many of you know him. And he actually called himself an athlete. And I know people laughed, but actually it is true. He considers his craft to the level that he can be compared at a global level with other gamers in the world. The only thing he asked is, can we dedicate in the network? In fact, he asked me this question and I went thinking, and you've just brought it back again, and I'm reflecting actually, because my son is a gamer. I'm not a gamer, but I have an avid gamer in the house. And I remember when I first got a fiber account, I got a bronze account. We didn't even last 2 days. We went to silver and kept upgrading until we got to gold. And then he said, okay, now, Mom, now I can be able to play. But even at that level, Brian the Beast was saying, he wishes on the network we could have a dedicated channel for gamers. Because when they're playing internationally, they're playing with people who have the servers that are locally in the country. Currently, we are caching quite a bit of content here. We are caching YouTube here. Yes. We are caching TikTok locally. But we're not caching gaming content here. No. So we are not giving our gamers an opportunity where they can actually have a platform to excel and succeed. So I think for me, that's the first thing. Picking from what you've said, we can build all the network we can, but if we don't have local caching in country, we'll still not be able to improve the experience. So I think that's one thing that we can do. We will continue to expand our network and ensure that it delivers high speed. So 5G, we believe, is one of the areas in which gamers can really be able to benefit. It really is supersonic speed, but how do we ensure that it's almost dedicated wherever you are, so that you're not sharing it with others to allow you to excel, something we have to think about. I think he mentioned working with publishers, but beyond that, it's how do we get these local gamers? Like I heard about that hero game a while ago, he'd been building it, and now it's won an award, which is fantastic. How can we ensure that our next challenges, Arena Frank, now that you work in my team, it will be your task. You ensure that actually it's a Kenyan developed game that we are running as a national contest, and we have a car. So how do we elevate locally developed games? But I think it's also working with academia. I've seen that there are quite a number of universities now and institutes that are supporting mobile game development as a course. So how do we work with them so that we can be able to enhance all this? Because by doing this, then we will be demystifying the notion that most parents have that gaming is a waste of time. It's actually a career that people can actually be able to grow in. So I'm picking a lot from this conversation in terms of what we can do more in addition to what we are doing currently.
And now that you still have the mic, I realize I've picked some actions from here. So that's noted. But now that you still have the mic.
For those of you who don't know, Frank, he didn't introduce himself. He works in my digital services tribe, and he's responsible for gaming. Okay. And he has been able to actually move gaming to almost 100 million shillings a month from almost nothing. So please give Frank a hand. Just by bringing together partnerships, by working, so currently he's been able to bring over 5 strategic partners. Now we're working with even individual sort of like games, working through the experience. We have a long way to go. But he started the journey, but I think just listening to this, there's a lot that you need to do, Frank.
There's a lot to be done. And this is why I am asking, what next? What is the next thing that we are looking at in gaming?
I think for me, the next thing, looking at the trends, is we need to be able to facilitate and enable more immersive types of gaming. So whether it's VR, AR, and we have a booth. Where is it, Frank?
It's right outside there.
It's right outside.
There's a gaming setup.
There's a gaming setup there. Please go and try it out. But further to that, just beyond the summit, because this is only today and tomorrow, we have actually set up zones in 3 of our shops, at Village Market, The Hub, and at Buruburu, where you can actually be able to experience an immersive game. I can tell you, I actually experienced a boxing match. There was a TKO even before I got to 1 minute. I think I need to improve on my skills. But I mean, it really puts you in the game. You're actually experiencing with the other players in a very immersive way. But what that means is that we need higher bandwidth. That's why it can only operate on 5G. And of course, we also need to figure out how do we ensure that we work with manufacturers of these devices so that the price can come down and it can become a bit more affordable. But we believe that's the next level. How do we scale that? We need to work with all the partners to make sure that the device prices come down. From a network perspective, we commit to be able, to expand the network to ensure that the whole country is covered by 5G. Currently, we have 34 counties covered. We're just working towards making sure the rest of the country is covered. Thanks.
All right. To Felix. So the power of connectivity, I think it's very clear from the comments from Ronnie and Fozia. How is actually this important? Because Felix is also our tech delivery lead. How is this important in the terms of game experience and play? I mean, some of this has already been spoken to, but the request is just to paint a picture on what is capable on the Safaricom network currently.
Thank you. So I think first and foremost, with the advancement of good speeds, 4G, 5G, and even home is very big, and because you play games even on your mobile phone or even on the PC or even on the TV. The first thing is it has brought on board cross-platform as well as cross-device, meaning that initially you'd only play games between a given OS. If it was iOS, it was iOS. If it was Android, it was Android. But now you can play games that cut across different platforms. You could only play probably across given devices. It could be only mobile to mobile, or probably it could be on PlayStations. Right now you can play games across different devices. So we've advanced in terms of gaming, and all this has been made possible because of connectivity that we are seeing through the good speeds within our network. Secondly, we are getting also high quality games and videos, because with speed it means that you can transmit data a bit much faster. So as we move to 5G, then it becomes a very good experience. That's why even Fozi is saying we are building experiential centers within our shops. And I think going forward, you'll find that a big chunk of our offering will be mostly experiential, whereby you go to a place, you experience it first before we are able to give it to you. And then again, we have more almost real-time kind of gaming, allowing you to play with people across the globe and have a good experience. I know there's work to be done in terms of latency, and I think Ronnie mentioned, also Fozi mentioned, probably local caching and local servers will help in doing that. But if you compare what we have now, well, as against what we had probably 10, 5 years back, we are in a better space. So connectivity has enabled us to be able to have that near real-time experience when you are doing gaming. And then I think on top of it, I think the price of games have gone down. Initially, it was a preserve for a few, and most guys would only play probably the basic games. But with it being opened, it means that even those very expensive games are now more affordable, and the space has been opened, meaning that you have more guys now building games, more companies coming on board. But all this is underlined because of connectivity that has been brought about by the likes of Safaricom and other telcos in the world.
True, yeah. And on that regard, it would also be good to mention that now you're able to even get gaming hardware online on our Masoko e-commerce platform. So we are trying to ensure that from a distribution perspective, we also sort of like avail this so that you don't have to struggle to acquire some of this gaming hardware that you would require. I can see we have about 5 minutes left, so we'll try and just sort of like go through a round of the final comments or parting shots. We'll start with Ken. Some comments and a parting shot as we progress.
Good. You're not Maina, but I will not let this pass. Let me tell you, Maina. We've spoken about gaming, but one of the biggest pieces that we see online, and Fozi, I know you see it on your network, is betting, which one way or another is gaming. And it is big for all its pros and cons. We see it, but sometimes as somebody who is a marketing practitioner, I try to think, what is it telling me? There is a void that is being filled by that, and one of the things that I'm thinking at the back of my mind is, and how then do we help to channel that? I had 4 thoughts. Of course, I think second, for those of you enthusiasts in the gaming industry, I think this year, the biggest deal globally is going to get closed when Microsoft completes the acquisition of Activision. Mm-hmm. That is a $68 billion transaction, one of the largest in gaming history. And I think there's a lot of excitement about that and how that plays out in the streaming space and the rest. The third piece, and this is picking up from earlier on panels that I listened to, is about EdTech, which is an area that we at Nation Media Group are interested in, is seeing CBC coming on one side and seeing what I see my sons and daughters doing technologically and what gaming can really help them, because it's not as linear as when we went to school. And I think a really big part of what we're going to see going forward is, I think that's one key area for which growth would be. And then, of course, for me, the final piece that I wanted to say is, and it was also mentioned earlier, I pride myself in being a commercial person, in seeing the commercial opportunities, and I'm a developer's very good friend for the last many years. And at some point, I'm really happy to have conversations around about what is it that is market ready that we see that could sit on a publisher's platform or could sit on mobile phones that is contextual, because at the end of the day, you can make money while playing, because that's what it is. And seeing so many developers in here, I'm really happy to carry on those conversations from here and really seeing us create more local games. It's great the international or global games that we have, but I think for us, really more local contextual games, potentially local characters rather than global characters. We can do it, guys. And seeing people like Mbugo Nji here and Orio Kolo, with whom we've been on the trenches in this tech space, starting from the earlier days and terminating here today, has been really the privilege of my life being part of this. Those are my closing comments.
Yes.
Yeah. So for me, I think gaming is very big, as we've mentioned, and I think the future is still in gaming. And what will happen is that you'll find many things being gamified. We did something with one of our products, monthly bundles, and we saw a very big uptake when we just gamified it. So it's something we'll keep doing over time. And probably to the developers. In Safaricom, we are building that gaming community. So if you want to partner with us in terms of being able to plug in and to be able to ideate with us, you're welcome. And let us make it big. And I think a cross-board is just to probably create a sense of what gaming is. I think it's still one of those areas that we don't speak much about. It's way past, it's past music and video, but we don't say much about it. So I think we'll begin shouting about gaming going forward as Safaricom, and you can help us do the same also in your own space so that we make it a reality across board. I think we've seen gaming being big within Egypt when it comes to Africa. I think Kenya is the next place where gaming will be very big, and I'm seeing us going to the level of even passing Egypt in the very near future. But very happy to meet the panel here, have this discussion, and I think one day we'll look back and we'll realize that we had this discussion, and the future we were speaking about has become a reality and is the present.
True. Yes. Yes, Ronnie, you could go and as part of your parting shot, you can actually just speak briefly about the common misconceptions that we have on gaming. I think it would be important just to speak about that and paint a picture of how people are actually making a living from gaming.
Thank you, Frank. And to touch on that, I'll start by saying, beyond all these big numbers, let us not forget the power of gaming as a tool for social good. Yes. We should leverage its popularity among the youth to tackle crime, to tackle drug abuse. We should leverage that popularity to address challenges like mental health and other challenges facing us in the society. So every time we speak about gaming, we should always remember that it brings people together to solve problems. It promotes teamwork, it promotes harmony and integration. So let that not always be lost on us when we focus on the commercial side. Let us also remember the role it has to play now in education. As we speak of engineers here, video gaming is now being used to develop the next phase of engineers. The problem-solving skills our children are learning from Roblox, from Minecraft, are what is now being used to encourage them to take up coding and to become better in it. In Stanford, they are developing a vaccine using the skills of video gamers in solving puzzles. So from an education point of view, we can use gaming and gamification to solve problems, even in security. The same way we've been recruiting people in the army because they are good rugby players or football players. Now security is going digital. You need people who can operate machines like the drone and other digital equipment. Those skills are found in esports and video gaming, and we should look to that side. So that just tells you that the misconception that gaming is people wasting time should really be tackled, but it cannot be done by one person or one entity. It's a collective duty for all of us to educate each other, not to tire with it. I'm glad to see Kenya because Nation Media have given me an opportunity now for the last 6 months. I do weekly columns on esports and video gaming, which is just a challenge that enables us to speak to people outside gaming. And also, I'll just advocate for more video gaming and esports events because they show people the passion and the unity and the competitive nature that can be developed through esports and video gaming. So for us, it's just let's continue pushing that awareness so that these misconceptions can be tackled. And the only way is to amplify the good that comes from gaming while tackling the challenges, not to say that the challenges are not there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Fozi?
Thought we were done. Yeah, so I think for me the parting shot is just going back to our purpose. Why do we exist as Safaricom? We truly believe that in Safaricom we are here to transform lives. And just as has been mentioned, there are so many young people who have such wide range of talent, and we need to look at this as one of the opportunities that we can use to just create platforms and opportunities for them to leverage gaming so that they may be able to thrive. I can see it being used, I think has already been mentioned, in terms of driving an easier way to teach kids how to learn, how to do math, just using gamification to learn math. Because math, the minute you tell kids about math, they just block their minds. But the minute you use a bit of gamification, it becomes a little bit easier. How we can use it to build a community of people who have similar interests. But I think ultimately it's how can we actually leverage gaming to empower the youth. So on Friday, just an invitation to all of you, we'll be launching the Safaricom Youth Platform. Look out for it. The teasers are out there. We are calling it, you'll see. Let me not burst the bubble. We'll be launching it in Eldoret, and gaming will be one of the pillars that we'll be using to connect with the youth. And just like you're saying, showcase those who have gone ahead, those who are actually making it, and working, trying to bring together an ecosystem, because we can't do it alone, bringing together an ecosystem that will make this a movement in the country. So just welcome you all so that we can take this together. If there's anyone here who believes that they can work with us, Frank is here, he'll be around tomorrow. Whether you're a developer, whether you think there's a tournament that you think we need to work together with, whether there is an opportunity that you think we can explore in this gaming space, please reach out to us. We are open, we will listen. On the back of it, we'll make sure the network is ready. We'll make sure our customers have the right devices. We'll work with our partners in terms of making sure that we bring, I like the point you raised around why are we paying for games in dollars. I know it was the same even on Google, on the Play Store. Now you can actually buy games there or buy whatever it is using M-Pesa. How about we do that and just ensure that customers can just use M-Pesa? So I think if you have any ideas, please reach out to Frank or any of us. Let's make actually this a reality. I think it can open up opportunities for our youth and remove the stigma that many people have that gaming is just a waste of time. So thank you very much for coming. I hope this was useful for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I don't think I can do a better closing than that. Let's just give a round of applause to the panelists as I call upon Mbugua.
Fantastic session. How many of us have played Pokemon Go or know the game Pokemon Go? You know of the game Pokemon Go? The company called Niantic actually has a platform called Lightship that allows you to easily build augmented reality sort of solutions. And in July, the July statistic for Niantic on Pokemon Go is that they had 78 million 30-day active customers, right? And the only reason why I feel that probably most of us in the room have not experienced Pokemon Go is that it lacked cultural context. You're supposed to be chasing dragons and yada yada, but what if it was police and robbers? So that one you relate to. That suddenly I get a notification on my phone and I'm told there are 5 dudes in Sarit Center. Go look for them. You'd be seeing guys all over. You know, guys are wondering, what's up with 100 people that at Sarit Center? What are they looking for? And there are all these things that, you know, you're snapping a photo, you're saying duele, you're capturing the flag. Interesting things. And no, the truth is we've got everything that we need. Franklin, you know, microbilling, which I know Ken is probably speaking to you.
Call upon Yvonne Derito to close for us today, and she'll be followed by Father Moore, who will entertain us to the end. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. You excited? Was it an amazing day? Thank you so much for joining us, for everyone of you for staying with us throughout the day. It's been an exciting day, just seeing a lot of our tech demos, exciting products that we've been able to showcase from our developers and from our partners. Hope you've learned a lot, and you also are excited to see what some of the technology trends that we have and where we are going as an industry. So tomorrow, we still have so many more exciting demos. Today, you saw some of the generative AI capabilities. We saw George's twin. Tomorrow, we continue to see more and more on the tech space. We'll have our semifinals for the DeepRacer. We'll also be able to showcase how you can build your app in one day. So many more exciting things to enjoy tomorrow. So see you tomorrow from 8 so that we can continue enjoying and being able to just ignite our Africa's digital renaissance. So thank you so much for being here today. We want to thank our partners, our guests, our online community. Tunaona how you're engaging with us and chatting with us. We are very excited to have you following our event, and we look forward to more engagements tomorrow as we continue with our Decode 2.0. And thank you so much for being with us as we continue to ignite Africa's digital renaissance. So thank you so much, and over to you, MC, as we close. Thank you.
Check.
Je.
Meskia. That's Father Mo. Keep it locked. Father Mo, stage is yours.
Wagwan. Ati banjuka ni kama unarusha mamikono. Tingiza kichwa chungo sivunje kisogo. Ati teremka kakonokono basi. Ndoko. Ati twende mamio ndoko. Mamio ndoko. DJ. Kuna jai dance ndio wote basi. Twende, ati wewe teremka kakonokono basi ni kionjo, twende mamio ndoko, mamio ndoko, twende mamio ndoko, mamio ndoko, mamio ndoko. Ati kaleka dance, cheki kaleka dance, kozo kiwaki, ndo napewa kichance, low but sure, no kizito konari, rusha mikono juni kama ujui kudance, ati toa kofia na mkono kulia pa, panguza kiara basi. Ai moonlight love kwa jua na mpango wa kando, ndo kisianda. Ai mamio ndoko, mamisi. Ati alisema ni fase but hiyo ni uongo. Si kienyeji huyo dem ni see through. Twende 1, 2, 3 ati wewe mamio ndoko. Mamio ndoko. Mamio ndoko. Ati mamio ndoko. Mamio ndoko. Mamio DJ. Ati chemi za uongo, story za jaba ndo tingize ubongo, ndo bebe kawa letikiza kamongo, barabara bana maringo, niko na pesa kushinda babako. Wewe ati chemi za uongo, story za jaba ndo tikize ubongo, ndo bebe kawale tikiza kamongo, barabara bana maringo, niko na pesa kushinda babako.
Kasike vibaya uko kwe. Kasike vibaya uko kwe.
Ai wewe.
Kasike vibaya uko kwe.
Niko na pesa na ni za babako.
Kasike vibaya uko kwe. Kasike vibaya uko kwe.
Ai wewe.
Kasike vibaya uko kwe.
Nifika jiji kakutana na budako, akaniambia kanivaa kwa pendagi za mamako. Kisirisiri tukakutana kwako, ni click bang tujuu ya kitanda chako. Hamna hela nini mnate, seka nini unalipa madeni na pochi yako. Miaka ni 20 huko chini 60 na mneti unatuvunjia mgongo. Ulinipaka chance na nikapita nako, uliponipiga intro siku ya introduction. Anani finance na school fees zako, alinipeanga info kwanza yesi babako. Unapenda wa baba waone watoto wako huruma. One shot na kwani upendi utamu wa nduma. Ati pesa ukutekenya tekenya sana, werudi ukapune. Niko na pesa kushinda babako.
Kasikia vibaya
ati
uko
kasikia
vibaya uko kweli.
Ai wewe
Kasikia vibaya uko kweli.
Niko na pesa na ni za babako.
Kasikia vibaya uko kweli.
Kasikia
vibaya uko kweli.
Ai wewe
Kasikia vibaya uko kweli.
ati najua nasikia vibaya.
Mi vibaya.
Vibaya.
Nenda watu wapi
kwa babako. Mi sikutusi lakini kudadadeki.
Sikudharau lakini watu gadula feki.
Uso marangi koshua haunise. Ati chemi za uongo. Stories za jaba ndo tingizo. Ndo bebe kale tikizaka. Bari barabara bana maringo. Niko na pesa kushinda babako. Ati kasikie. Ai wewe niko na pesa na ni za babako. Kasikie. Ai wewe
Continue using the hashtag Safaricom Decode, and I'll see you tomorrow.